session de cette matinée?
Si. Je dois regarder un peu cet après-midi.
Oui, broadcasting.
We have water here in the front.
Who's the session chair? Session chair.
It's on the program.
Moses.
Moses, yes.
Oh yeah. He said.
Here's the session here.
Anybody? Water?
Oh yes, please. Thank you so much.
I asked
May I put this here?
Yes, of course. No problem.
I've my own controller in there, so this is my controller. It wasn't a controller, so I've got my own.
Alright, so good morning everyone. My name is Moses, lecturer from the University of Glasgow in the UK, chair for this session. So I'm going to introduce Stuart Hans on the title Understanding Diversity and Sustainability Performance, where I know we can do some. We're going to cover 15 minutes. Yeah, 15
I think so.
Yeah, 15 minutes. Okay.
Because
Yeah.
the time schedule.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I wanted to be here in St. John's. I'm at the University of Glasgow in the UK for 20 years. I'm a multidisciplinary positive social scientist, so I spent 10 years as a professor of information systems and I spent 10 years as a professor of business. My interests sort of bring together a connection between data analytics, business and sustainability, and I do research connecting one of those different elements of what I do. And I'm fascinated by techniques from other disciplines and how they can inform social science. So the topic I'm talking about today revolves around leadership teams. So you think about large organisations. How does diversity in the leadership of large organisations improve organisational performance? And in particular, a particular type of innovation performance that I'm focusing on is sustainability performance. I actually use an inverted number, which is sustainability risk, but nonetheless, sustainability performance. This is Newcastle, they've ever been there, wonderful city. I'm head of group and I manage 65 faculty in the marketing operations and systems group at Newcastle. So the structure of the presentation is pretty straightforward. So first, we're going to examine why is diversity important in leadership teams. Well, diversity isn't just important in leadership teams, it's important in all systems. Yeah? And there's lots of underlying theory to show that diversity in systems is a good thing and will improve the performance of the system wherever it might be. The theory hypothesis, so the theory is complex adaptive systems theory. Okay, I don't know how many of you know that. I will very briefly do complex adaptive systems theory what it is. And the methodology is actually borrowed from ecology. So it's a data analytics technique which you wouldn't normally expect to be applied to this area. But it's important, and I explain why it's important in terms of the research that's been done previously. So we go through the results, test the hypotheses, look at the conclusions, implications, and limitations of future research. And one of the major limitations is data. And so the data I'm using, I was very lucky to get hold of this. It's regarding the FTSE 100, Financial Times Stock Exchange 100 companies. Unfortunately, there's a company, a consultancy that did it on Hill that allowed me to have the data, but it's very difficult to get any more data. So if any of you are working in countries where you have this sort of data, I'd be very happy to work with your future research. So the research problem. The problem is about how can we introduce diversity into organisations. Because if we can do that, it drives innovation and change. And there's, research geographers, economists, other social scientists have done a lot of research showing up diversity could foster innovation, create new discoveries, and particularly cultural and ethnic diversity can contribute to innovation for a company or even a whole economy. Yeah? So diversity is a good thing. One of those explanations is complex adaptive systems. And in complex adaptive systems, if you have a diverse system, it's more resilient to shocks from the outside. Yeah? And that resilience can improve performance. So better adaptation, flexibility of systems to the external environment, creating innovation. And one area that hasn't been looked at is sustainability, how diversity in organisations can improve sustainability performance. So the research question is, does ordering diversity contribute to better sustainability performance for companies? And particularly I'm looking at executive ordering diversity for 100 companies. So complex adaptive systems theory 101. So think of a system in complex adaptive systems theory. There are interconnected elements within the system and the boundary between the internal and external environment. Polism, so you can't break things up and expect to understand it. The sum of the parts, the whole is greater than the sum of the parts in the complex adaptive systems theory. Evolution, so the system changes over time and has no evolution as such. Dynamics change are influenced by components. And there's complexity in terms of the growing number of components in interactions over time. So what can that system be? It could be a company, it could be an economy, it could even be an ecosystem. Yeah? They are complex adaptive systems. But importantly, diversity, and somehow it's been underlined there, not by me, in my hand, can create better robustness. So the more diverse our system is, the better it can adapt to the changes in the outside environment, the shocks from the outside environment, allowing better adaptation and flexibility, and creating new ideas, novelty and change. Diversity, lots of research into diversity, showing that diversity creates innovation. So people from minority ethnic backgrounds are the most highly cited for engineering patents. There's research into that by step a little bit. And ethnic diversity also drives probability of introduction of new companies. Yeah? And research by Brixley et al. Showing that more diverse leadership teams in new startups can make them more successful. However, the difficulty, and this is why I'm using this technique, research hasn't shown a linear relationship between the two. Because it's not linear, it's a complex relationship, it's a non-linear relationship. So if you look at Lau index, Lau, Simpson, Herfindahl-Hirschman index, they're all making the same index. There's no linear relationship between innovation and diversity. Brixley et al. Suggests it's because they found a relationship, a non-linear relationship, by the unusualness of the teams that are part of this. In the UK, and lots of other countries, of course, but I'm focusing on the UK because I'm from the UK, the government has encouraged diversity, particularly it's focused in recent years on gender diversity, and female board members in FTSE 100 companies have increased very rapidly over the last 20 years, from 12.5% in 2001 to 39.1% in 2022. There's all kinds of different reviews, Davies, Hampton Alexander, FTSE Women Leaders Review, that have been driving that sort of change. However, there are lots of other factors driving change, and that can create diversity, neurodiversity, ethnic diversity, social background, and many others. All of those things, when put into the mix of leadership teams, can improve performance. There's been some basic analysis, so McKinsey did some basic analysis looking at the Fortune 500 companies, and they looked at the upper and lower quartiles, and they saw a profit boost from ethnic diversity of 36% and gender diversity of 25%, but it was very basic, the analysis that they used, just looking at quartiles. Unfortunately, in the UK, and it is changing quite slowly, FPI diversity is transforming, but it needs to be more, it needs to change faster, because there is a potential for more innovation if we can do that. Sustainability, traditionally, of course, go back 20 years, it looked at as a cost in organisations, and the companies didn't want to do it. Now, it's looked at as a source of innovation and change, and to provide long-term success. But to do that, the transformation needs to be much deeper. Sustainable value chain, sustainable products and services, new business models and platforms. Across environmental, social and governance. Yeah? So ESG is what we see, and ESG is measured in lots of different types of metrics for all types of different companies. Here, I'm looking at ESG risk in my analysis. So we have two hypotheses. The first one is there's no positive linear association between boardroom diversity and sustainability performance. The second is that there is a significant positive relationship between the boardroom executive diversity and sustainability performance measured through more advanced methods. It's not linear. Methodology, so the data was 100 companies. There are 2 companies that had incomplete data, so it's only 98 companies, so it's quite a small data set. 2019 data. Board membership, 32% female, 62% white males, 6% PhD, and herein lies one of the limitations of the data. Because the representation is small, it's very limited, and that comes out in results. Metrics were from Sustainanalytics, they're risk ratings. So it's an inverse measure here that we're talking about. Yeah, so risk is inversely related to sustainability performance. Board membership coding according to male, female, and white BAME. Diversity measured using normalised Herfindahl Diversity Index, which is similar to the Blair Index or Simpson Index in ecology. And the method that is used in ecology is called functional clustering. And functional clustering looks at ecosystems, and it looks at components of ecosystems and how different combinations of parts in that system improve performance. So, for example, it might be applied to rainforests. Yeah, you might look at trees in a rainforest and how different combinations of trees contribute to better performance in the rainforest. Yeah. The methods from JR is out 2018, and it's powerful, parsimonious, and it doesn't require knowledge interactions. So it's quite useful in this context. Basically, I'm just looking at the time here, so I probably won't be able to go through the maths here. I might skip over those and probably don't want to do them anyway. So each leadership system is a combination of functional groups. So each system could be an ecosystem, could be a leadership system, as it is in our case, is a combination of functional groups. And those functional groups are called assembly motifs in Gerard et al.'s nomenclature. Leadership systems are clustered by assembly motif and then the quality of the ecosystem is evaluated by the coefficient of determination R squared and also a value E as well, I'll mention in a moment. So, FTSE 100 companies, lots of companies that you've heard of, like 3i, like Barclays, like Burberry, etc. These are big UK companies that are well known. Methodology, you can read the paper if you want to examine the methodology in more detail. I think I'll try to keep to the 15 minutes for you here, but it's there in detail. I'm explaining it here in text rather than equations because I think it helps people sometimes. But the measurement is by the coefficient of determination R squared, 1 minus the residual sum of squares for the modelled data for sigma and gamma over the total sum of squares for gamma. So R squared is used to select the model that best accounts for the function of the system, leadership system functioning. And then the efficiency of the model can be represented by E, which measures the goodness of fit of the model in functional clustering. So E here is 1 minus the residual sum of squares predicted over the total sum of squares for gamma. So we have these two measures, R squared and E. Just bear those in mind when we look at our data in a moment. So looking at H1, remember H1 was about no linear relationship. So does it look like a linear relationship here? So here we have ESG. This is ESG risk. So it's an inverse relationship, so we would expect it to be an inverse relationship. And here we have our diversity for boardroom and ship. There's no linear relationship here. Yeah? Our Pearson value is very small, and our P is 0.878. So there's no linear relationship for boardroom diversity. If we focus solely on executives in the boardroom of FTSE 100 companies, we have the same pattern. So there's no linear relationship. P equals 0.448, and our Pearson value is very small. So that supports H1. There's no linear relationship. However, if we apply functional clustering, we get different results. So we apply functional clustering here, and there were 3 assembly motifs when we did the analysis. There were 2 clusters. So we use corrected Akaki information criteria to identify the number of clusters. There were 2 clusters, and within those 2 clusters there were 3 assembly motifs. So these are the 2 assembly motifs that came up in the analysis as being important. Motif B and motif AB. And we can see here the box plots for observed performance and for predicted performance, so motif AB and B. And we can see that there are 11 companies in motif B and 7 companies in motif AB. Now this is inverse sustainability metric. So AB is perform better in terms of sustainability. Yeah? There's a significant difference between the two at the 0.1% level of significance. Okay, this is the cluster performance using the JL methodology, and we can see here that there appears to be these 2 clusters, and there appears to be a separation and a relationship. And in fact, if we look at our coefficient of determination for observed versus modelled for our ESG risk, the R-squared is 0.483, which is moderate, and then for modelled versus predicted, the R-squared is 0.928, which is actually very, very good indeed. So there is a relationship between diversity and sustainability performance. All of the companies in the low risk group, so those that perform better for sustainability, had female executives. Only 1 company in the high-risk ESG group had a female board member. So having females on the board reduces risk, yeah, and improves sustainability performance, yeah, using this methodology. However, unfortunately, because the data set was so small, the results for ethnicity were inconclusive, and all of the BAME executives were male, which is not confined in itself, and they focused on quite high-risk industries like mining, like Anglo-American, Antofagasta, BHP, the limited group. They are by nature going to be more risky. So, in summary, traditional researchers struggle to find a linear relationship, and that's because it's not linear. It's non-linear, it's much more complex. Sustainability performance is important, and so it's important to do research in this area, and this is one of the first pieces of research to do that. Looking to ecology provides a method which has been able to identify the contribution of diversity to sustainability performance. Women in executive roles can create greater resilience, stronger, more sustainable, ethical businesses. The government reviews obviously must continue to increase diversity in terms of gender, because it's still not 50%, in terms of ethnicity, in terms of neurodiversity, in terms of sexual orientation, all those sorts of things can contribute towards better performance. Limitations, obviously it's a small sample, it's the FTSE 100 companies, these are blue chip companies that they're referring to in the UK, the largest market capitalisation. Need a bigger data set. If you've got a bigger data set, I'll be happy to work with you to be able to do another analysis, but it's hard to get hold of these data sets. So I've asked Accenture and McKinsey, who have these data sets, but will they share them for academic revenue? No. So you pick FTSE 100, S&P 500, Fortune 500, there are all those sorts of companies before the countries we're looking at in the future. Of course, it's only based on the UK, lots of other countries do exactly the same thing, most of the countries in the EU, Canada, US, etc. And it's only one ESG metric, so it's the sustainability metric. You can consider other metrics as well. That's almost within time. So, thank you for listening. Any questions?
Right, thank you, Stuart. Does anyone have a question for him? Okay.
Yeah, I'm just curious, thank you for the presentation. Unusualness, as you mentioned in the beginning. Unusualness.
Unusualness.
Yeah, what does that refer to?
So unusualness is essentially, it's a, I guess it's a synonym for diversity. Yeah?
Then I was also curious about you looking at ethical and gender differences. But do you know any reasons looking into personality diversity?
The issues of data, I would love to do all of that. If you could get the data on the board of executives, on all of those things, I would love to do it. And I think you would find very good results as well. And getting hold of the data is the key.
Okay, thank you.
More questions? Right, thank you for your
So I've plugged my own pointer here, but I'm happy for everyone else to use it.
Thank you.
My name is Bruno Gattini. I'm from the University of Salerno in Italy, and my talk is about data compression, actually data compression in massive data storage systems. I'll tell you what I mean in a few seconds. Let me get the time, otherwise I will be too long. This is a brief outline of my talk. I'll talk about data compression. I will tell you what I mean when I say compression with limited resources. Basically, we are going to have a time budget to use. We want to compress a massive data storage in a certain framework of time. And then I will show you some experimental results and my conclusion. This paper is a short part of a larger project we are conducting in Salerno in our data compression lab. So, at the beginning of the 80s, when data compression arises, we thought of data compression as branch of information theory and of something that we need to save space when we want to put the files or something on a digital disk. Today, things have changed completely. Data compression is a field by itself that has intersections with algorithms, with information theory, and with other branches of computer science. And the real goal of data compression is not data storage, but it's communication. So if we can compress a file size, we will double the speed with which we will use to communicate this file from a sender to a receiver. So data compression is basically everywhere in our life, in the smartphone, in TV, in every point of our life where we have communication. Whether you surf the internet, whether you listen to music track, or watch a video, or scroll through images, the data compression process is fundamental for that. Without data compression, you couldn't do the things you do today. In this talk, we are going to investigate a framework to find an optimal choice of compression algorithms, develop the best allocation of computing resources in a massive data storage environment. And our goal is to maximize the efficiency of data compression given limited computational resources. This is basically the first page of the book by Storer in the 80s. You see, the point was data compression for storage. Today, data compression is for communication. What do I mean for limited computational resources? Generally, you think of when you use data compression is because you have a large file and you want to send this file to someone else. So you use an algorithm, let's say gzip, to compress that file. You don't care much to text that gzip to compress that file because for us, when the timing is just not very important. It's very fast anyway. But think about having a massive data storage in which you have hundreds, thousands, millions of files, and you want to send them from a source to a destination. And think, for instance, of a vehicle that is on Mars that has to send all the images that he has acquired on Mars to the land, to Earth. Basically, you will have a limited time in which you can have the alignment between the sender and the receiver. So those images have to go from Mars to the Earth in a limited time, with limited resources because the lander on Mars has limited computational resources. This is the problem we are going to copy with here. That is, we have limited resources, we have a time budget, and we want to send many files, many giga from a sender to destination. Again, let's spend 2 more minutes on data compression. Compression is the loading of data to the United States representation. Can be lossless if the reconstructed image is identical to the original. And in this book, we will only talk about lossless image compression, lossless-wise. Compression, as I said, is motivated by the economic and logistic needs to save space in storage media and to save bandwidth in communication. And the design of data compression schemes therefore involves trade-offs among various factors, including the degree of compression, how small will be the compressed file, the amount of distortion introduced if using lossy compression, but this is not part of this talk, and the computational resources required to compress and decompress. And in these computational resources, I also add the time needed to compress the file with the large database. In this paper, we will discuss only lossless algorithms, and we will concentrate on the computational resources required to compress and decompress. In fact, deciding how to allocate computing resources for compression operations is not a trivial problem. Our goal is to maximize the efficiency of data compression given limited computational resources. I will speak about vector substitution methods because we are doing this time. And I will go to the core of this talk. I will not give you all the technical details, they are in the paper. I will just give you the flavor of the work we are doing. And if you want, you can discuss this later or look at the paper. A classic compressor strategy requires that all the data that you want to compress goes as input to a single tool. I take my files, I use gzip, I compress them. That's it. These compression tools will perform the compression in a certain time t and output the compressed data. Gzip will take 10 milliseconds to compress my file. I'm happy with that. I don't care if it takes 10 or 15 or 20. It's not my problem because it's very, very smooth time. This way of acting may not be convenient in situations where you want to specify a time t prime that is less than t, within which you need to complete the compression process, trying to optimize the compression performances while respecting the time specification. And the pioneers of this field are Zawane and Cassuto that recently presented an algorithm like the one that we are using in their footsteps at the data compression conference. So following the work of Zawane and Cassuto, for example, let's suppose we find ourselves in a situation where we want to compress a large data set. Let's forget about a large data set. Suppose we have two possible compressors available, or two possible configurations of a single compressor. Let's do them setup 1 and setup 2. Suppose setup 1 takes less time to compress than setup 2, but setup 2 compresses more than setup 1. So setup 2 is slower, but it does better work. Setup 1 is faster, but doesn't compress that much. Remember that we are talking about lossless compression, so it's easier. If you talk about loss compression, we have to add another direction within the quality, but it's not easy. And that the execution time must finish within a certain time t1 with the prime, that we will go from 9 budget. So suppose that we need to finish in a time budget. If we define T1 as the time taken by setup 1 and T2 the time taken by setup 2, then we will have three cases. The first case is that the time budget is less than T1. T1 is the faster algorithm. Well, in this case, we cannot do anything. It is not possible to compress with either setup, since the time budget is less than the time taken by the fastest compressor. Nothing we will do. Second situation, time budget is bigger than T2. Then it is possible to compress with both setups, like setup 1 and setup 2. But of course, setup 2 does a better job, so we will choose setup 2 as compressor for our large database. Since compression is more effective in terms of output size. The situation that we are going to examine in this paper is the third. Our time budget is in between T1 and T2. It is not possible to compress with the setup 2 because the time budget is not sufficient. In generally, we will just choose setup 1 and compress everything with setup 1. Here, we will show how we will compress part of the large database with setup 1 and part with setup 2. If we find ourselves in situation 3, the system manages to compress the data to setup 1. However, the time value delta t, that is time budget minus T1, in which the system remains unused, is not necessarily negligible. We could have more time since the chosen setup finishes its execution before the setup is right. So compression optimization, what we do in this paper, tries to reduce, if not eliminate, this delta t value, considering not one but a mix of setups. If we find ourselves in a situation in which the time budget is between T1 and T2, we could think of adopting a mixing strategy in which a part of the file or the large database to be compressed goes as input to one of the two setups, let's say setup 1, while the remaining part to setup 2. And of course, our goal is to maximize the compression we get given the time constraint. This strategy, compared to the classic mode, would lead to the use of the entire time budget initially chosen and to the reduction of the output size. The proposed algorithm, therefore, searches for an optimal mixer. That is an optimal setup for configuration about many considered that can be used to compress a set of data D given a time budget. As we will see, the search is not a trivial process, and it adopts a technique that is a function that we consider potential setups that could be part of the mixing, and subsequently, among all the candidates, only two are chosen. Next slide will be the algorithm, and this is basically consisting of 4 steps. In particular, in phase 3, we will be putting computational geometry called the convex hull. That is a given set of points for the determination of the smallest convex set that can contain them all. So this is the algorithm that we will use. First, we will determine the pairs BI, TI for each setup. What is the BI? BI is for each setup, I will estimate or even try what is the compression that it gets, that is BI, and how long does it take to compress, that is TI. These pairs are obtained by running each compression tool individually on the data set or by estimating the results. The second thing is sorting the setups in an ascending manner by I, with BI used as the second index in descending order. Then we're going to remove the worst setups and we will construct the convex hull of the remaining points. And at the end, we will do the acquisition of the optimal mix set at time value T price. What we did essentially in this paper is a lot of experimentation. I will not show you all the experiments we have done, I just chosen one small set of them. Then I will train the others, and then you will find yourself. To evaluate the performance of the algorithm, we carried out experiments based on different types of input. In this case, we just used images. So we took from YouTube a large set of images, and we compressed them in a lossless way. Basically, there are 4 cases for kind of images that we are going to compress. The compression of a set of animated images with scenes similar to each other, with different scenes from each other, with scenes similar to each other but non-animated images, and the non-animated images with different scenes between them. I will show you just the first one, and the rest will be on the different time budgets we use for each experiment to be sure that things change if I change the time budget. Suppose we do this thing. We take as input a set of animated images, animated I mean that are part of the video, basically, with scenes that are similar to each other. And in this case, we will use this compression tool. They are very easy. You can use hundreds of compression tools. You can use much more complicated compression tools. It doesn't depend on the algorithm. So for this paper, we just use PNG, TIFF, JPEG LS, that is the current standard of the lossless compression of the images, JPEG 2000 that has a very efficient lossless mode, BNB, and even Felix. Felix is a very old algorithm that was developed by Colauer and Jeff Peter in Yale at the same time in which the JPEG standard arose. And it was developed by Paul and Jeff because they wanted to show that the lossless mode of JPEG was already out of business, was already dead. In fact, it's very fast and very efficient with respect to what it was in the 80s. Of course, in this list of things, we have the JPEG-LS and JPEG-2000 that are the most efficient from the computation, from the compression point of view. But they are also the more complicated, so the slowest. And we have the other PNG and Felix, for instance, that are less efficient but faster. Now, suppose that we want to estimate the pairs DI, TI that I showed you before. For instance, suppose our data set was to be compressed was composed by 1,000 images for a total size of 659 megabytes. And this is not the estimation, but the real time the algorithm used to compress that large database. PNG, for instance, takes 70,806 milliseconds to compress the database, and has this results as a number of bytes of the compressed file. For instance, as you can see, JPEG-LS is much slower than PNG, but much more efficient in terms of compression because the size is lower, and so on. Now, from table 2, it is possible to see how the fastest tool was BMP, while the slowest one was JPEG-2000. The best tool for output size was JPEG-LS, the worst was BMP. In the real world, we won't run the algorithm from the database. We will estimate the performance given the experiment we have done. In this case, we want to be precise. The useful setup is therefore composed by the tools BMP, Felix, PNG, TIFF, and JPEG-LS. If we set the time budget, for instance, 39,000 the optimal mix is given by the mix of the BMP and Felix setups, and in particular it is closer to the BMP setup. It doesn't show very well in the image, but this is what we get. And the numbering, the result of the algorithm with this time budget of 39,000 milliseconds is that the number of images to be compressed with BMP is 794, and we will use for the remaining 206 images the fastest tool that is found, one of the fastest tools that is found. Here suggested by the algorithm, the compression time was equal to 141 milliseconds, while the output size was equal to 563 megabytes. Of course, if you evaluate the time values, the result will be sensibly different. For example, if we have a larger time value, let's say 89,000 milliseconds, the optimal mix is given by the mix between the TIFF and PNG setups. It is very close to the TIFF setup. The number of images to be compressed with TIFF with this new time value, which is 89,000 milliseconds, will be 897, while for PNG will be 103. The compression media suggested by the algorithm, the compression time will be equal to 89,546 milliseconds, that is very close to the time value we have, while the output size is equal to only 163 megabytes. If we have more time, we can do a better job. This is what we were expecting, what we want. In the paper, you will see more experiments. You will see experimental results for the compression of a set of animated images to different styles from each other. It is a little harder from what we have done here, because there is less correlation between subsequent images and so on. And with time budget, 500 571 milliseconds and time margin to 69,000 milliseconds. And then non-animated images with scenes similar to each other against two different time markets. Again, and then non-animated images with different scenes between them, again, 2 time markets. We have done hundreds of experiments like this. We are doing more experiments. Conclusion. In this paper, we are investigating the framework to find an optimal choice of compression algorithms that allows the best allocation of computing resources in a massive data storage environment. Our approach is experimentally tested on the lossless compression of different sets of data images. Our experiment that our framework has been highly efficient for the compression of large quantities of images given a time budget, and the good news is that we can do even better, because the next step of our research is to find a situation in which the optimal mix will be not only 2 algorithms, but even 10 possibly algorithms. In that case, we will be able to stretch send more milliseconds for the time bucket and then slightly less better results in terms of compression for data. Future work includes deeper experimentation of the algorithm on different types of digital data. And this is thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Does anyone have any questions for him?
We can discuss this later.
All right, okay, that's fine then.
This is the title of my presentation. My presentation revolves on an experimental prototype that is in construction in the University of Naples for heat team pumping based on the elastocaloric effect. The elastocaloric effect, the elastocaloric cooling belongs to is an alternative technology of refrigeration, eco-friendly, on solid state refrigerants, alternative to vapor compression that uses refrigerant in vapor phase. The experimental, the solid state cooling is potentially an eco-friendly technology. Indeed, vapor compression plants have a direct and indirect contribution to global warming. The direct contribution is due to the refrigerant that, when released in the atmosphere, has a global warming potential. The indirect contribution is based on the energy consumption of the device. So depends on the efficiency of the device and represent the carbon dioxide emissions coming from the energy consumption of the device. The caloric cooling is based on solid refrigerant, so the direct contribution is zero. And the indirect contribution should be potentially lower than that of vapor compression. The solid state, in the field of solid state refrigeration, in this presentation we take into consideration the elastocaloric cooling based on elastocaloric effect of the refrigerant refrigerant shape memory alloys that have the property of recover their shape once the stress has been removed. The elastocaloric effect manifests itself with two kinds of transformation, one adiabatic and one isothermal, and is linked to the transformation between austenite and martensite. So, when the elastocaloric materia is without added stress, is in austenite phase. When is acted stress greater than the saturation 1, if the transformation is adiabatic, the temperature of the elastocaloric material increases for the elastocaloric effect. On the opposite, when the transformation from austenite to martensite occurs. On the opposite, when the stress is released, the transformation from martensite to austenite occurs, and the temperature of the elastocaloric material decreases. It's possible the reference cycle for the elastocaloric, for developing elastocaloric devices is the active regenerative cycle, where the elastocaloric material has the double role of refrigerant and regenerating medium. And there is an auxiliary fluid that conveys the heat fluxes from anode to a cold heat exchanger. This cycle consists of 4 transformations: adiabatic cooling, heat transfer at constant stress; adiabatic unloading, heat transfer with no stress. As a result of the second transformation, there is a hot secondary fluid that can release heat in the hot heat exchanger. And as a result of the fourth transformation, there is a cold fluid that can be used to remove it in the cold heat exchanger. So, in this presentation, we report on the device that has been built at the University of Michigan based on the elastocaloric effect for the air conditioning. The type of motion of the device is rotative, and the type of loading is tension. The heat transfer fluid that we use is air, so avoiding the use of an additional heat exchanger, so the device can produce hot air or cold air that can be used for winter or summer conditioning of the device. So this is a picture of the device. I show you. The elastocaloric material has the shape of thin wires with a diameter of 0.5 millimeter and a length of 300 millimeter. There are 600 wires of elastocaloric material. The elastocaloric material is positioned along the section between 2 concentric cylinders shown in this picture. These are the air-inlet channel of air. The air-inlet channel and the air-inlet channel are 2 air-inlet channels because the device can be divided in a cold regenerator that produces cold air and a hot regenerator that produces hot air. The air meet the elastocaloric wires orthogonally, and this is the inlet channel of the cold regenerator, and the air is the outlet of the cold regenerator. On the opposite, here is the inlet of the cold regenerator and the air outlet. The tension mechanism is based, as can be shown here, on linear actuator connected to hydraulic pistons. There are 10 hydraulic pistons connected to 60 wires each. the pistons are connected together, so it is possible the work recovery. And this is a photo of the work recovery circuit of the prototype. And this is the branch where the caloric wires. The pistons are connected to two rotating discs, so the caloric material moves in circularly moves in the prototype in counter rotation with respect to the airflow. This is a section of the device, since this device is symmetrical respect to z direction. We can see that the inlet and outlet inclination, or inlet and outlet channel of airflow, the inclination has been obtained throughout thermodynamic optimization. And in this picture, we see the velocity field of the airflow. We can see the red arrow that represents the airflow that entering from one hot or cold or hot the regenerator exits from the nearest outlet. And so there is an undesired mixture of matter that perturbs the temperature profile of the airflow at the exit of the cold or hot regenerator. To avoid this, we have introduced obstacle in transition zone. This represented the cold regenerator, this represented the hot regenerator, and here we have positioned obstacle for the airflow. So, this is the two-dimensional model that we have developed to project the device. This model is possible to obtain the temperature, velocity, and pressure field in the airflow, and the temperature field in the elastocaloric material. This is the model is rotating, and this is the temperature field during the temperature field of the airflow during the rotation of the device. So now we show a set of numerical experiment tests to optimize the operating condition of the device. The material, the elastocaloric material, is a binary alloy nickel titanium that represents the benchmark of this technology. And we evaluate the performance of the device in heating mode. And we evaluate the temperature span of the device, the heating power of the device, and the coefficient of performance of the device, according to the following equations. And these are the results. We vary the air velocity and the signal frequency. And we report the results of the temperature of air temperature variation and the temperature span as a function of air velocity for the different signal frequency in each mode. We can see the best value of the temperature variation of air and the temperature span can be obtained with the lowest air velocity values and the lowest signal frequency of the device, and can approach 18 degrees the temperature variation of air and can approach 13 degrees the temperature span of the device. In this slide, I present the heating power and the coefficient of performance of the device. Values of the heating power approaching 1.5 kilowatt can be obtained at the highest value of the air velocity and highest value of the signal frequency. And we also report the coefficient of performance. The coefficient we can see that for each cycle frequency, the coefficient in performance first increases and then decreases at the fixed signal frequency. The best value of the coefficient of performance can be obtained at 6 meters per second air velocity and the best value approach 7.5. The 7.5. High velocity greater than 9 meters per second is not recommended because the pressure drops negatively affects the coefficient of performance of the device. So this the last we make also update analysis. There is the total equivalent warming impact index that represent the direct and indirect contribution to global warming. In this slide, we make a comparison between the results obtained from medical simulation and the results that can be obtained with a power compression heat pump. And we make a delta theory respect to power compression one. The green zone of the graphic represent the operating condition where the elastomeric prototype has a lower, significantly lower global warming effect, a lower thermal index respect to the power compression one. So, in conclusion, the results obtained from medical simulation are positive and encouraging. The maximum temperature span, 29.3 degrees, the maximum heating power approaching 1.5 kilowatt, corresponding to a specific heat power of reported in the slide, maximum COP of 7.5, and the elastomeric device can guarantee up to a 15% reduction of environmental impact, working with high velocity in the range between 6 and 8 meters per second, and a cycle frequency within 0.3, 0.5 Hz. And that's all. Thank you for your attention. Are there any questions?
Have you considered the potential applications of this device?
This device can be used for air conditioning because the temperature variation that can be obtained can be used only for air conditioning, for this kind of material, since for other application in the field of refrigeration, a greater temperature variation.
Thank you.
That gets us now again from the technical argumentation up to more governance topics. It's about this aspect of forward. So, roadmap, brief introduction. Why do I want to talk about this? What dimensions of openness are there? And then let's inspect those in turn. Then I want to add a business model perspective, and then wrap up. And by the time, I hope it has been controversial enough that we stimulate the rich discussion. So, what's my background? I've been working for 35 years now in small and large industry, in the software industry, with complex software development in all aspects, I've been in industry and academia, principal architect of 2 database systems. I'm active in standardization and charter member of the Open Source Geospatial Foundation, which I want to mention explicitly. I have experiences with discussions in both directions. This is what my collection is based on. Specifically, what we are doing these days is we are working on management and analytics, typical database tasks, but on data cubes. So on something that is multidimensional, like in space, latitude, longitude, paper depth, and time. So that could constitute, for example, a 4-dimensional data cube. But essentially it can be anything, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dimensions. And we have established an engine called Raster Manager, or Raster Data Manager, that does it. We have developed a query language, which meantime has become part of the ISO SQL standard as part 15 for multi-dimensional arrays. This is in practice, and so there's also discussion with customers and research industry agencies. Why am I using the word customers? Coming from university. Because we have a spin-off company and we employ a dual license model where we have a proprietary Rasterman Enterprise Edition, and from that, university has formed a Rasterman Community Edition, which is open source. So that is the background here, and as the topic is here AI, I just want to mention that one of our current research strands also is to include AI in several ways into this streaming processing on data cubes. I cannot go into much detail here, it's not the topic of the talk anyway, but you can have trained models as part of a database query, so a seamless integration on these big data analytics. Coming back to the topic. So, open what? Of course, we know open data, we know open source when it comes to software. But then, what about the services that are out there? And the one thing that is very dear to me is standards. So all of that I would like to bring together and put into relation. Good. Let's look at that. You see, I am speeding up a little bit, and I will have to skip several things due to time limitation here. Squeeze in. But we know that there is a lot of discussion out there. I'm sure you all have been confronted with that already. Hey, wait a moment, but not everybody is using open source software. Companies and others are willing to spend money for proprietary software. So there must be some value and there must be some pros and cons to be discussed. Actually, this discussion very often is very emotionally loaded, ranging from digital feudalism on the open source side versus software communism on the other side. So it can get very heated. And actually openness itself can mean many different things, what open source components also discuss. And so what about going back to software engineering, the art, no, the craftsmanship of building solid software? Okay. One thing is actually openness, you can discuss that on the level of what we like, but you can also discuss it on what helps, for example, towards a good user experience. Okay, now as a warm-up, open data. That's pretty much a no-brainer. We all know that data generation is an explicit effort. I mean, we all are somehow dealing with that, we know it's not easy. But it needs actually create some value that is there. Now what do we do with this fact? Sometimes we want these data to be available, for example, for societal reasons. So government needs for functioning specific data, like for example, accurate maps, accurate population statistics. And by the way, there is taxpayer funding. So maybe then society should get that. On the other hand, there are data to be withheld. There is intellectual property of companies. Young researchers should get some embargo period where they can evaluate their data themselves before publishing. Security, privacy, many issues. So actually, there's a coexistence with a borderline that is not always clear and that is moving, but in the end, open data is relatively clear. That gets more involved once we get to open source on software. Here we find lots of arguments floating around, like for example this distinction hardware versus software. I must say I never understood it. If you think about a software-defined radio, if the radio is in software, then it should be open source. If a radio is in hardware, it doesn't have to be open source. It performs exactly the same functionality. So from a user perspective, what's the difference? Well, people say hardware cannot be duplicated, software can. This is if you think about the device. This device here, of course, you cannot simply duplicate. But we are talking about the software source, so we also need to talk about the source of this one. And for example, a VLSI design, you can give to TSML on Taiwan, and they will happily produce the chip for you, and again, and again. So if you think about the sources can be reused in both cases. And okay, hardware will eventually break. My laptops do that occasionally. That happens, yes. Software not. Okay. What if you have a Windows executable and you want to run it on Linux? Tough luck. Oh, I'm sorry. What if you have Python 2 code that wants to run on Python 3 now? What if you have some dynamic libraries, operating system versus distributed network situations? There are so many things that erode over time. So actually, software definitely does not live eternally as such, if you have an executable. Then people say source code inspection. Everybody can look into the source code and can do quality checks. Can you really? PostgreSQL has 1.1 million lines of code. MariaDB 2.2 million lines of code. And they explicitly say, before you start doing anything here, please take a few months to get into that, understand how it works, understand how to submit a patch, and to contribute. So, typically, it's always a core team. In the case of PostgreSQL, the maximum was 21 at a given time. In MariaDB, it is about 40, up to 40. It's a core team working on the complex stuff. So, if we want to have source code inspection, yes, but only on simple systems. On complex code, no, it doesn't work. By the way, on the other side, from industry, you hear it is actually safer if we do not disclose our source code. This is a fallacy as well. I mean, in the times of good reverse engineering, you can find out how it works also from executable code. And by the way, security by obscurity is not exactly a good strategy. So on both sides, we find arguments which can be questioned. Then about intellectual property protection. Okay, taxpayer financing means taxpayer access. That's what we would like to have, obviously. And so many of the geodata are getting into open domain today. On the other hand, if I have own financing, I may also want to have ownership myself, which is in particular a reason for small companies, if they compete with large players, that easily can outperform them if they just get the idea. They need to protect their intellectual property to survive in the market. So there are reasons for both, and actually, just as a preliminary result, open actually is not a quality criterion for software as such, it's a business model. It's one way how we can advertise and sell, distribute, and support software. By the way, there is a European Union likes to do many laws. They are very good in doing many, many laws. And Cyber Resilience Act is one of the latest trials, which also contains liability of the software provider. If you sell software, you are reliable. Yes, sure, for commercial software, you know that because you have a contract. But what about open source software? So, of course, the open source lobbyists say, hey, wait a moment, you cannot take on responsibility for that, legal responsibility with paying, which makes sense, yes, but then who actually is liable? So, if my system breaks in the hospital and people die, what do we do here? And actually, there is a report by Synopsys from last year. They have looked into 1,700 code bases of open source stuff, and they did find lots of vulnerabilities. So this is not just a theoretical construct. Once again, no software is better or worse just because it's open source or proprietary. So, interesting questions, and I must say, I don't have a good answer to that myself. I don't know how to get out of that dilemma. Coming to the services, the new thing. Okay, wait a moment. All services should be freely accessible. So, my health data should be public? No. Monetization. So, we don't want to pay for Amazon any longer. Ask Amazon about that idea. And then, hey, wait a moment. Following the open source ID, I want to see the installation of that service so that I can trust it. I want to have root login on the server to check myself. What are the software methods used? Are they safe? Are they secure? Not really, right? Actually, what in practice happens is not the service as such is strict, but you get the interface. This you get described hopefully well, and then you use that. And that's enough for us. Let us take the example of the SQL database language. If I have an application running on top of SQL, which is strictly based on the standard, then I couldn't care less whether this is proprietary IBM DB2 or Oracle, or it's open source MySQL or PostgreSQL. It works because they have the same interface, and that's all I need to know. The standard says what the outcome of a query should be. Okay, I mentioned standards, and so I want to come to that one. Actually, a standard is a way to have a contractual basis because the user and the provider adhere to the same protocol. There can be a formal specification for data or API definitions for programs. Advantage of that is that this contract simplifies greatly. I don't need to know the internals. I just need to know the interface, the behavior. We call that the externally observable behavior. And actually, as a user, I can learn once and use many times. So my lessons in SQL are not so much lost, and I don't have a way to log in either by the standards. The provider can underneath modify a platform stack from Windows to Linux and back again. I couldn't care less. I want to use the service. Interesting example, NoSQL. There are no standards for NoSQL, and consequently, actually, if you have one system like Cassandra switching to MongoDB, or to SQL, etc., will mean very much of a rebuild of it. Which doesn't mean the systems are bad, it's just that you need to decide what you want. MongoDB is good, actually. Disadvantage? The good thing about standards is that we have so many of them. And this is also some jargon, but this is a separate discussion. Therefore, let me wrap up here. There are many more facets discussed in the paper. So, my point is, we don't need to make a decision up front. We don't need to have a dogma of just one model, which is not one model anyway, because there's a variety of mixed models, how open source is used, like for example, dual license models or whatever else. Okay, so why not accept the coexistence of those models, which also allow combination and decide best fit for particular situations. And once again, open source or not is not a quality criterion, it's a different dimension that talks about how do I want to deploy it, what is my own business model, and what are the other conditions coming in. The most important thing I find is rather than, from a user perspective, rather than talking about the source code, which anyway is not understood, not for really big systems with millions of lines of code, rather use standards, use clearly defined interfaces. That allows me to plug together everything and we get interoperability. That allows me cost savings because I can use the brains of my people who know SQL already, and I get member independence, which recognizes our stack a little bit more. Okay, and now, as I said, I hope I have been controversial enough to stimulate discussion. Thank you very much for bearing with me and not throwing tomatoes yet. Thank you. Yes, please.
Peter, thank you for your insightful presentation. I thought actually that openness is quite trivial, saying that I can use something without asking for a request, without having to pay something. Just a consideration. Your approach analyzes several aspects of openness. Perhaps data ownership could be a solution for your consideration, but I'm not sure. Have you thought of it? Data ownership, several levels.
Right. Definitely. I believe that would need to be worked out. In the past, that was binary. If I own it, I can do whatever. But actually, we want to give away rights selectively. We want to give away rights, that's the open form, but selectively, that's the interesting part. So, I believe there is still some framework to come where we can compare systematically and have something like a decision matrix where people say, this is how I want to offer and this is how I want to use. In practice, that happens. Software developers mix proprietary code and open source code freely. And as I said, I don't have conclusive answers to all of these aspects. I just wanted to contribute technically oriented aspect.
Okay, thank you.
Looking at the moderator. Thank you. Switching back. And thanks again for listening.
Thank you for this valuable device. Good morning, everybody. My name is Leonidas Anthopoulos. I know it's quite brief. And I'm here to give a presentation to you. Actually, let me describe in brief that I am a full professor at the University of Thessaloniki. This is located in the mainland of Greece. You should like to know. We got great stuff. And of course, far away from the city. However, we have interesting things to discuss, like these things about smartness, because we have one of the most famous Greek smart cities in the area. And this is actually one of the reasons that we have developed today's presentation. We're going to discuss data emulation, actually, and how we can deploy this method in real problems within cities. However, I have to acknowledge that this is a work in progress. It was a work in progress when we submitted the article. The article, and it is still work in progress today. But at least it is at a more mature level. I can show you some outcomes that have been discovered so far. So let's start that we have identified smart cities since the early 90s in order to deal with several challenges in the urban space, like dealing with the climate change, enhancing growth, enhanced living, and so forth. And so far, intelligence, data, and other emerging technologies have supported the governments to make more rapid decisions, discover problems, enhance the efficient response. But we want to highlight the fact that mainly these smart services deal with the effects of the problems. It's like when you have a pain and you take an aspirin to deal with the pain, and not with the source of the pain. And this is what really happens. We are using data to find, for instance, that we have gammas there, and we enhance the response of our fleets to them, to collect rapidly. But how we can eliminate waste, for instance, in this case? Why should we have this problem every day? This is actually the problem that we found. How we can discover the source of the problem and support governments to make the appropriate policy making to eliminate the problem. This is why we think that data triangulation could be useful, meaning combining data from different sources to discover what goes on. And we are working on this with the term of social city or people-centric city, which focuses on people needs, but in this case we have to see if this really happens. And what we do in our study is to use literature evidence to conceptualize the social city and apply our methodology in a real case, in a real smart city, and collect the evidence Okay, this is quite trivial. Smart city has been standardized in terms of definition. In general terms, it means innovation in the city based on the ICT to deal with different problems in 6 dimensions. The social city, on the other hand, has to do with people centricity, which means sustainability, inclusiveness, prosperity, and human rights for the benefit of all. This definition comes from the United Human Capital Action. Let's proceed in order to meet the time. As I told you, we are using 2 different methodologies. This is the case that we explored, which is a famous case where we tried to use sources from the public hospitals in order to identify accidents in the city and match with the complaints legislation to see, okay, the city does not know about the accidents, but it knows about the registered problems. What is going on, how they deal with them. Then we match whether it is mature enough with the ITU maturity level, and we design a balance scorecard in order to see if an existing strategy deals with people's needs, deals with accidents, and how it goes to plan against them. According to our literature review, which is still ongoing, as I told you, because we want to explore all the potential dimensions, these are the sources and the keywords that we use, we have come to close to the social city conceptualization because we identified the ingredients of social city, which is inclusiveness, openness, engagement, and empowerment, which means citizen participation, and of course crowdsourcing. These are primary primary elements of social city. This is the methodology, the triangulation that I showed, that I tried to explain before. And this is what we found. For instance, we collected this data from the hospital. These are paper-based information. This is paper-based information. And that's why we have several limitations. But we can see, for instance, that we have so many people falls. We have several accidents in bikes and car accidents. We also have motorbike accidents. Let me say that the case that we explored is a flat city. Itineraries are very simple, and people can walk, can use their bikes. So we can understand that accidents happen wherever people flow, actually. But we wanted to see if these accidents are random and caused by the people, or there are registered problems in the same places. And this is digital evidence coming from the complaints legislation services. And we had several matches. For instance, falls are based on registered broken pedestrian lanes, like the absence of signage, like potholes. So the government knew about the existence of these problems according to the legislation. But did it deal with them? Actually, according to the evidence, no. These are the identified locations of most of the accidents that took place. And we brought this evidence to the government in order to discuss it. Actually, first we used the maturity model to evaluate the maturity level of this smart city case, which is the Greek flagship. It's famous, it has delivered indeed several outcomes. But still it is at level 2, because they do many things. They try to align to the strategy, but they don't try to evaluate the outcomes of them. So this is according to the ITU how it evaluates maturity. So we presented the findings, and we proposed a balanced scorecard to them, explaining how the existing strategy, evaluated at maturity level 2, could comply with the accident. And we are at this stage with the local government in order to identify how we can match the priorities to the accidents and perhaps to other problems that we may have. These are some of the findings, because we identify the level of corresponding policies to deal with the real problems. So we are speaking about simplicity, we are speaking about engaging people, but we don't focus on the real problems. And several policies are needed in several dimensions, like development, social, environmental participation, which are mixed in this case, and they have to strengthen it. As I told you, we have some limitations. We didn't try several other repositories that might also provide badges. We cannot generalize the outcomes because this is a single case, but we wanted to test it at triangulation. And of course, we are thinking of how we can define an AI that can collect data from different resources and send alerts or provide with solutions to the government. This is actually the main outcome that will be generated from this study. And of course, large ensembles would be also useful. I think I'm in time, right?
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much.
You got a person there, you have any questions?
Yes, I would like to ask you, you, in your school, explored homomorphic encryption?
No, actually not.
Well, there are plenty of limitations as far as like the time involved in encrypting and processing this encrypted information, but I was wondering if maybe it was something that you're going to explore.
But thank you for mentioning it. I will write it down and of course come back to you for that case. According to your consideration, it will be useful in our case, right?
I've been working on a homomorphic encryption scheme that is, well, it does the computations in a classical space only with, let's say, instead of doing it in a complicated place, the encryption, you do it in a normal numerical space, only with large numbers. You can choose 256 bits or even larger, and perform the original operations there. Then the operations would be the operation is the key itself. Let's say when you operate these encrypted numbers, the operation simultaneously decrypts the results. And if you try to do any other operation with this with these encrypted inputs, you would get a large random number. So there's this merging of decryption and processing, which makes it quite time efficient. I was wondering if you can explore something with your work.
He's doing his own talking and taking away time from the other speakers.
Yeah, what's that?
I don't know if any of you works for the social aspects. I don't know if many complaints legislations, for instance, came after the accidents in order for people to cover the accident. This is some information which is missing. The hospital does not write down the exact time of the event. It only registers the entrance of the event. That's the time difference. Anyway, thank you everybody.
All right, thank you.
All right, I'm going to talk about sort of a data dredging paradox that I think has a good location for AI. And so I'm first talk about it's about coincidence, very rare matches, I think, right? And sort of very extremely rare coincidences, and I'm looking at the focus of this really birthday problem. And I'm going to give you some concrete examples and really sort of how people's logic sometimes is wrong, and then we're going to talk about the main focus here is something I've been working on, sort of a double birthday paradox that comes up when you're searching through data. So let me just sort of, many of you have heard probably of the birthday paradox, birthday problem, but let me give you a quick review that, if you have an N people in a room, right, the chance that two people share a birthday is 1 in 265. But what's interesting is that what makes birthday paradox sort of famous is that when you get to the number of 23 people in the room, the chance that two people share a birthday, probably almost not here, they start with none of the time, there's a 50% chance that two people share a birthday. Now, I'm kind of interested in, that's like 99% of the time you search for birthday paradox, and we talk about that. I'm kind of interested in what happens when N gets really, really large. When you get 60 people, you have 99.4% chance that two people share a birthday. When you get to 200, now, 200 is a little more than enough to cover half the days of the year. you get 99.9999999% chance. And like that's basically around 39. That's like you're winning a multi-million-dollar lottery 5 weeks in a row, game in the game in the game. Chance of 2 people not sharing a birthday in the room when you have roughly enough to cover half. It's kind of counterintuitive. And the reason is basically, let me just give you a quick intuition, is that if you have 180 people in a room to cover half the birthdays,
maybe not 2 people, but at least 2 people.
At least 2 people, yes, at least 2 people. And so one person walks in the room, it's like, it's like 50% chance they cover the next birthday. 180 is the second person, a 50% chance, 50 times 50 times 50. 2 to the power of 20 to go from 180 to 200 is about a million. A factor of a million from going to 1. So that's kind of the idea that every time somebody walks in the room, there's that 50% chance. So, of course, when you get to about 366, if there's no meat here, you've covered all the rest of it. Okay, so one of the problems though is sometimes when we look at rare events that we have, when we look at rare events, people sometimes misinterpret the way probability sometimes should be looked at. So for example, I'm going to use a concrete example. So there was this case that somebody in the UK had was cat burglar, and there was a DNA sample left. They climbed through a second-story window, left some DNA evidence, and there was a 1 in 37 million chance of a match. And the problem is that the suspect was 200 miles away and was severely disabled, couldn't walk. That didn't stop anybody from detaining the person for 8 months as they investigate. And the problem is that often we hear these big numbers and almost everybody says, well, if the DNA matches, it's a 1 in 37 million chance the person's innocent, whereas in reality, if the suspect is innocent, there's a 1 in 37 chance of a random match. Because we're talking about coincidences, we're talking about things where we solely find a match in a database without any hypothesis in advance. And those are two they're logical conflicts of those two statements, and yet people always kind of gear towards this one. So if you put this in context, if it's 1 in 37 million, that means that there's the chance of you expect that somebody else in the UK has the same DNA profile. So it's not 1 in 37 million. It's in fact you randomly search for it. It's 50-50. Was it this person or the other person? And the problem is that, from a psychological point of view, uniqueness plays a kind of role. But mathematically, it doesn't. If both of those people were in the same set and you found both matches, you think, oh, the person's maybe not guilty. But if it's outside of that set, you think, oh, well then the uniqueness plays a factor. Psychologically, you think, well, that's 1 in 37 million, right? Okay, so what I'm going to talk about, I'm going to sort of put birthday in context. My idea of a sort of a double birthday paradox in the sense of a lottery. Okay? So I'm going to take a 649 lottery, which we pick 6 numbers from 49. That has a chance of 1 in 14 million. It's a very common lottery format, that's why I'm using it. So imagine if you draw numbers week after week after week. You're playing the game, for 20 years, bi-weekly drawings. You still only have like a 1 in 6,700 chance you've ever won the lottery, right? And now, think of it from the perspective now of the lottery, in the sense that, well, the lottery, they're drawing numbers again and again and again, like once a week, or twice a week. Now, the fact is that from your chance of winning the lottery is small, but the lottery choosing the same number twice over a few decades is actually not that rare. The chance that here's where the double birthday paradox comes in, is that if you have multiple lotteries all have the same format, you're comparing the numbers, the chance of finding collisions would be actually very likely. So here's a table, it's very hard to see in the small screen, but here are 12 lotteries of the 649 variety, and these are all the numbers that appeared across these lotteries, that there are matches between them. So for example, there's one case here of one lottery drawing the same numbers, not the same week, but within 10 years apart, but over a 20-year period, let's say, they've drawn the same numbers twice in that lottery. And these are all matches between different lotteries that have the same format, right? So if you had bought a lottery ticket for every one of these lotteries, for every one of these drawings, you would have maybe a 1 in 1,000 chance of ever having won something. And yet, here we have 42 examples of collisions, right? And so this is like the first level of the birthday paradox as well. The same lottery drew the numbers twice. That happens. And then here you have all these collisions because you're searching through sets of data sets as opposed to just one set. And so let's make this the time. So here, oh, that's not yeah, okay, so let me look at it from where it starts to, like, we can always analyze, like, lotteries, you can analyze, the probabilities are well known. So here's where things start getting difficult, is when you start to attribute the source of the collision. So, for example, imagine you have a story where you're sitting down, you hear a story from your friend, they sat down on a plane, had a long plane ride with a friend, and they found, oh, the person sat beside me had the same last name as me. And they had, their mother had the same last name as, my mother's maiden name match, and my birthday match, my mother's birthday match, their mother, you just, wow, that's like 1 in 274, 1 in 274 billion coincidence. But maybe it's not, because the thing is, you don't hear the story after, post facto, you don't hear this. What was all the 1,000 other topics you talked about on flight, right? Those don't sort of factor into the calculation because you don't know, they're not remarkable. And so this comes down to the sort of devil's birthday paradox from the AI agent point of view, is that when you have some, you ask something, okay, find me something remarkable, right? And it finds this remarkable pattern. And the thing is, it goes, wow, I found these 4 characteristics between these 2 people and they match. That's like, when they're 1 in 1,000 each, that's 1 in a trillion. That's like winning the lottery twice in a row. And yet, it doesn't come back and say, well, I really searched through thousands of things of data and found these 4 coincidences. And the fact is, 1,000, how many ways do you choose 4 from 1,000? Well, it's 41 trillion of those. You see that different. And so the thing is, we don't really know you just find the fact at the end of the day of some extraordinary coincidence, right? That you ask, a question finds you remarkable. So, oh wow, we had this person who was this violent bank robber, and somebody else sat beside them on the plane, and they drove by the bank at the same day, and their cell phone pinged off the tower, and $771 was stolen, and that person. It's very hard to unravel that probability. You say, well, what was the likelihood of that event? Tell me, well, 1 in 100 trillion. That person's obviously guilty, right? Whereas what we have some results, basically to show that these probabilities grow exponentially, right? So we do have an analytical result that, basically, for example, if you have n people in a room, or n people, and you have C characteristics, and each has like 1 in a T probability matching, then if you're only searching a subset of those, we can sort of find out explicit formulas for what's the match probability. And that's very hard to calculate computationally, but we also find good approximations for it that are relatively easy to compute. And like I said, the one thing that's uniqueness sometimes plays a factor, I think, in psychology. The fact that if you only find like 10 matches for a suspect, you think, well, that's not that rare. But if you find the one unique thing, so here, that would be the other one that I showed you here was, at least 2 people matching. Here is exactly what 2 people match. So you can find out, you can write down equations for that in this sort of double paradox model, that there's exactly 1 match. And then you really, that's sort of very hard to unravel that, right? Post your fact, right? So that's the analytic result. We have I did some Monte Carlo experiment. So let me explain this. Imagine you have a group of 1,000 people, right? And you take 2 people and you say, let's match them. What's one coincidence that's like 1 in a trillion? Like 1 in a trillion is roughly winning the lottery twice in a row. You think that's a pretty remarkable thing, right? So let's say you match them on, say, 4 characteristics. Each has a probability of 1 in 1,000. So it's 1 in a trillion they match. So how many characteristics would you need to get a almost certain, a guaranteed 100% match, right? Well, with the regular birthday paradox, if you take 2 individuals and they have 1 in a trillion chance, the chance that if there's 1,000 people, then that reduces that to 1 in a million. Right? Still like winning the lottery, right? And so, but the number of characteristics we're searching grows, we only have to get to around like 12 or 13, and then we're already at basically 100%. And it is like 99.99, so the 39s, right? Those are sort of absolute, almost certainty you'll find a coincidental match. Now, if you're not told in which you were searching through 20, 30, whatever sets of data, and you just kind of come with the result that, hey, we found these two individuals, 1 in a trillion, right? Because we only have the 4 characteristics. So I think that we're increasingly seeing more and more automated tools to search through data, and so we do get these, and I think that we, you know, and the normal data searches we do have, and some of these are being used in like criminal things, like for example, facial recognition, where you just take a large crowd of people, and you take a large crowd of data, and you're sort of matching people up, and just sort of, and when people find facial recognition, there's examples in where people have found been matched by facial recognition, and the police officers are like, wow, this person looks nothing like this person, but they still arrest, like, you still arrest them else for women's problem, right? But, you know, the birthday paradox in itself already has, you know, the potential to create extraordinary coincidence. But I think that what hasn't been explored in the literature has been that the idea of this, you know, double birthday paradox, when you have these sort of large sets, an unknown number of sets you're trawling through, and you really have no idea what you're searching for, and you get a result from that, right? And that's about 22 what I'm working on here. And so I think that the problem is it's done in this unsupervised way where you can't necessarily reconstruct what was searched, or what, you know, then you might end up with very, you know, very hard to unravel conclusions that, you know, somebody like, oh, well, you can come up with an idea that there's a 1 in 100 trillion chance that you're guilty of something, and yet just by, you know, some algorithm, right? So I mean, it's so this is sort of you know, this sort of exploratory work in that sense of looking at what we can do. I mean, some of the stuff we can come up with, like if there's multiple matches, you can come up with some sort of model, like, you know, play with, where you can come up with some sort of statistic and say, oh, then maybe there is this problem with this birthday pair. But if you end up with like unique match, like I said in that example, then it's very hard to sort of come up with the idea of what are the real probabilities there. So that's kind of the end of that. So.
Thank you very much. Any question for him? Okay.
I wonder if you considered the applications in the area of health. So, for example, number of disease markers that might predict probability of getting a disease.
Well, one of the things I was thinking about applications that I was thinking about it is that I know there's a lot of people, you always get these disease clusters, right? So, and you know, there are tools out there statisticians have for figuring out, you know, whether that cluster is real or not. But the one thing I've noticed, not just being, I'm not an expert in this area, I'm searching through the papers, I don't really see that sometimes they're searching kind of like for any disease. And so that becomes kind of, that's where the double kind of birthday paradox comes in the sense that instead of having, let's say, one disease and you find something, you're searching for a certain type of cancer, and you find, there's a cluster here. Well, maybe if you're just searching for all diseases, and then you say, there's a certain type of cluster of cancer, and then you kind of work back the probabilities on that. You're forgetting the fact that you just searched through 1,000 different potential diseases. You know what I'm saying? So that's not where that double layer comes in, the double birthday paradox. And I don't see, when I read the papers, and I scan some in the literature, I don't see people kind of breaking it down that that's a problem, that you're trolling through a number of diseases, and not just like clusters where you run into collisions, right?
So we're even calculating you know, the probability of finding an organ donor within a population and stuff like that.
Yeah, so I'm interested in helping that.
Thank you very much. Right, Garrison, feel free to use a few minutes for our cancer help. My name is Moses, from the University of Glasgow, California, in the UK, also primarily cybersecurity and networks. I'm going to present the topic, an exploration of shared qualification for malware analysis. Yeah, many of us know what malware is forever. We talk about malware about any tool developed with malicious intent. And this tool are being designed to function different ways and different functionalities. And they exist in different types of viruses, forms, and malware tools. Just an introduction. Malware has been impact on a lot of companies. Like for many of you that were aware of the case in 2017 where a ransomware called WannaCry affected, I think, about 150 countries and I think 300,000 machines were impacted. Also, there was a recent case where an attack on US in the west of Scotland, where hackers were able to penetrate into its and later demanded a ransomware which amounted to about £4,500. That's actually a ridiculous amount of money. Now, doesn't mean that there are no systems in place to check all of this, and this is where we are going to look at. Now, when we talk about malware analysis, we are basically talking about different ways by which we can detect this malware. And in this presentation, I focused basically on 3 dimensions of why should we analyze malware. So the first dimension is a general perspective where we want to find out the damage or damages that these software will cause to the system. How can you identify these softwares? How can they take advantage of the vulnerabilities? That's the weaknesses that exist either on the computers or on the network, among others. The second dimension of why should we analyze malware, we're talking about the business perspective of it, talking about the damages and the impact these softwares will cause on the target when exploited, and how long have they been there? Have they been connected remotely, or have they been on the system for a long time? We're talking about the application mechanism, we're talking about the approach or the means through which they will move from one system to another, or it will affect the system from either remotely or installed. And the last dimension is the technical aspect of it, where we focus on how can we identify these malicious activities. Now, we understand that there are different methodologies out there by which you use to analyze or detect malicious application. Either you go by static analysis, where you are basically not executing the application, but you are looking at the features, you are looking at the overview, the appearance of the code. You will also go by the dynamic analysis, where you are actually running this code or executing this code to see how it behaves. And then you will also combine the code technology, that is the dynamic and static approach. You will also go by reverse engineering and all of that. Now, there are a lot of systems in place, but why do we want to analyze malware based on shared code execution? Now, shared code execution, basically, this is a process or a methodology where different instances of malware, they use the same code or they use the same functionalities. So you will have a malicious application, or you will have 3 different or 4 or multiple instances where different malware samples are using the same functionality or the same code to carry out an operation. Now, I've already talked about the traditional approach that is already in existence, either dynamic, static, or either manual analysis of malware to identify small functionalities. But the major limitations that we find or see in the existing technologies or methods, one, the malware, the volume by which malware is being created is becoming so much that some of these tools find it very difficult to detect. That is one. And most of the existing tools are on rule-based or signature-based approach, which means they can only exist, they can only detect malware with a known signature. So if, for instance, a sample has been identified today, and then the signature of that sample is being recorded to the database, if a new one comes out tomorrow, definitely some of the tools, no matter how powerful they are, if they don't identify the pattern or they don't have the signature captured in the database, they may produce like a false negative result. Right. Now, another limitation is the fact that most of the existing tools are based on the basic analysis or the detection on the pattern, looking at the tactics and the motivation behind the creation of that software. But some of them, they do not pay attention to how those software actually connect, either using different approaches like network traffic, among others. In our approach, we use an isolated environment called NetLab, which is the software we have in the university, or often we have in the university for analyzing malware. So we're able to now create different machines where we obtain our samples. Now, we're now creating an algorithm basically focused on how we could identify samples that connect remotely with a system using things like socket among others. We really think about the methodology in our paper because of our time. Now, these are some of the key findings that we have discovered, and one of it is that we've seen instances where multiple samples were able to use same functionalities, but then in most cases, if we look at this variable, we will see that in their mode of operation, they will actually hide their sizes, so it's actually very difficult to actually identify that this is what the application is actually doing. But we're able to now find out that we will analyze the entry point, which is basically the time the malware was created and the time it was executed. We're able to find that most of these are more were operating on the same time of entry. Now, what does that tell us? In as much as some of the samples were using an encoding function basically to hide their instances or hide the message by which they were carrying, we're able to discover that some of those malware functions are actually, they belong to certain families, and we're able to classify them based on their pattern. Now, what is the impact, or what are the impacts of our findings? One of the impacts is that we were able to classify our findings into three major questions. And the first question was, how does shared code execution impact the analysis of malware or malware analysis? And we're able to say that during our analysis, we're able to reveal that some of these functionalities, they belong to the same family, and we were able to carry out the same functionalities, right? Now, we're also able to understand that some of them may have the same attack pattern, right? In as much as their execution pattern was hidden using the result encoding that was identified during the process. Then secondly, another finding was classified, and well, how can analysis leverage on code execution for threat intelligence? Now we're able to also discover that in as much as the threat landscape is actually increasing and diversifying, we're able to identify that some of these are families of which use the same pattern in their execution. We're able to capture, and that by capturing their functionalities, they're capturing and presenting the fact that they have the same common functionalities in their execution, or actually in detecting the presence of the system. And then what role does shared code execution play in attribution during malware analysis? Now, we're able to identify that some of these functionalities are actually very, very important. Like when you're looking at some of the libraries, I won't go into all of those course of our time. But we are looking at some of the libraries that some of those applications use. You discover that they use a very common library, which is a switch key, which I won't go into all of those details for now. Now, when we are able to identify some patterns of malware or some malware from a particular family, they follow a particular pattern. In as much as they may not be able to have all the same signature captured in the database, will actually help in the detection process. Now, what are the challenges associated with our research? One of the challenges is when you are actually analyzing malware based on shared code execution, you present these privacy issues. Now, if you look at the first screenshot here, this is where all the code was obfuscated using the Zoa encoding. So literally from there, you will not see anything about the content of what was going on. But then after analysis, you can see that a lot of emails were being exposed from here, right? And we know that emails are part of personal, they are part of personal information, right? So if, for instance, you are being presented with a sample of malware and you are to go by shared code the probability of having sensitive information released out there is very, very important. All right, and then another challenge, in as much as we're able to overcome we're able to see certain information like, SOA encoding, we're able to see the content of what was being communicated remotely. We have issue with dynamic code generation during the analysis process, which we are working on to see how to improve. Okay. And then another implementation of our basically we use network traffic as data set. That's for the malware basically using a network traffic. So we could test it on all that malicious application using different services. The conclusion of our research, we found that basically in as much as there are different protection approaches there using deep learning among others, most of these approaches they focus basically on the signature, the pattern among others, but most of them they don't care to look into details where malware use sample. Now, in the issue of polymorphism, where you will see instances where a single sample will change its pattern after execution. Sometimes it's actually very, very difficult to detect that even with deep learning technologies that are in place. So when you go by shared code execution to analyze actually the pattern they are using, okay, if you have sample A, sample B, or has A, has B, and has C, and are using the same functionalities or are using the same code to actually accuse that these are actually samples from a particular family, and that can actually get during the detection techniques. In the future, we want to leverage on long short-term memory algorithm to see how we could optimize shared code execution of and actually put it into actual implementation. Right, thank you. Any question before we go on the short break? Because I was told to break.
Thank you for this interesting talk. I really was listening eagerly. That is something that assumes, I believe, CPU model, instruction model, so that the AI gets trained on execution patterns. Question, can this be extended in a way that you could also deal with firmware manipulation? So can the model be extended so that also firmware manipulation can be detected?
Yeah, so we understand that, like, let me take you back to the first instance I gave when I ran somewhere. Now, ransomware, the one I was able to actually take advantage of the outdated operating systems and the Windows, but then we understand the issue in legacy software where a lot of organizations want to there's a limitation on updating those legacy software which are basically using big organizations. So in the framework, what we're actually trying to achieve is that in as much as AI, deep learning are actually there to focus on detect the software, most of them they basically base their detection on the pattern, right? The pattern, the signatures, among other features. But some of them, they don't actually focus on looking at the commonality that exists between some of these malicious applications. Now, if for instance you have instance A and instance B, sample of malware, and instance A execute, after this assumes that the first instance is actually polymorphic malware, right? Or metamorphic malware, these are sophisticated samples of malware. So in some instances, some of these softwares may not be able to detect, because after execution, they may change into a different code. But if you're able to actually check and analyze the source code and try to detect if there is anything in common, maybe the binaries or the libraries, the procedures that were used commonly by those software, you can actually be able to detect if there's something.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions before we go to the break? No question? So before we go for the break, just I have some certificate here. Stuart? Oh, thank you. Bruno? The second presenter? Okay. All right, yeah. Peter? Let's see. Antropoulos? Margaret? All right, so let's head to the
Homomorphic encryption basically allows you to operate on information. So traditionally, if you want to operate encrypted information, you first encrypt it and then separate it. And with homomorphic encryption, switch it. So you first operate and then you decrypt. We have yes, so I'm thinking I'm developing a method which has for certain operations, not for any kind of operation, but in some instances you can design the operation as in a way that the information that's encrypted, when you operate it, it simultaneously decrypts. Now, there's another possibility, as you mentioned, but this is not possible. This is not possible of eliminating the encryption with the operation. We have this, the third party, which is able to guarantee both parties have efficiency and security privacy. I wanted to maybe share with you, well, my talk isn't exactly on this topic, the homomorphic encryption. It's going to be on this next session in robotics and
Ok, questo poggia.
it's but the same mathematical methods that I used for the design of this architecture of an anode, this same mathematical concepts also helped with the encryption, the homomorphic encryption scheme that I mentioned.
Could be applicable in our cases. Did you manage to write down my email address and send me an email with your connection?
I did not, but I would love to, if you have a card, and then I would like to
Normally I have,
offer
but
you my information and a bit of an overview, you know, and it's more of a business proposal. Yes.
and you're
Juan, yes, correct.
your name is Juan?
Juan Ramirez, correct.
Excellent. Okay, Juan.
And
I
so,
will follow up. Does email directed to you?
yes,
Does it connect to you?
this is my personal, correct, yes.
Excellent.
And if you have, maybe your business card.
Let me check. Normally I have,
I'll
but
just write it down.
I just,
Here.
you can scan it.
Yes.
Let me open my digital version because I changed my backpack
Or I
And
could
I
just,
forgot that.
if you know, by memory, I could just write.
Let me just open this card for you. And all the information is here.
Oh, great, thank you. I can take a picture if you like.
Yes. There you are.
Thank you.
Apologize for this inconvenience. I always have my business cards, but it was a change. Okay.
I
One, it was
appreciate
a
it.
pleasure,
It's a
and we
great
will
pleasure.
stay connected. About we are designing a central point, something like a hub that plays this trusted third-party role where these extra services could be launched and enabled your encryption methodology. Let's see, why not?
I have a web page where I'm going to, I'm preparing a simulation for this specific example of the bank loans. I mentioned it briefly here.
Okay.
The web page is not ready yet. It will be in shortly, within the next month or two. We're going to try to program a simulation where the users can see the security and they can also see the efficiency, time efficiency of this system. And no,
Where are you located? Where is your country?
Mexico.
In Mexico.
Yes,
Good.
I would like to write it down maybe for you here, this webpage, because it's still not
There.
available to public. I mean, it's
Yes,
available,
please,
I'm
do
just
so.
not, yet, it's still being under construction.
Yes, I understand.
And the domain is W.
Where in Mexico, actually?
I am from the city of Guadalajara. It's close
Oh, really?
to Puerto Vallarta.
I've been in Guadalajara
Oh,
in 2015.
2015.
It was an IEEE Smart City Conference there, and I had the opportunity to see the city.
Oh, did I?
There's another event in I cannot remember the name of the city. But
Close by?
it's close to the Mexico City, Querétaro.
Querétaro. Yes.
Querétaro, yes.
Oh, so you've been to Mexico a few times.
Maybe it will happen in March. In such case, I will email you if it will be convenient for you.
Yes.
But in any case, we will stay connected, okay?
Perfect.
Thank
It
you
was
for-
great talking to
Thank
you.
you for this introduction. It was my pleasure too.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, let's security.
Jesus. Where's the water bottle? Okay. But it feels so good now. You want water?
I'm not much of a reader, you know, it's like.
I'm completely opposite. I don't in this weather, if you don't, it's Sweden, probably 2 liters per day. Or more.
The guy can
Tell us to know. It's a great one.
What's the next session, Chair?
I don't know. We are
You're the
present.
presenter.
Yeah.
You managed to copy the files?
No, I cannot copy files, so I'm gonna use my laptop, of course.
But then you need the converter. No? Do you have the converter?
I think you
I
can
have
check.
converter. It's HDMI.
It's HDMI.
Yeah, I have the HDMI port.
Give me.
Oh, you have HDMI port.
I'll let this file. I know.
In any case, I was at the.
If needed, we have converter. If needed,
I think
Always come.
did you buy my IT discussion converter?
Yeah. Why
The one that they send by default is ugly. That's such a shit. They one. Okay, it's working.
Of course, you are to do this. I don't know.
What did you expect? When someone doesn't. Ta-da!
I'm using when you are in the.
How do you say when you are in the?
Only for a HG, like graduated,
part of examination committee?
graduated exam.
Part of examination, the PhD examination committee part of. Or PhD examination committee of.
No, yeah, that's like a technical one.
Okay, PhD examination committees. It's good to keep this track.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm doing.
Oh, I cannot use this. So yes, that's a few minutes. These guys are 1 hour late, not half an hour late.
And then maybe we were just like, because it's nearly an hour and okay, by 15 past 12 minutes and you were inside, it's like this.
Okay, so this is the AC that is freaking messing with me. And suddenly started sneezing.
So 11:45 plus 30, yeah, it was supposed to start 5 minutes ago.
15 minutes ago. Oh, okay, wait, the clock is wrong.
think okay, this is not good. This sort of this here is not good. It's going to be yeah, now my 47, 69. Now I know exactly what conversion data I'm getting because now the payment is stable. So it's 2100 divided by 16. Yeah, one is 0.81. That's it. Kind of.
Emails and answers taken based on the participants. Using the numbers. Check with them, so it's okay, but just leave the or if
I give my user for
I use the Can I just copy your
Those because Puzzle wasn't there.
Alright.
So no problem. Everyone's watching. Some specific location or just in this one?
That's fine. Next slide. Then you have your answer.
Hello. I don't know if we can begin in the session. You have to change. We can ask someone, okay?
We don't have a chair for this session?
Huh? Yeah, I have the chair.
Okay.
Because I can begin, but all the people, all the presenters charge the...
Yes.
I'm gonna use my.
Okay, we
my
can...
presenter.
Okay.
So we have three of us. We have
Okay.
three presenters.
We can. Okay, we can. Okay, I am Mariana Greco from the University of Naples and I am the chair of this session. The time scheduled for each presentation is 15 minutes with the questions. So please respect the time. The first presentation is a real-time PTV system implementation on multi-SOC architecture accelerated by OpenSierra, and the presenter is Ran Duo.
Hello everyone, my name is Ran Duo from Global Consultant at the University of Italy in Nice, France. And my topic today is real-time PTV system implementation on multi-SOC architecture accelerated by OpenSierra. Here is the outline of my presentation. At first, I will give a brief introduction of the PTV system, and I will show the positioning model, the multi-SOC implementation, and the local experimentation results. And at last, I will give the conclusion and perspective. In our project steps appears before and the well-being of building improvements. From the environmental protection, is 90% of our lives are stepping stones. However, there are 2 to 5 types of improvements. Indoor poor attitude on the level of 5 environmental risks to public health. And the environment predicts that 81% of people are at risk of respiratory or metabological conditions due to poor attitude. Common pollutants are well known such as indoor air pollutants, air mosquitoes, carbon dioxide, environmental natural smoke, virus, bacteria, and viruses. Those pollutants cause poor attitude, which seriously links to our lives, such as building syndrome, higher stress levels, and cognitive abilities. So, how could we measure the total air quality? In fact, the three-dimensional tracking velocity accuracy system becomes a critical issue in measuring discrete particle trajectories and velocities in one space volume. Such a system can create a visual model to restore the movement of particles in the air, which is an essential part in terms of intelligent building. Besides, it also has numerous applications in the environment, energy, the aviation industry, and so on. Finally, it can also be applied to prevent the airborne diseases such as COVID. The objectives of a real-time PTV system include the high volume tracking and the performance. A maximum of vehicles can be tracked in a fast-paced environment. And with the performance of 30%, the significance of objectives enhance spatial contributing to a deeper understanding of field dynamics in the environment. This line shows the main principle of the PQV system. At first, it detects vehicles in each way and calculates vehicle coordinates by rapid area method. So, higher resolution cameras are necessary to get a more precise result. Then, temporal tracking describes the result of vehicle trajectories on successive two-dimensional image depths. And the stereo melting is the spatial melting method, aiming to match the trajectories captured by different cameras placed in different positions. At last, 3D reconstruction deals with the calculation of the real-world coordinates from mutual view of a trajectory point. Embedded applications can be identified and classified based on several levels of the description, such as the control dominated part and the dynamic stream processing. The control dominated part can be expressed using sync chart model. This model is inherited from the state chart model and outputs. In the sync chart version of the PQV system, each user operating mode can be considered as a number state. The transitions are demonstrated such as, for example, the request start element from the user can give a report to cue the configuration process and active the measurement state. If there is an abnormal situation such as the one or two cameras are broken, the internal control system can inside the real-time environment service can perform downgrade execution and output the corresponding result in months. The data flow model facilitates the representation of functional description of unpreceded constraints to accurately depict the data movement between different components. So, designers specify the data transfer during one process from the input to output. Here is the data flow model of the real-time measurement service and highlights the vehicle detection actor inside. So the real-time measurement service is following the principle, including vehicle detection, temporal tracking, swift matching, and reconstruction. This model divides a complex system into sub-processes, and by mixing the data flow model and the sync model, we can get a better description of services functional decomposition and intelligent instrument operating model. In light of the Mannian performance criteria, the system on chip stock FPGA board are the choices for the development of the embedded PQV system. The left side shows the red platform for the PQV system, including three standard stock FPGA X3 ports and bandmaster board. And each 3 ports connect to a camera. The particle detection part is accelerated by taking advantage of FPGA technology on the 3 ports. And the master port performs the remaining process and for the global user input. The right side shows the OpenCL platform for particle detection on 3 ports. This board contains both the ARM CPU and the FPGA devices. So the OpenCL host runs on the HPS, the ARM CPU, and the kernel code runs on the FPGA. Following the above data flow model, each kernel can be considered as an actor for the specific functionality, and the vitals are formed as channels for data transfer and control storage. The periodical detection system experiment set up with 3 microcontrollers that has 2048 by 2048 cells, and the particle displacement speed is about 3 to 6 centimeters per second. The helium-filled narrow beryllium bubbles are the solutions of particles. These bubbles has 1 to 4 millimeters diameters and have a lifespan of 1 to 2 minutes. And 3 lights operate to illuminate the bubbles to be better captured by the cameras with the reflections on the bubbles. And the right side shows the experimental results, 2-dimensional trajectories on each camera plane and the 3D of the real world. Here is the timeline of the PQA acquisition and processing. And we can see the for the particle detection, we have 4 kernels accelerated on FPGA. The subtraction and segmentation takes about 38 milliseconds, and the region detection and centroid kernels takes about 69 milliseconds. The execution of temporal tracking takes about 125 milliseconds, and the facial matching takes about 110 milliseconds. The execution time of region detection is less than 10 milliseconds, which can be considered as inconsequential regarding the computational performance. And in terms of accuracy, this performance is sufficient for the unified read 3 to 6 centimeters per second. In conclusion, we introduced a model-driven methodology for defining and implementing a complex PQA system. And we introduced a system-level application model using sync charts and diagrams in the data flow diagram. The next step, the second step is verifying the OpenCL description against the application model during the simulation phase. And at last, multi-soft architecture are constructed for the implementation of the real-time TV system. The future work will concentrate on planting this model on a more advanced platform, such as the Intel Synchron 10 FPGA board, which has more computational elements and with a considerable cost sense. Thanks for listening.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. Is there any questions?
Thank you for an interesting presentation. So I'm a little bit confused about the terminology that you use for experiments. You say real-time experimentation. What do you mean by that? Do you mean that you use experiments to run a real-time application, or you use experiments to run an application by monitoring it in real time?
Sorry.
So what do you mean by real-time experimentation?
It's the real-time bubbles generation, and the cameras takes the bubbles and the real-time acquisition and the real-time processing, and we can see the 3D reconstruction model on the screen to real-time display the bubbles movement.
What would be the contrary, like non-real-time experimentation? Can you give an example?
Not real-time.
Yeah, you say real-time experimentation, non-real-time experimentation. What would that mean? So in my understanding, it is an experiment done on either real-time application or an application that is being monitored in real time. So it's one of these two. Real-time experimentation, I think it doesn't exist, this term, in my understanding, coming from real-time systems. We can talk about
Okay, other questions? Okay, thank you. The second presentation is evolution of an automotive modeling language for enhanced support of diverse network interface controllers. And the presenter is Alessio Bucaioli.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Yeah, so I'm Alessio Bucaioli, and I am associate professor at Maranatha University in Sweden. And today I'm going to present this work that I did with my colleague Sad about modeling languages for automotive systems. So just a bit of background, I guess we all know that cars vehicles in general have been transitioning from being mechanical intensive systems to towards software intensive. So we have software that basically is managing all the functionalities or most of the functionality of the car. So we experience clearly a complexity increase of this software, so from a functional point of view, but also from, let's say, non-functional aspects. So because the software is controlling most of the function, including core driving functions such as RTEC or ABS and so on, we started to have more and more quality requirements, for instance, about performance or real-time requirements, but also about safety. So we have a lot of standards that play a role in the development of this kind of software system. So we had increasing complexity from a functional perspective, but also from, let's say, other aspects. And in the last decades, both researchers and practitioners have started to investigate the adoption of different paradigms to the development of this software system, such as model-driven development or model-based development or whatever other terms you may have heard. So I'm not going to go into the details of this, let's say, paradigms, but the general idea is that you abstract the development and automate the development as well. You do this by using model automation for the automation, and for the abstraction part, you use modeling languages. So there are sort of more high-level languages that we can use for describing the software. The structure would be from both a functional and non-functional point of view. So these in the slides are example. I don't know if any of you works in the automotive domain, but a well-known example of languages that are used from industry and also receive a lot of contribution from the academic work as well. So in this specific talk, we will look at Robust, so one of this language, and the work that I am presenting focuses on extending this language for supporting basically, we will see the different communication protocols. Just wanted to give you like a big background on Robust. It's not very complex language, although it has some peculiarities, of course. The most important thing that or concept that I will use in this talk today are the concepts related to the hardware modeling, platform modeling, so that within Robust we can model explicitly in terms of basically nodes, cores, partition, and so on and so forth, and also network that connects these nodes, which are somehow sometimes called ECU for those of you again working with the automotive field. And another part of the language is focused on allowing us to model the software systems and the functionality, and we do this using these blocks over here, the structure, which are called software circuits. These are the basic software elements. They can have the data ports for exchanging data, also control ports for basically initiating the execution of the software block. So here, these are the data and these are the control ports. Of course, there is also another element here that is quite important, that is a software circuit can be, let's say, activated by a predecessor or preceding software circuit, or can be activated periodically. So in this case, this element here And the semantic associated with this element is that whenever the software circuit is executed, so either from a predecessor or periodically, it reads all the data that are provided in the input ports, execute the behavior, and produce a certain output. And if needs to trigger another software circuit, proceed with this with this check extension. So we will see in a few slides what we focus essentially, but I just wanted to highlight that the contribution is that we extended this language from with basically some elements, but also with a bit of semantics, so that we can support the use of different network interface controller and the message, reverse message receiving policies. And so the problem. So essentially, if we try to visualize a distributed application, and I try to make a very simple case. So a distributed application would be some software residing in these nodes physically, and some other node residing in this other, some other software residing in these other nodes. And these nodes are, connected by a network, which can be canlı or Ethernet or other. So before this extension, basically there was no semantic associated to these elements over here that are let's say the points where the information are exchanged within the network. So essentially we couldn't specify the semantic, and this was started to become a problem because some of the customers using this language, such as structure equipment or the ASIC, started to basically experiment with different policies. So for instance, here you could have a polling policy or an interrupt policy. So what it means is to have a polling policy, basically, let's say in this case, this software circuit is executed each 60 milliseconds, I think. So whenever this is executed, it will read the data that is provided in this input port, and we will have there a sort of a queue, so that's fine. But if we have an interrupt, it means that whenever this data is sent and travels along the network, this software circuit will receive an interrupt, and then we need to trigger the execution independently from the, let's say, clock or periodic activation of the software. This kind of semantic was not included in this language, because this language before was thought to be very pragmatic and like air practitioner in essentially modeling only what they need, and hence before there was no need, but now there is a need. And this problem over here basically also, from a practical point of view, impedes the timing verification of the software system that you model. So as a solution, or as an initial solution, of course, we didn't do all the steps, but what we did is that we started to work on extending the language, as I said, from a structural point of view, but also semantic point of view. Essentially, these are the three areas where we work. Right now, I won't go into the details of each and every step, but just to understand a little bit. So the first one is we extended the language from a structural point of view, so provided new modeling elements, or extended the current modeling elements with the additional properties. This is the case when we extended the current element with this, this basically property that refers to the policy, and you can see is either modeling interrupt or both. Then we also added a new element which we call the interrupt activation, and this is basically the concrete syntax of the element taken by the tool that supports the language. And essentially, this element again is an activation. Represent an activation possibility for a software circuit, and of course it comes with, let's say, period, but basically a timestamp, which also refers to the minimal interrupt time, which means that the interrupts cannot arrive earlier than 30 milliseconds, essentially. So then, on top of this structural, let's say,
extension, we also added some constraints. These constraints, I mean, in the paper we provided let's say, the definition of the constraint mathematically. Here I opted for more textual description, but again, in the tool that is supporting the language, these are simply realized as a logic constraints over the software application that you are modeling. So the first constraint is that simply we want to ensure that if here you select holding as a policy, then you don't have you don't use any interrupt activation element. This is constraint, the second constraint, which we call minimum interarrival time constraint, simply stated as I told you before, or checks, as I told you before, then interrupts don't arrive early, in this case of 30 seconds. And the last constraints extend basically is the orchestration constraints that takes care of merging or orchestrating, let's say, the activation of these of software cycles as in this case that may have different activation elements, let's say. So you have a periodic activation plus a interrupt. So then in the paper we also show a small use case to basically in a way discuss the feasibility and the applicability of the extension, but here I didn't put the use case in the presentation due to the time limit, but you can, if you are interested, check the paper. As let's say, discussion and also looking at future works, the main thing that I would like to mention for the discussion is that although in the paper we work with a specific modeling language, those extensions are basically applicable and generalizable to most of the modeling languages that are used in the modeling domain. This because basically most of the semantic, especially timing semantic, is shared among these languages. And of course, regarding the outlook, what we have to do next, besides refining this extension in the actual tool, because the tool that supports this language again is being used and is, by the way, ISO 26262 certified. But most importantly, we need to develop new timing analysis, or well, not new timing analysis, but just the timing analysis, current timing analysis to support this extension, such that we can get whether or not the software application that we are modeling is predictable from a timing perspective, from a performance. So this was everything for my presentation. I hope I managed to be done. Thank you.
Have you any questions? Okay, thank you.
Yes, and I'm sorry, but I will be staying here again.
Okay.
Because I need to present another paper, so you have to be with me for another minutes. Anyhow, I'm not the author of this paper, so the author is Federico Ciccozzi, which again is a associate professor at my same institution, and he couldn't travel, so he asked me to present. I will try my best, but okay, it's not exactly my same field, so if you have specific questions, please email me. I will try to do my best. So the idea of first of all, this paper is about a work in progress that relates to a project that is a research project that is currently running and will be running for the next couple of years. So the idea is that we experience that nowadays most of the innovation in different domains basically depends on the use of very powerful computer, and for instance, if you think about the medical domain, most of the screening, let's say, or even predictions that we can do nowadays are related to the fact that they're a very powerful machine where we can run a lot of computation essentially. But in order to access these very powerful, let's say, resources, scientists in general need to write their software such that this software can actually run in this or can make the most out of this very powerful platform, which most of the time then will be heterogeneous, highly parallelized, and this and that. So, however, most of the scientists that need to deal with this problem, they are not software engineering or skilled programmers, so oftentimes they are faced with the problem of not knowing how to write exactly this, let's say, the code that will help them to reach their problem. So this is just an example. Here, don't ask me about the detail, but what I understand is sometimes you can have an heterogeneous, for instance, architecture, like in this case, and here you have several problems. First of all, as you see, it's very technical, so you should be able to write 3 different languages, but also, if you are able, again, you still need to program in a very specific way. So, for instance, you program FPGA in a way that is very different from normal multi-core CPU. Okay, so you need to take in mind this factor. So the idea or the goal of the research project that Federico is running is that, okay, what if we can help scientists in writing this software in a way that is agnostic of the platform, okay? So, yeah, okay, the goal is democratizing the engineering of hardware software to grant scientists this, let's say, unprecedented power. How do we arrive there? This is the part that I can talk the most because it's my same area, but anyhow, the idea is to use again model-driven engineering. So essentially to use abstraction, again using modeling languages, and then using model transformation to generate automatically code that is tailored for a specific basically platform. Specifically, he envisioned 2 main components, which is, of course, a language that he called parallel L, and this language, essentially is an abstraction of a programming languages that then will be compiled from this paracompiler, and as I said, by means of model transformation, you will get, as much as let's say, an ad hoc code to be, or software to be run in that specific, let's say, platform. So the part from a, let's say, technical point of view, parallel L, and will have the, let's say, or will provide this kind of modeling, so structure, of course, to describe the software from an architecture point of view, with a stress, with a focus on encapsulation and self-containment. Functional modeling for, of course, describing the behavior, the parallel, and then the allocation, let's say, that help you to, again, allocate essentially the software to the available hardware. So these are some of the features that have been foreseen, and some of these are being implemented or have been implemented already, and some are being implemented as we speak. And this is an example of how it will look like. So it's still a little bit technical, but less technical than the previous one. And again, here the main advantage is that if we think about the example that I showed at the beginning, you will only write this, and then you will get the 3 different codes, let's say, for free using a model transformation. The project and the approach also is heavily rooted on the concept of blended modeling, which essentially is the, within MD we refer to the ability of modeling the same information in different, using different syntax. Here we have, for instance, a tree-based view. Here we have like a more text-based, and here you have a view. But all of this representation, basically, they they model the same information, they model the same thing. The only thing is that some people would be more comfortable working on some, let's say, notation, some other in other. The idea is that whatever notation you would work on, it would be synchronized, it would be basically merged. And then, of course, you have the parallel paracompile that is the core of this let's say approach. And the main let's say task of the paracompiler is to it generates, of course, executable code. Here also there are a few examples of the feature that the compiler may have with respect to task parallelization. For instance, when you allocate on separate cores in CPU, but also when you use different CPU or GPU. And in the case of point should less show the picture. So from an implementation point of view, the whole idea is based on Eclipse modeling framework. I'm not sure if you know, but anyhow, it's sort of one of the de facto open source tool in the modeling community, and not only in the modeling community. And then with the text, the textual syntax is provided by Express. That is also very much known in the modeling community. And then, as I said, we will have model transformation, and also this is the approach for compilation that is planning to use. About the related work, you can just focus on the summary. Essentially, there are no similar works which try to democratize, so increase the abstraction level of the task that Federico is trying to address within his project. And for the outlook, as I said, this is part of an ongoing research project that we're running for other 2 or 3 years. So these are the first step, but of course there is a long way to go, and they're especially now working with a PhD student on building the model analyzer, optimizer, and compiler. So as I said, I will try to answer the questions, but I'm not sure I can.
If you have any question, you can send a mail to Professor Cicozzi. Okay, thank you for your presentation.
I think it's related to the topic you mentioned, so modeling. What abstraction there is appropriate?
What do you mean with the abstraction?
So you said, the way it works is collaborative software.
Thank you.
Whichever of the abstractions
I'm not sure what you refer, but the language that is provided is considered as a domain-specific language, so I'm in a model. So, yeah. So it's a level 2 on the stuff of model technology. That's
Okay, this is the certificate of participation for you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. So the next presentation is jitter analysis framework for controller area network in vehicular embedded system, and presents Professor Saad Mubin.
Thank you for the introduction. Hello everyone. Yes, as Chair mentioned, I'm going to talk about a very long title, jitter analysis framework for controller area network in vehicular embedded systems. I'm Saad Mubin. I'm a professor in computer science at Mälardalen University in Sweden. The work is done together with the one that presented earlier, Alessio Bucarioni, associate professor at the same university. And we have also 2 colleagues, Sisi and Sandra, who are with Global Construction Equipment, who provided the use case from the industrial side and so on. So let me try to break it down, the title for you. So starting bottom up, so what vehicular embedded systems are, and then controller area network, and finally to the jitter analysis framework. So, if you look at today's modern car, there are more than 2,000 software functions in a modern car. And software function, I mean, for instance, lane keeping system is one function. Adaptive cruise control functionality is one function, and so on. Automatic parking system, and so on. And all these functions are realized by millions of lines of code. So, for instance, back in 2016, already 7 years ago, Ford showcased their car, F-150, and that had 150 million lines of code. And many other vehicle manufacturers had in the range of, say, 100 million lines of code over the cars. And back in 2019, Jaguar and Land Rover, they claimed that there will be billion lines of code in the autonomous cars which should be coming in the future. Probably not. Well, when we look at this huge amount of software, it's not just in one computer, it's distributed in multiple onboard computers, which are so-called ECUs, electronic control units, and they are connected by 5 or different more types of in-vehicle networks. For instance, controller area network that we are going to talk about today. Then we also have different versions of Ethernet, AVD, real-time Ethernet, and so on. There is FlexRay and some other local area networks as well. So, as I said, millions of lines of code are deployed on up to 100 of these boxes, which are embedded computers, and there could be more than 50,000 messages ongoing in between all those onboard computers. And we can have 5 or more different types of networks. So let me now focus on the control area network, which is one of the vehicle networks that I talked about. So control area network, or classical CAN, is a ISO standard. It has future generations, CAN-FE, which came in. So classical CAN was constructed back in 1992, and then it became industry standard and has been used in the automotive industry till today. Back in 2014-ish, there was another standard, CAN database, and then now there's an upcoming standard, CAN XL. Some specifications are still it's not standardized. So talking about classical CAN, which is the focus of one of the most widely used networks in automotive systems today. It supports 1 megabits of speeds per second, which is not so much, but if you think about control messages, if there's an impact, there's a crash, then some signals need to be transmitted to open the airbag and so on. So these signals are small signals which are enough to carry in such small speeds, and also with low data rates. According to CIA, this is not from the movies, it's CAN automation. Billions of CAN controllers have been sold, and approximately 80% of these are used in vehicle automation. So that's the motivation. But they also use them in the medical equipment and so on. If you look at a modern truck, by Volvo trucks, for example, they have more than 20 of these CAN networks. So as I said, there are 5 different types of networks in an automotive system. But if you look at one of these networks, there are 20 or more CAN messages in a truck, and there are more than 6,000 CAN messages that are just communicated. And there are many high-level protocols for CAN, for instance, for the military land systems. So when there's one standard protocol, CAN open, chain 1939, and so on. Even AutoSAR, which was related to the previous slide, the previous presentations. Right, having said that, when CAN is employed in a vehicular system, there are certain requirements, because as I mentioned, like if in the case of crash, the airbag must be inflated within, let's say, 18 milliseconds. So there are some timing requirements. So the systems that employ controller area network, they are real-time systems, which means that whenever something happens, it must produce a response within certain amount of timing sprint or a deadline. That's called response time. And this response time must be within a window. For instance, minimum response time, let's say it's here, maximum response time, it must be here. So this variation is called response time jitter, and that is the focus of this paper. That this must stay within some timing requirements for the system to be timing predictable, according to John's calculation, a famous professor in this series. So how do we verify this? There are a bunch of timing analysis techniques that are developed for CAN systems. So analysis for CAN, mathematical analysis for CAN, was developed by Tyndall from the University of York back in 1994. Then it went straight to the industrial tools. So, and Volvo cars was the first one to use that analysis. Then later on, Davis et al. Revised this analysis in 2007. I'm just not showing you all the mathematics, just what was done in by which author wrote. And then this analysis was actually extended for offset-based analysis, like how can you schedule CAN messages with offsets? Or how can you consider the practical limitations in the CAN controller? So there's one analysis that you sit in the university and develop for ideal conditions.
But when you go into the automotive domain, you see, oh, there are CAN controllers or processors which have some specific properties. You need to take care of them. So there were some many analysis which took care of those properties with mix analysis and so on. So our group got quite a lot heavily in this domain. So the work that this paper uses is the consolidated work over here. Right, so I will not bore you with the mathematics. I will just jump into you have to trust me about the mathematical analysis, otherwise you have to read the paper. Now going back to the jitter analysis framework, which is the main contribution of this paper. So what does this framework consider as input? Is the software architecture and system architecture of the CAN-based vehicular system. For instance, some of the figures shown in the previous presentations, they are equally applicable. You just take in the software architecture and you want to analyze it. Then you would like to extract some structural and timing information from the CAN-based system to perform the timing analysis that I mentioned earlier on. And that is the pre-runtime analysis. It is the worst case analysis that is done at the design time. So I'm designing by writing and dropping some boxes, the software architecture, and I'm doing the analysis. My system is not ready yet, so this is the pre-runtime analysis. But I can also do the post-runtime analysis when the system is deployed in a real vehicle, and then I check the traces of all the executions, I extract them, and then I do the post-runtime analysis. So the pre-runtime analysis that we do in this framework is done by an industrial commercial tool suite, which is used in the automotive industry for more than 30 years, robust. We also did the same experiments with an open source freely available tool, academic tool, FKS10. We got the same results. For the post-runtime analysis, it is unfortunate because we cannot use any open source tool because we have to go to BMW or Volvo. Okay, please run this machine and give us traces so that we can analyze them. Right? So, and then they are done using the Canalizer tool, which is developed by Vector. Getting all these requirements, we perform a comparative evaluation of the jitter to provide design guidelines to the designers to better develop their systems, or if some jitter requirements are not met, then we provide guidelines. So we provide feedback, the whole framework provides feedback on the evaluation of jitter, how the jitter can be mitigated, and also how the design decisions in the actual software architecture can be refined. As a future work, we also propose a machine learning component that gets also all this information, and it also gets data from the previous releases of the machines or vehicles, and based on this learned data, it provides better guidelines for mitigation of jitter. But that's a future work. So as a proof of concept, we utilize this framework on a real industrial use case by Volvo that is used in the wheel loaders like this. I'm showing the part of the use case. There are 11 ECUs of onboard computers. There are 3 different canvases: green domain, red domain, and blue domain. And there are total 61 CAN messages that are being transmitted among those. So for example, message M1, M1 stands for the highest priority, 61 stands for the lowest priority. The highest priority message has a data size of 8. It has a period of 1000 milliseconds every second it is transmitted. It is sent by ECU1 from blue domain to ECU9 to green domain. And then we are interested in its response time and also response time jitter, which should be within limits. Showing you the results now, we have along the horizontal axis all the messages from M1 to M61. And along the vertical axis, we have the response time jitter of each and every message. We have 2 curves, orange and blue. So orange shows for pre-runtime analysis at the design time. Blue shows post-runtime analysis when we have actually gotten the traces from the vehicle manufacturer. So as we see, post-runtime analysis, the response time jitter is slowly increasing for all messages, but we see big changes with the pre-runtime analysis. So what does it mean? Actually, we found a very nice implication from this experiment. I can give you some very pedagogical example. Imagine that we are 30 people in this room. We went for a coffee break and now we want to enter. So the worst case analysis that I'm doing, if you consider that all 30 of people will be at the door and have to come in. So there will be a queue, there will be delays. So it will always assume that. But in reality, it didn't happen. I came, for instance,
first in the room, and then you, and then 5 minutes everybody else comes. So the worst case did not happen and does not happen, and this is what is perceived by the designers as well as the academics, that the worst case might not happen. But actually what we see here is, if you look at message 1, 2, 3, and these messages, and this message, those messages actually received their worst case jitter when they were executed, the machine was executed. So in other words, although for some messages the pre-runtime analysis gives you a lot overestimated or pessimistic results, but you must live with them because some messages can actually get their worst case jitter. That's one of the findings that from this work. So let me summarize. So we proposed a jitter analysis framework as a proof of concept. We implemented it on an industrial use case. We used industrial tools such as Canalizer and Reverse. We also used an academic tool like PSCAN. So the framework provides different levels of guidelines to the designer. For example, transforming chains to event atomic chains. So for instance, if jitter requirements are not met, then how the software chains are developed. They are analyzed. If it event chains, then event chains have more jitter, then fixed or data chains. Recommendations are made on that. Or if it is possible to redesign the system, then multiple priorities can be assigned, different priorities can be assigned to different messages. And then also recommendations can be given based on the practical limitations on the actual controllers, like priority versus FIFO queues or different types of buffers and limitations. As a future work, as I mentioned earlier on, we would like to work on this ML component that can actually provide guidelines for jitter mitigation by learning from the previous releases of the vehicles and architectures. So thank you very much. If you have any questions.
Are there any questions? Okay. No? Okay, thank you. This is your certificate.
Thank you.
And the next presentation is simple and linear fast adder of multiple inputs and implementation in compute in memory architecture. And the presenter is Professor Andres.
Should I eject this one or just connect this? Connect.
Okay.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to be here with you. I would like to talk about a very basic solution, a mathematical solution for some of the current problems with computer architecture, specifically in tackling the problems of efficiency and efficiency and performance in in adders. And well, this is one of the main problems with computer architecture is the von Neumann bottleneck, which we see that the majority of the energy that is consumed in processing in the CPU, arithmetic processing, is due to the von Neumann architecture. And well, one of the solutions that has been proposed is compute in memory. But one of the difficulties with compute in memory is that it's very difficult to reconcile in the same space the geometry of memory, which is a very simple square architecture, as opposed to the architecture of arithmetic units, which is a very complicated circuitry. So right there is difficult to place in the same space a memory and a arithmetic circuit. So one of the things that we can do to solve this is to go back to the origins of this problem, which is how we define numbers and how we operate them. This is a problem also foundational to mathematics. The representation of numbers is thought to be, or is the general consensus in mathematics is that numbers, we don't really study numbers in terms of what they are as objects. We rather study them in terms of the relationships between numbers. So we don't really care what object the number 0 is. We just care that it's an object smaller than other natural numbers, etc. So we define numbers traditionally in terms of the relations between numbers. But we don't really pay attention to what object these are. So Benesarov has this identification problem whereby he says we usually define numbers as sets, but there are infinitely many ways of defining natural numbers as sets. And this is an argument for saying, well, maybe numbers are not sets. These are very philosophical questions that have not yet been settled as to what is the best way to define number systems, numerical systems, and how to provide all the construction, the proofs of the relations between these numbers, these objects. But Hilbert also thought of the problem in terms of we can also decide what is the best mathematical construction, not only in terms of what objects they are, but also in terms of proofs. So if we have simpler proofs, we're going to be able to decide which mathematical theory is better than the other. So I would like to talk about this. I'm not going to be get into a lot into the philosophical aspects of this. But once we attack this problem of trying to settle what is a number and what's the best way of operating these, we're going to see how we can also build a simple and linear circuit for addition, which is important because arithmetic circuits are very complicated. When we try to scale, adding bits is going to complicate the circuit more and more every time we add a bit. So it's not scalable circuitry, what we have. So we know that mathematics is basically behind all of the methods that we use in computer science. So that's why the idea is to go back to the origins of this problem. And the way in which we are able to define the numbers, how they are operated, is to operate numbers instead of sequences. We treat numbers in terms of sets. The problem with using numbers for operation in terms of sequences is that there's a carryover delay. When we try to add the numbers, we have to first add from right to left, right? So there's this propagation delay because we're treating numbers as sequences, but treating numbers as sets, we're going to see we can define a simple and transparent construction of natural numbers that can be extended to real numbers. And we're going to see how this method is translated to a simple and linear circuit that can do the operations of addition, and then that circuit can be extended to a rectangular grid that will also be able to do addition of multiple inputs. And these circuits are going to be scalable. Their depth is constant, and we're going to see some of the benefits from this. So we start with what is called diagonal coding, which is how we represent numbers in terms of binary. If we want to write a number as powers of 2, well, we can treat it as a set, which includes the numbers that appear in the powers of 2. So for example, the number 7, well, it will be the number 0, it will be the set which contains 0, 1, and 2, being that 7 is 2 to the 0, plus 2 to the 1, plus 2 squared. So this is just a regular binary representation, but instead of treating the addition in terms of sequences, we're going to treat it in terms of sets. And the way we do this is we're going to reorganize the terms of both numbers. So we're going to take into account which powers of 2 are repeated and which powers of 2 are not repeated. So these are elementary set operations. Which ones are do not repeat would be the symmetric difference of the two sets, and which powers are repeated would be the intersection. So all we're going to do is rearrange. If we want to add A and B, we're going to place on one side the powers that are not repeated, and on the other side we're going to place the powers that are repeated. And we know that when we add two powers of 2 that are repeated, let's say 2 to the n plus 2 to the n plus 1. So we can graphically see if we want to do an addition in terms of sets operations, we have a finite state machine whereby we take the first 2 columns, these are our first inputs, A and B. So we're going to form 2 new sets. Taking symmetric difference here on the left column, is going to be the new column. So we see that here level 3 and 4 are not repeated, they appear only once. So that's our symmetric difference in this new column. And we see that level 0, 1, and 2 are both repeated. So what we mentioned, 2 to the n plus 2 to the n is 2 to the n plus 1. We would just displace the intersection 1 unit up. And if we iterate this, here we see 1, 2, and 4 appear only once. So that's the new symmetric difference. And level 3 is repeated, so that would be displaced 1 level up. And if we continue this in a finite number of iterations, we're going to have the intersection to be empty, which is going to stabilize our system. We will consequently be getting the same new outputs. So the system will stabilize in our solution. We see that also this can be taken to negative levels, so we can do approximations of real numbers with this method. And we're going to see how this algorithm, this finite state machine, can be translated into a circuit, which will not have, for example, some of the problems that other fast adders have. As I mentioned before, when we have, with some of the parallel and fast adders that we currently have, these designs, when you try to add a bit of input, it will make the area of the circuit larger, and the complexity also increases dramatically. Material costs, gate depth, these are all problems with parallel and fast adders. So our solution is to have, we're going to have our columns of, our 2 columns are going to be here saving our data inputs. We're going to have these bits. These are going to be our left column, where we wrote the intersection, the symmetric difference. And down here, we're going to have the bits that are going to be receiving the intersection, the bits that are repeated. So we have, the intersection is going to be given by the AND gates, and the symmetric difference is given by the XOR gates. So we really just need, per bit of addition, we just need a half adder and 2 bits, 2 memory bits. And so we're going to be simulating what we just did over here. So we're going to simulate it with this architecture. As I mentioned, the intersection is going to be calculated in each bit by the AND gates, and the symmetric difference is going to be calculated by the XOR gates. Now the XOR gates, they would stay in their same, the symmetric difference, they would stay in its same level. But when we had an intersection, it would be displaced 1 level up. So that's why we have this bit shift in the AND gates. It would go to the next bit. And the XOR gates, they would just return to that same significant place. Now, to avoid any type of error by feedback, we would obviously have to have these memory registers. They would have to be double edge triggered. So we will read on the rising edge, and then we will write on the down edge. And so this is obviously scalable. If we want to add bits and do an addition of n plus 1 bits, we would just have to add a subunit on the end, instead of having this circuitry increase in area and complexity. Now, how do we do addition of multiple inputs? Well, there's a method that generalizes this method of adding 2 inputs. What we're going to do is we're going to count how many 1s we have in each row. And then we're going to do a displacement upwards of these numbers. So, for example, here we have three 1s. Now, we can represent this with a 1 here. And what we're going to do is we're going to reduce this number of columns. We're going to reduce it by counting how many 1s we have in each one, and then we're going to place them diagonally so that there's no interference between the number of here and the number of 1s here. An example, we said the first column had 3, so we're going to write the number 3 here, going from down upwards. We're going to write in the next. Here we can see that we have 5 number 1s, 5. So we're going to write, in the next column up, we're going to write the binary representation of 5, which here we have 2 to the 0 plus 2 to the squared. So this is not going to generate any interference between the count in one row and the next. But we see here, for example, here we have 5 1s, but these are all right, they're going to be worth times 2, 2 times more than the ones down here. So that's why we do this as displacement up, when we're going to write how many 5s we have in the second column. And if we continue in this way, we're going to get these new 4 columns. So we reduced 8 columns to now 4. And if we iterate this, the same method, we're going to...
Professor,
yes.
Only 1 minute left.
Okay.
Yes.
We're going to have this reduced to 3 columns, and we can continue reducing columns until we have only 2 columns. Now, the way we can model this, this finite state machine is by, here we're going to have adders, like the one we had, and we're going to count in each row how many 1s we have. And these connections are going to be the connections that send the bits to their respective diagonal. And well, this is scalable also to matrix multiplication. And the reason why we have computed memory is because we have the same architecture, the same basic diagonal part of the same rectangular grid for the arithmetic unit as well as the memory. So this will give us the compute in memory benefits, and it will also be a simple adder with several benefits over other adders. I thank you for your time, and if there is any questions or if there's any interest, I have a business model overview of the implementations of these mathematical methods. There's more than this. We can also work with homomorphic encryption and other solutions. I thank you for your time, and I apologize for I will have copies back here. If anyone would like.
Are there any questions?
Yeah, next question.
Yes, there is a question for you.
Yes.
Yes.
Question.
Yes, of course.
The next presentation. Okay, thank you. On the precision of a single receiver ultra-wide band tracking using combined distance of angle and angle of arrival measurement. The presenter is Professor Tessa Tai.
Thank you. So welcome from my side. We're going to launch. I'm trying to make this hands-on, practical as I can to keep you orderly. I've been supervising this work, so the main author is like Fernand, and I'm professor of
systems engineer at NXP. So basically, we set out in our project Drones for Bats to solve that problem. We have a drone, it needs to land and charge. So in order to land, well, we need of course precision landing because it needs to position itself nicely on these charging pads. The same problem we had with the robot, we wanted it to follow. So basically there are lots of solutions already, but the problem here in this use case is, well, this drone is supposed to find bats, so it needs to play at night. So first of all, we can't position ourselves using a camera and stuff. Further, because it's a drone and we want as much flight time as we can get, we want to have a low power consumption. So we can't use LiDAR or anything for positioning or ranging because the LiDAR takes too much energy. Yeah, some of the use cases are ignored, so we can't just use GNSS or any other GPS signal. And we want it simple and robust and cheap as possible, of course. So IMUs would be a solution probably, but they tend to have a drift. So basically the situation calls for ultra-wideband. And ultra-wideband sensors have received quite a bit of research in the past years. But yeah, probably this is because it is, as the name says, basically an ultra-wideband signal. So the frequency band is like 500 megahertz bandwidth, which relates in the time domain to a very short impulse. So that means we have a nanoseconds impulse which travels, we send it out from a sender. And picture this, I mean, if we know exactly when we send it out and it comes back, it will be, by the time of flight, we can easily calculate the distance, and there's not much obstruction, so this is quite a good technology. And usually this is the way it's used. So we have this ultra-wideband sensor, and if we want to know precise distance from where we are, for example, this mobile phone, usually there is this time difference of arrival method. So we have several receivers here, and the smartphone with ultra-wideband sensor sends out a link, and these four would receive the signal, and of course the signal travels with a different time to each of these anchors, basically by synchronizing that we would know, like, okay, we can trilaterate and find out where is the device. This is well explored, it's nice, but it's a bit of software and hardware, it takes a bit of an effort because we actually need to know very precisely where the sensor is, and we need to make sure that this is correct and so on. So the question, this is how it was used, for example, in research. So there you see a mobile robot, and it has those four anchors, and that's the initiator, also they call it tag here. And this would send the information, and yeah, you can see probably there are these little connectors to make sure those tags they can sync up. These systems exist. They achieve like positioning accuracy of 2 to 50 centimeters, so quite okay-ish. 50 would be maybe too much for our drone, but 2 would be fine. But as I said, it's a bit of complex for hardware, software, and there's always synchronization which needs to go on. So it needs to be very well established and calibrated. And maybe also in some output environments might not be so useful. So research has been calling for use single anchor ultra-wideband sensors. So that's what they suggest. So that's what we will be using. The problem with a single anchor is we need a different method to find out the distance between the two, well, the initiator and the anchor. So this method, for example, here is called two-way double-sided ranging. So the signal is sent out, we have a time of flight, the receiver has some processing time, sends back the signal, and then we send it double. So that's the two double-sided ranging, just in case there are some referencing errors between the clocks. This will make up for it because it cancels each other out. So that's a nice existing method. Now we know the distance, which is great. So this initiator, that's the goal. And the problem is, well, it could be anywhere. So just using two-way double-sided ranging for precise positioning is still not enough. We just know the distance. But now we need to reduce it and also know the angle for which direction the signal is coming from. And then we can better position ourselves in a relative way. So we need another technology, and what we use here is the phase difference of arrival. It means we do have actually two antennas very close to each other. So during the distance measurement, both would respond, and they would respond with a little phase difference. So through the phase difference, we can evaluate where the what was the angle of arrival. So that's the way to really have a quite well established and quite precise ranging and positioning. So, as I said, there is the single anchor. It's kind of a newish technology for at the time we did this research. And there was another, basically there were some studies that they found, the accuracy can be like about 20 centimeters, which is, for a drone, still not enough. There's not so much evidence actually on this combination of two-way double-sided ranging with angle of arrival yet in the literature. Instead, what the researchers did, where they used this single anchor ultra-wideband system, and they combined it, for example, with an IMU or with computer vision and so on. So lots of different other sensor fusion stuff. But they didn't really compare it yet to single anchor with PDOA. So that's what we are trying. So we are trying to check for the standalone receiver can actually outperform a multi-receiver system. And what we did is we recreated an experiment which was done for a multi-anchor system. So it was just a robot driving around a course, and we had two tests. Basically, we took the initiator and just walked along the route, and in here was the receiver. Then, as a second test, we placed the receiver at certain points and then let it stand for about 40 seconds to get at least 1,000 measurements for the distance. So in the evaluation, we evaluated the first problem graphically and the second with statistical measurements and calculations. So that was the results. So the walking test shows we have actually quite a nice graph, so just graphical evaluation goes through it. We use the data for calibrating. Back here we can see actually the ground was slanting and we could not compensate for it. So that's something to be done in the future. Then the measurement of the at least 1,000 points. The red little circles here, they show where we expect the signal to be according to the data sheet. And the blue little dots show the measured positions, like 1,000 points. And what we can see here is that the blue dot is always a little bit to the right. So actually there's a static offset. So our calibration wasn't so good. Actually this 10 centimeters we could have done better and just done on compensation. And that's a bit of zooming in into one point here. So the red circumferences from the data sheet, what we expect, that was the real position. And these were measurements, and here's this average position, which we calculated. As I said, you can see here it's 0.12 meters from the goal, but we have this static offset of 0.1 meter. So basically, 2 centimeters from the goal, which isn't too bad if we compensate for this 10 centimeters. There were, of course, those 20 test points, so we did this analysis and we found that for the relative precision, the distance error of about 40 centimeters, lower than 40 centimeters, and an angle error. I wonder, maybe I forgot a zero actually, because and an angle error of 0.3. So I think it's missing a zero because we actually did much better than the data sheet. And we did much better than the data was multi-receiver data, an experiment that we were comparing to. So as a conclusion, what we did was we checked for single ultra-wideband receiver precision with a joint angle of arrival and two-way double-sided ranging, which was sparse in literature. And we found that this chipset that we have been testing is technically viable to use in mobile robots, for example, and of course also in a drone. There are some limitations because we didn't really do a formal proof like, okay, this is statistically valid, we just assumed, okay, 1,000 data points good enough. One could do some further tests here on the data. As you've seen, the drone was slanted, we didn't have vertical compensation, so there is a third antenna, and so we could do another AOA to compensate for that as well. What to do in future? Well, that was an outdoor test, there wasn't much reflection, so it would be good to replicate that inside, because indoors you have reflections and obstructions like walls, so to see how the sensor performs inside. And of course, this observer was static now, so it would be of course useful to put it on a robot, so to say, and really do a real-world tracking, because if the receiver is vibrating and also moving, there might be differences as well. Of course, we've done that, so you can find the video probably on the internet, and if you have more questions, please check the NXP website. They have lots of material, and there's a LinkedIn channel where I provide lots of videos. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions?
Yeah. Do you consider doing simulations in noisy environments, for example? And second question, I'm just wondering how do you do the sampling? Because if you are using a normal ADC converter and you have nanosecond impulse, isn't it too expensive for a low cost?
Yeah, and that's actually a question which is interesting. You're right, but this is something goes to the technical sensor. This is something I can answer. Sorry for that.
Okay, thank you.
And you're right. Going to noise environments is not the next step.
Other questions? Okay, thank you. This is your certificate. And the last presentation is gradient control of a group of robots based on probabilistic functional and active interference. And the presenter is Professor Karkishan.
And as you can see from the title, I will speak about robots. That's why I would like to start with two very simple and more suitable definitions. Group is a collection of a team of robots divided into collective goals. And what is group control robots? It is a machine learning automated of cooperated actions for a group of autonomous robots. The most common task For instance, in such case, is to move, firstly to move to a given location of a group of robots, and then to complete the assigned task that displays. Sometimes I will call this task as a mission for the group of robots. While we finish this process, there was a requirement of safety. The requirement of safety is based on the fact that the robots encounter obstacles on their way, and these obstacles can be either static, or dynamic. And in this case, as usual, the development of the task is required. And the most difficult case when the group of robots use autonomous, they use function in dynamic and non-deterministic situations, especially use of layers for if their positions to obstacles. In such a case, referrals should be given for algorithms that can fend off the effects of unexpected random factors. And it's obvious that it is impossible to calculate such control in advance. That's why we should talk not about the optimal control of group of robots, but about expedient one. And this approach, this idea significantly changes the general approach to the group control of robots. To construct or talk about expedient behavior, now approaches based on the idea of so-called artificial potential fields are used. Unlike classical methods, the path in classical, where the path in classical methods is calculated based on more or less accurate information about the external environment, with the methods based on potential fields, the trajectory of movement of robots is slowly and adjusted, taking into account what is happening just in the immediate vicinity of the robot. What is the essence of artificial potential fields? I'm so sorry if it's well-known things, but nevertheless I want to say some words about the idea of this method. A robot moves in some scalar or vector field that is specified in the growth space of each function. And robots move along the lines of this field. And with this, the obstacles in the growth space creates a repulsive forces, and the attractive force is created by a target. Maybe sometimes, I speak here about one target, but it can be considered like a many targets. It is many targets. In this case, while the robot is considered as a point moving under the influence of these forces, created by targeted obstacles. When the final duration of movement of the robot is determined by a resulting force acting complete by movement. There are not the only way how to define, how to determine this field. There are many different approaches, but as a rule, these approaches differ by the method of defining the potential field. And however, potential field have disadvantage. Sometimes occurs a lot of minima. In the vicinity of this minima, robot falls into so-called traps. And the local minima and traps are points in the growth space where the gradient of the potential field vanishes or maybe differs slightly from zero. there are many studies, there are many papers devoted to the problem how to exclude such a problem. The main features of the paper or the work I present now, the potential field has the nature or probability of achieving the target. Then we use the gradient control principle, and all obstacles are considered to be moving and capable of destroying robots, partially or entirely. And because of moving, there are no traps, it's a very large of the matter. And theoretically, we can consider the unlimited number of robots and well, that is better to say things. What shall we talk about next? Firstly, I want to say about to speak about basic assumptions when building the model, then formal statement of the problem, then construction of probabilistic functional, and use gradient. So this is probabilistic functional with a potential function that generates potential fit. And finally, I want to show some results of computational experience. So, what is the basic assumptions of the model? First of all, we assume that sufficient information about the external environment. Then we consider that we have unknown number of locations or obstacles. Finally, most of the parameters are considered to be non-stationary. We consider all the process as a sequence of stationary time periods. And within each such period, all moving objects, both robots and obstacles, considered as stationary. And information about environment is generated as usual in such tasks by general positioning system with video cameras, laser scanning devices, etc. And what is important to emphasize is the number of locations of obstacles is not necessarily known for robots included in the group. What is very important, each robot knows about those that are that are close to this robot. It must know about them. Like people, we know robots near us. Briefly, the formal statement of the program. Group of robots must move from a certain initial position to a target and complete the given task. It is considered that all robots know the coordinates of the target. But there are active obstacles in the target area. They can counter it. A group of robots disable them, as I said before, completely or partially. Control of the group of robots with the following process. At each moment of time, to plan the movement in such a way as to avoid or active obstacles as much as possible, to reach the target and complete the task. In this case, the behavior of robots can be compared with the behavior of a person in a stream of pedestrians. So what is criterion of control? At any given time, we need to maximize the probability that the mission will be completed by at least one robot. We should know capital N is the number of robots as a group, capital N is the number of active obstacles imposed on the robots, and P weight indexed by I and G, let it be the probability that the I robot will achieve the target and complete the assigned task. there's a total probability that the task will be completed is defined by this formula. But in its turn, this probability is a probability of a complex event. It is a product of two probabilities. The first one is a probability that the ice robot will complete the task in absence of obstacles. And the second one is probability that robot number I was not destroyed or will not destroyed during all the process. If you are chasing ice with the probability that the ice robot will be disabled by the ice obstacle, then we can refine the formula. It will take such a form. Then we need to introduce coordinates for each robot and each obstacle. And we must understand that coordinates of robots must change all the time so to maximize the control criteria, as it was said before. This condition must be met if the group of robots moves in the direction of the gradient of the probability P. By standard transformations, it is easy to show that partial probability or partial gradient for robot number A has such a form. And this expression not final, but a general expression, because in order to get a final expression, we need to know the exact expressions for this probabilities P and Q. So it's a general form of the gradient. To calculate the gradient, we need to set some expressions for P and Q, and I wouldn't want to waste the time by mathematics, of course. All the things can be found in the conference procedures, of course, but I will only show actual formulas, how actual formulas look like, and then I move on the computational simulation results. So this is the formal expression for the probability that the robot will complete the task. The probability that the robot being disabled.
Excuse me, only 1 minute left.
Sorry?
Okay, only 1 minute left.
Yes, okay. The similar expression, and that is the final expression of partial related to the case robot. So the total gradient can be written in such a form, and here is capital Z is the position of all robots as a moment t. And if it is so, the position of all the robots in the moment delta t can be calculated by this formula. This formula is formula that makes our process alive. So it is a so-called step-by-step formula. We can control the process with a time period delta t. And now about experiments. I will show 3 robots that move towards a given target. I recall that the mission is to approach the target at the minimum distance and complete the assigned task with at least 1 hour. Target will be noted with a large black circle in the upper right corner or sometimes in the middle of the workspace. The obstacles will be pictured with the small black dots. And the target is guarded with 6 or sometimes more obstacles. They are removed along the circular arcs at different gradient En zijn laatste observatie is dat in politieke obstacle aan all robots start moving at the same time, and the main requirement will moving was to avoid approaching any technical obstacles to danger distance. So, it's a first example.
The scheduled time is finished. Excuse me, but the scheduled time is finished. Don't depend on me, I'm sorry.
I was required to show the results of experiment. Any questions?
So your expressions for the potential probability functional and your minimum, do you find this with calculated variations, normal methods of variational? For large numbers, it's fine, but if you have small numbers, does this break down? A small number of robots, does this break down? So do you find your expressions using normal calculus of variations for the probability functional?
Functional, probabilistic functional, so sorry, but I didn't get it.
This is so it's not a variational methods then for finding these expressions. I'm sorry.
I discussion was in your questions just after because I couldn't take it out.
I'm sorry, thank you.
Sorry, can I ask? So a robot cannot be considered an obstacle for another robot, like if one robot escapes from a target and maybe hit another robot. And another question is if you are saying you want to maximize the goal of one robot reaching, the probability of one robot reaching the target.
At least one robot.
Okay, maybe all the other robots will be broken. Wouldn't we care?
Yes, there are some examples of experiment where it takes place, but I have no possibility to show.
It doesn't depend on me. I'm sorry. It doesn't depend on me. Thank you for your presentation.
So lunch is finished. Lunch is finished. That's time.
Because at 2 o'clock, remember that is a photo group.
All right, thank you.
Of course, by paper, or the paper, or the article, for this shop. Yes, I'll provide you with a copy of this. Yes, well, there's 24. He did not get it in the conference. There was 43. Yes, and the 24th is, he did not get it. There's copies of it. Yes. Yes, this is the units, the one that's on the, and this is for the homomorphic encryption, which is the same mathematical methods. It has several applications. Yes, because it goes based down to the axiomatics of the natural numbers and real numbers. So it gives a very transparent construction of real numbers as well. Because we can construct real numbers directly from the natural numbers. We don't have to construct rational numbers. Yes, and it also has other applications in pure mathematics as well, in group theory, in number theory. For example, in groups, it's not as easy. Yes, I'll send you my article on this topic. Can I get your oh, this is it? Oh, this is for ladies, yes. Of course, please. And then maybe you can also send me
What do you do in free time?
Free time.
Which?
I have this because one of the applications is as I mentioned, the construction of real numbers.
Did you watch the workout?
And there's a vast
Maybe have a lot of skillful, but we don't have a real skills.
Yes.
Also great. Language, they are skillful people. Yeah, but they are also great. It's always like casino.
So it's a very issue with this. A lot of skillful people, but you don't have like a role that I can fight. Yeah. Fighting stamina.
Okay. Yes.
But he's young.
Yes, no, I also it's very axiomatic, very basic. Yes.
You don't build with that from scratch. Or you can start with that. So you can figure your interact with the
This is I would love to share more questions. And like I mentioned, I have many applications just in mathematics. In group theory, we have levels to the others. We have a platform for the construction of natural numbers.
Maybe for the game.
Where
people are playing first-person shooter games, but it's also for something else.
And so we said this to also to groups where we every element of the group. Yeah, it has to do with the construction of natural numbers. That what we define this numbers. Or in natural numbers. Yes, in integers. We define an integer to every group.
define a group on the natures, so it's not very easy.
No, it's not, and for finite groups, of course. And then the consequence is that when we find this natural number that represents the group, the process gives us a canonical platform for the groups. So it organizes the group in a way, it's a canonical block, well, it's a platform for the
Very
group.
interesting, yeah.
So I'd love to share that
So
information with you.
if you send me those words, answer what you're speaking about now, I will be very interested from you. Because I really like the group, and I have some papers, but I studied the group concerning the action on graphs. And hypergraphs. And I because I used some results. One of those results was explicit formula for function, memories functions, you know.
Okay.
I wrote explicit number, but I was just explicit number.
Yes.
It is defined in some study books.
Yes.
You know how it is done. It is explicit. Number of strong numbers of the group before the report today, but as if it's part of it. There was a slide with strong numbers of the group.
Right.
Yeah, so it's
I didn't know.
Thank you so much.
Very, briefly, I can show you a little bit of the controls. Well, this is my personal page. You will find this in here.
Yeah, okay.
And this is for you. This is a preprint, one of the latest preprints.
How can I fix your page?
Oh, you also do, what do you, how do you find it?
It's how to find.
Yes, binaryprojects.com. It will be here, it's right here. This is for you, you can take these.
Oh.
Yes, yes. So, this is,
One project.
yes. I wanted to show you the canonical form of the platform of groups. So, and here it is. Well, there's one. I found one of the examples is the block form for the group, symmetry group Delta 4. And so you can see how the elements form blocks. And so this is found, this block form is found precisely by assigning it, by finding the number representation of the groups. So we can actually, with this number representation, the natural numbers, when we construct them, we use this method to every finite function, we assign it a number, and this is a pseudo measure of functions because when we have, like, for example, in permutations, if the permutation has more movements, it's a smaller number.
I don't understand the case, but I feel that it's something very interesting. It's quite understandable that it's to catch the ideas, the nuance, it's impossible.
Yes, now when we give these functions, the finite functions, when we assign them a natural number, it's well behaved in the sense that, for example, a function with more objects is going to have a larger number. If both functions have the same number of objects, and one has moves more objects more than the other, then there's also one will be smaller than the other. So it's a well-behaved order. You know, since we give every group or every finite function a number, a natural number, and then two functions are different, they have different natural numbers. And so this is a pseudo measure, which, like I mentioned, is well-behaved. And then if we apply this also with a group, where we see every element of the group, what we describe the group in terms of every element has its action, right, on the other elements. So we can also do this assigning the natural number to groups, and it's well behaved. So if the group G has more elements than the group H, the number representation of G is bigger, etc. And then it's also well behaved with respect to the factorization of the groups. So I can show you this, what I mean by this. So this is like basically how like the first groups, how they're ordered with this number representation. So they're also, this order is also well behaved with respect to the factorization of groups.
Z2 means that well fit.
So, sorry, yes.
Model 2.
So,
Model 2.
mhm. So like I mentioned, this is right in the introduction, and it kind of expresses how these numberings of finite structures is well behaved in different ways. And this all comes from how we define natural numbers. So that's why I mentioned that there's plenty of reasons to believe this is a canonical set theory. Because it connects number theory with groups, with combinatorics, with set theory. As I mentioned, there's also an analysis, a very transparent construction of real numbers. You can construct them from natural numbers. You don't have to go through the rational numbers first. So it's very transparent and simple proofs, and it brings together many areas.
Yes.
It's a pleasure, Professor.
Thank you so much.
I will be sending you this very soon.
But you have an implication with hypothesis, how to quickly get to fast summation in the process. So what is that implication here when we establish?
Oh, so well, I basically do mathematics.
Yeah.
This is how I started. But I noticed that it was the meat of this was in the operation. How do we define the addition in terms of the sets? So I just explored this as a mathematician, but then I found that we can do a simple circuit.
This is why I asked you, because everybody in PhD mathematics wants to have some applications of these results to be recognized. Not as a community.
Yes.
This is why I asked you.
Yes, and it also has another implication that these, well, the philosophical question of numbers, if they have any semblance with physical reality, is usually, well, people think, no, so much philosophy. Now, I have something that catches my eye with what I've done with this axiomatics is that there's a duality in the description of numbers. The one I just mentioned, well, we can think of it in terms of waves, because when we added a couple of waves, we get double the magnitude, right? So which is basically the same principle we have here for the addition. So it can be done in circuit, but it can also be done in an analog way, where we do addition of a couple of waves. And when we add these waves, the result is going to be the numerical results. But then there's also a discrete way, a way of treating these numbers in terms of particles as well. Where we have this, I don't know if you have just 1 minute, I can show you maybe the other way of defining these numbers is another graphical way where it gives us the combinatorial probabilities, the possibilities of, for example, nuclear reactions. Yes. So if we have, for example, let's say, here we can represent each one of these nodes is red is how many neutrons and blue is how many protons. Now, the way that this works is if we have parallelograms, if we do parallelograms here in this way, let's say we take one here, randomly another one, randomly another one, and then we form a parallelogram. So we go 2, 3, 1, 1, here. And so if we notice with this here, yes. Yes, this has this justification. Yes.
It's interesting because usually people use
yes. is.
Because the canal is very interesting. There are so many answers.
Yes.
There was a problem when processing images. The number zero, when the votes splendid, there was I can send you some videos.
Yes, please. So what I wanted to show you is that when you do this cross operations, we have these very beautiful variants. So if we see, for example, here we have one in red. Let's say we look first at the red. And if we add cross, 1 and 6. Yes, there's actually a simpler version where it's just a 1. Oh, it's a pattern, yes. So if you see we have 1 here. Yes. So if we do here cross additions, they're equal. Let's say the red first. Let's just look at the red first. 1 and 6, that's 7. And here we have 3 and 4, that's 7. Let's look at the blue. 7 and 2 is 9. And then if we put them together, the total weights. Here we have 9. Here this note has 7. This note has 5. And this note has 11. So 9 and 7 is the same as 5 and 11, correct? Sorry. We have 9. What is this here? Yes, 7, 9. So this was 4, 7, 11, and 5, right? So yes, this is actually 16 in both cases, correct? So if we take the red as the number of neutrons and the blue the number of protons, we see that given a reaction, we're going to have the same number of protons and the same number of neutrons at the end. And so this is the invariance that this also captures. So the total number of neutrons and protons. We do parallelograms, yes. So this has to be parallel. So if we have, let's say, yes, the properties of the domain. Yes, yes, correct. No, there's, I don't want to say too much. Yes, correct. And then there's also more properties. Like I mentioned, we can do like a simpler version where it is we just let me see if I can. So there's the simpler version, yes, where we have just one number per node, and it's this is true also. So like if we take a parallelogram, the cross additions are going to be equal. Yes. Now, if you notice here, we have the same thing, just that it's now 2 components. Because if we do the addition total, for example, here it's 6. If we do this and this, it's 1 and 5, that's 6. 2 and 4, 6. 3 and 3, 6. So it's the same thing here. But now we have it separated into 2, each one. And so what I found is, well, if we take here 0, 0, let's say we just take, we say what happens if I have a nucleus with 2 neutrons and 6 protons, and then a nucleus with 5, let's say another, anything like here, 6 and 3. This is going to be our 0, this is going to be our pivot. So the result of this nuclear interaction is going to be already determined by the parallelogram. Well, that's going to be the possibility. Now, there's different probabilities. So what we can do is that depending on the ratios of the cross sections of the parallelogram, there are some. The cross sections also the probabilities of the. There seems to be a correlation with the ratios of.
Is the ratio of the
of the classes, yes. So this will give us when the ratios approximate, for example, this is a conjecture, 1.6, the golden ratio. It will be the more probable, yes. So we can see how, like, visually, what will be more probable with the ratios of the parallelogram. This I have not explored with much detail yet, but I'm seeing a few patterns.
It's very interesting. So you engage mathematics.
Yes. I started in physics. I did about 1 year and a half of undergrad school in physics. And then I fell in love with mathematics.
So your specialty is physics, yeah?
No, I just did 1 year, 2 years of undergraduate school in physics, but I transferred to mathematics.
University?
Yes, I just did undergraduate school, and I'm now independent research. I do independent research, and so this is what I do, axiomatics and mathematics. But I found that it has some applications to interpretation in terms of physics and obviously computer science as well.
That's very interesting.
I'd love to keep in touch with you, Professor.
It's very effective in this condition. So when you see such tendencies in the behavior of numbers.
There's a lot of things to talk about, but we didn't have time here. But maybe if there's colleagues of yours that are also interested, we can maybe over internet or maybe have a little more time to talk about some of these methods if any colleagues that might be interested. Like I said, I do independent research. I'm not really in employment within a university.
Such laws are not excellent.
Yes, exactly.
If you try to find some graphs and implications, there's no fun. There is a direct correlation, explanation of this. Because math is such a powerful thing. I know how to say it in minutes. Any law you reached, you put your book. It's absolutely almost.
Yes,
it's fun.
How is that? Because I was thinking, maybe because this, I look, let's say I use these methods, and I look one place, and an application comes up. Then I use the same methods somewhere else, and an application comes up. That leads me to believe, but because if you have a field, and you dig in one place and you find gold, and then you go somewhere else, you dig and you find gold. Probably you're going to find gold wherever you dig.
I think it would be interesting to know solids. They all use mathematics. And they have spherical image processing. But they, how to say, all the fine fields, all the fine fields. It is done in mathematization. So very interesting. Probably I will send them.
Yes, this is, you can use it either. Yes.
One?
Yes, one. It's been a pleasure. Are you going to go eat as well?
No, I don't want.
So much time.
For many years, I have a lunch for breakfast and dinner.
Okay. Okay. So are you going to stick around for a little while? Yes. Okay. I'm actually a little bit hungry. So, but I'm going to see you then still here. well, this is a little bit of what the grid I showed you, the hexagons that I showed you, I painted this as well. So this is a graphic, visual representation of this.
So, as you prefer the picture to be beautiful, there is some idea here.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes. So this, I painted this is a mural. Yes. So it's what the method grid that gives us these operations. Oh, because I did not tell you also. This it also does here. So it's not just the addition. This also serves if we take a parallelogram and we do, for example, like taking these as rational numbers, like this is 6/3, this is 1/6, etc. It will give us the multiplication, like the multiplication of these two rational numbers will equal to the multiplication of these two rational numbers. So it codes addition of natural numbers, and it codes also multiplication of rational numbers. It's just because, see, when I was in mathematics school, I always wanted to know, well, what number or what object is the real number 0? Because they're very complicated objects. And with the construction that I made, a real number is an infinite set of natural numbers. But it's very well defined and it's computable. And this also gives us representations for in infinite objects, such as real numbers, etc. It gives us codings, very beautiful codings.
It's a dangerous topic to discuss, and I explain more than infinity.
Yes.
Well, last month I suffered because of infinity.
That's where I started. Yes.
I was engaged because of my students and recognize the things that we use. And they are very interesting functional and interesting results. Very good results.
Yes.
So you showed me that it was the first dissertation, first thesis.
You were the professor of this dissertation?
All my students. How he was in Google.
Oh, wow.
On stage.
Yes. Yes, I did.
So
So this was a PhD student, or?
Example, the series in Russia devoted to the recognizing the symmetry on images. In the United States, there are many occupations. In Russia, the only situation up to now, maybe up to now, in one city, I know that the identification is looking at the history, like it's a custom. Okay.
Professor, it's been great talking to you. It's been really great talking to you.
Okay, so you
I would like to maybe,
to have lunch.
yes, maybe if you like to show for the symmetry. This is for you. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes. So I have this information also on my personal page.
Thank you so much.
It was my pleasure, Professor.
I'm afraid that I will be guilty that you will be hungry because of me. So you must go to have your lunch.
No, don't worry about that. It's been a great pleasure. I hope to see you around after lunch, all right? Maybe we can continue our talk.
I will go there and we can do drink.
Yes.
tanto io non so come la prima.
Sono tutti no.
Possono fare queste cose qua.
Lo so che c'è questo prodotto, però...
Non volevo solo capire qual era la situazione.
Ma io ho qui dalla chiavetta, faccio così, ma non mi metto così, ma... Fine. You are...
And the second is
Yeah.
have been waiting so long.
This one? Do you want to hold it?
Yes.
I will do it. Is this? But there is not the guys here, there is one, there is a winner. There, this one, exactly right.
And the second
We wait some minutes, but I don't know sure if all the guys are
yes.
late
Yes.
for the previous section, but I think that we had less people because we are 4. Then-
Only for students.
Yeah, because there is a certificate of participation and we have 4.
Okay, good.
You like a presentation?
Yes,
also?
something.
The second paper, okay? Ah, sure.
Yeah.
You have a copy or you use your computer?
I use my phone. Do you have a power charger changer?
I have no, but perhaps the guys that manage the computer.
Okay. No problem. Okay. Are you?
I'm the chairman. Massimiliano Carello.
Massimiliano Carello.
Yeah,
Okay.
nice to meet you.
Yeah.
What time start? I think we wait 10 minutes to start because we finish late. All the make fruit, cake, coffee, then we are finished. And perhaps that also that Dario Ogrizovic is not here, he's second speaker, then we wait. All the scheduling the time is a little bit different. This one.
This is called B.
B?
Yeah. The other session is called F. It's not the first page.
Okay. No, online.
Online was
Yes,
yesterday.
it's different. There aren't the crossed. In which section you are? B?
D3 is maybe here. It's later on. I don't know.
But very strange because I have also the certificate of participation.
Yeah.
Try to find yourself.
Our registration was made, so.
It's not to yours because are only
Our
1, 2,
registration-
3, 4.
Are you online? Are you online?
No.
Let me get on.
You wanted to check the online version. Maybe it's different.
Ah, second one. I don't know. It's hard or we wait a little bit.
Yeah, because people can.
Or people.
So you're from Italy or Spain? Italy.
Beginning of children.
Yeah, from
And you?
Croatia.
Croatia?
Yeah,
Where?
Rijeka.
Okay.
O Fiume.
Yeah.
So come stai?
Yeah. And this some years ago. Do you want to do your
Yeah,
presentation?
We will wait for your start.
We wait a little bit because I'm not sure we are very few people. We have tried the last version. Ah. I have no way. Is that can I make a picture also with the title. Oh, not. Okay. Because change. Okay. If you want. Copy your presentation. We have the presentation or that's it, change computer and your
That could be.
do you want to connect your computer? This is organization. I don't know. It's yours.
when is your presentation, you put USB the computer, okay? I think that we start also with, we are a small group. Welcome to this afternoon session, modeling the control system. I'm Massimiliana Carello, Polytechnic of Turin, Italy, Technical University. We start with Chang et al. And his paper, Linear Programming with Fuzzy Parameters, an Alpha Cut Approach. Please try to respect 15 minutes, a little bit less is better, because we have, comparing to the scheduling paper, 2 more papers, not to add as changing, okay?
The name of your presentation. Yeah.
Good afternoon, my name is Chang from Taiwan. The topic of my, the title of my talk will be linear programming with fuzzy parameters. I'm trying to use an uppercut approach to solve the problem. Yes, you see we have a typical linear programming model. We have some parameters here. The x are variables, and the C, A, B are parameters. Yeah, just as I said. If those parameters C, A, B are random variables, then we have stochastic linear programming, just for comparison. For fuzzy linear programming, those parameters, they are fuzzy numbers, can be represented by membership functions. I use mu to represent membership function and use S to represent support. So the alpha cut can be represented by an interval with lower bound and upper bound. Lower bound and upper bound are defined by the expression here. This is typical membership function. To find the, let me go back. What I'm trying to do is to find the membership function of the objective value. In order to find the membership function of this objective value, I need to solve this problem. You see, the membership bound and the alpha cut can be represented by lower bound and upper bound. Here, alpha cut can be represented by lower bound and upper bound. According to the extension principle, the alpha cut for the objective value can be represented by this expression. To solve this expression, I can transform it into a mathematical program. Here, the lower upper bound is a mathematical program with the objective function here and some bounds, and the lower bound is here. We have upper bound and the lower bound. Once we find the upper bound and the lower bound, we found the alpha cut for objective value. By enumerating different alpha values, we will get the membership function of Z. So the previous model in form, we have first level maximized over the parameters. For the inner model, we have the typical linear program. Similar here, to find the lower bound, we have minimized over the parameters. And inside the inner model, we have the typical linear program. To solve this two-level mathematical program, we can transform into a linear program. See, we have maximized outside and maximized inside. We can combine those two operations together to get this form, which combine those two operations together. So we maximize the objective value of the inner program, and we combine the constraints of those two-level mathematical programs together. So we have a mathematical program here. The only thing difficult is that this mathematical program is a nonlinear program, which is a little difficult to solve. We don't have a mathematical software, computer software to solve. Then for the lower bound, we have minimized outside, maximized inside. Those two mathematical operations are different, so we cannot combine them together. So what I did is to transform the maximization here into the dual program. We know that the linear program has primal and dual. Transforming this primal form into dual, we will then have a minimization here. So I just transform just try to take the dual of the primal objective value, objective model, so we have minimization here. This is the typical dual transformation of the linear program. Now we have minimization. So outside we have minimization, and inside we also have minimization. Then we can combine those two respective operations together to get one level program here. See, we have one level program here. We have the objective function is the objective function of the inner program, and then combine those two constraints, two sets of constraints together. So we have a nonlinear program. By solving this nonlinear program, we will get the lower bound of the upper cut of Z. I'll give you a small example. Suppose we have a very small example here. We have three constraints and only two discrete variables. Suppose we have those those fuzzy numbers for those parameters represented by triangle membership function. Then we can formulate the problem of the upper bound like this one. Notice that this is a nonlinear program because x are variables and a1 are also variables here. So we have a nonlinear program here. And for the lower bound, we just solve this nonlinear program. By solving the upper bound and the lower bound, we get the upper cut of Z, first number Z. I enumerated the upper value from 1 down to 0.1, and I get those upper bound and the lower bound. The shape of this membership function looks like this one. So by using ABACAD approach, I can solve a linear programming with fuzzy numbers. And this is my talk. Very straightforward. Some conclusions doesn't matter. Thank you for your attention.
Question? I have just a curiosity. Do you have already some example of application of this approach that we have developed?
Yes, actually I did. You see, general linear program with fuzzy numbers, you see that we have nonlinear programs to solve. However, when the linear program, a special type of linear program called the transportation problem. For transportation problem, the transformation will be linear program, so it's easier to solve. And that paper was published in ECER.2, European Journal of Operational Research. And I also did the one research on network. For network problems, I can also transform into linear program, very easy to solve.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, Dario Ogrizovic.
Very good pronunciation. Very good presentation.
Computer simulation of a marine energy room using fully immersive and interactive virtual reality.
After I present.
Do you want a picture?
Yeah.
Okay. I made everything. Chairman, picture, photo. Okay. You pay more.
Hello everybody, my name is Dario Ogrizovic. I'm coming from Croatia, University of Rijeka, but actually Faculty of American Studies. Why American Studies? You will see now. We built something which we did during the COVID, because a lot of our students are studying to be a seaman, and no other shipping company wanted to take our students on board their ships. So we decided to build a virtual reality engine room, and after that, students get to have some feeling about engine room on the real ship. So before I start, I'm going to show you a video, because I didn't want to bring with me
we are not able to see. Because
it's presenting PowerPoint. Okay, now it's perfect. We built everything using Unreal Engine number 5. So when you put your head-mounted display on your head, you get transferred to virtual reality marine engine room. First of all, you see your hands, because you can interact with a lot of machinery inside the marine engine room. And this is the main engine of the ship. There are two main engines in this engine room, and you can also get close by walking inside the room and start the engine, like this. And you press it and you start the engine of the ship. So we decided to do that because students didn't have any experience on the real ship. So also you can look around, you can roam around the engine room, and you can see like main set. Also you can interact with other machinery, like we are going to step over here. You have a lot of piping going all around the ship, and you can also interact with the bars inside the ship. Also, on the outside, these are water pumps. And you can actually remove the flooring from the floor bed, because you can see where the pipes go. This is pretty important, and also you can interact with other valves in the system. Also, you can put the floor back because it's much more easier to walk around. You don't have that feeling that you can fall down. This is really small engine room. We have 2 floors. This is below that, this is upper one. You can also interact with the doors. You can open the door, go in another room. Or you can see some other equipment. Like in here we have air compressors, where you can remove the casing and see all the bits and bolts inside inside the casing, like here. So students can see and interact with machinery. In this way, it's much more better because you can remove the casing and see what's happening inside. Also, you can stop and start each machinery where you interact with it. Also, you can, for example, grab this bucket where the excess of water is going to be out. Just throw it. Also, you can interact like with this equipment that is a fire extinguisher. You can grab it, pull the pin out, press, and then you can extinguish the fire. Also, I'm going to show you all the video. You can use another equipment, and this is measuring rope for the pressure inside the cylinders. Where you can read on this device what's the pressure inside the cylinders. Also, we can put some danger situation inside the engine room, like fires. Where everything stops, and that's when the blackout occurs inside the marine engine room. So you have a light torch and you can walk with the torch. There is no lighting, it's only emergency lighting actually. Also, there's a saying inside the shipping industry, best way to extinguish the fire is to flood the engine room. It's a joke, but you can also flood the engine room by releasing the steam out like this. Okay, we also did some user trials with students. They were seeing same virtual reality of marine engine room as you saw a few seconds ago. So we did user trials with 43 students from marine engineering courses. We used 5 virtual reality head-mounted displays. It was used MetaQuest 2 and HTC Vive. Also, because it's pretty demanding because of the rendering of this Unreal Engine environment, we used those virtual reality goggles or headsets on PCs. So we used 5 PCs. This is configuration. It's Intel i9, 6 GB of RAM, 1 TB of SSD. And especially, it is much more. It is more important to have pretty strong GPU card, or graphical processing unit, used NVIDIA RTX 4070. After the user trials or user testing, we used a questionnaire, used software reliance array, which is web-based software. We installed it on our web server. So we had around 15 questions, and I take it out one or maybe 3 or 4 questions to see what was their feeling about VR head-mounted display. So we use this question: how did you feel using the VR HMD or virtual reality headset? So 30 of students said that they are excited, 9 said that very curious, and 3 that they are feeling apprehension. So we got additional comments on that question because we put a text area box where they can put text inside that question, and they said, great, pleasure, I was overwhelmed, awesome, impressive, and etc. Another interesting question is, do you think that learning with VR can add additional value to your learning process about marine engineering? And 20 of students indicated that VR system can enrich their education. 30 students responded no, and 7 students responded with answer I don't know. But all the students who have never used the VR headset responded that VR can enrich their education. Another question was to compare virtual reality head-mounted display system with conventional marine engine room simulator, which is not in VR, it is like hardware. You have displays with all the functions you have on that display. And 29 students responded that the VR system is better, 7 students responded that the conventional simulator is better, and 5 students responded that there is no difference between VR and conventional marine engine simulation. Also, we had one question below. I don't have a graph for that because all the students said that they would use VR head-mounted display again. So in conclusion, students expressed their positive attitude towards the idea. They like it because it was familiar to them, because they have experience with classic or conventional simulator for marine engine room. The students were excited and curious when using the VR head-mounted display, and almost all agreed that they would try the VR ship engine room again. They also felt that it would be an excellent added value to the learning process, and for the future work we had idea to use another equipment that is brain vision Actica, which stimulates the brain when using the VR. So we want to see what area of brain is stimulating when students are using VR marine engine. Also, we had some testing with, just a second. This system, we got 5 VR treadmills where users can walk around the marine engine room, not by teleportation, but using their feet when walking on this treadmill. So that's another future work to do when testing only on that treadmill. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Some question?
Do you have more questions?
Thank you. Just a couple of always curiosity. Any industrial application, one. And the other one, if it's possible, also in commercial system or in your system to implement more sensors that allow to the people to understand also the noise in the room.
Yeah. For industrial application, that was your first question, our goal is to finish this engine room and give it as a free source. So we don't have any commercial or industrial idea about that. And about the sensors, we are thinking about type of virtual reality which is called extended reality, which use IoT, Internet of Things, to get data from sensors from the live ship and to reproduce it on some other equipment we have here in this virtual reality. So that would be a good idea because we will get the actual data, not the virtual one.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Quick one, how is that industry responding to that kind of training? So you're training through VR, and then will the company take the student to go and work there? How are they responding?
Yeah, I was asked a similar question from our Minister of Education when he was visiting our university. He said, "Can this replace the real shape?" No, it cannot replace the real thing, but it can add some value in education because students are much better prepared for the real shape when I come to the real engine.
I was thinking of the employability after that. Once they finish the training, will they get a job because you train on
In Croatia, our employment rate for the seafarer is very high because a lot of maritime companies are in need of seamen. Yeah, because seafarers, because there is a lot of new people in that industry. So especially for marine engineers. On the last year of their study, they are almost like grads from the study. When they finish, they already got a job to work for a maritime company. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for pictures.
Now, Tatsuhiko Matsumoto, I'm not sure, sorry. The paper is Structural Equation Modeling Based Longitudinal Analysis of Gender Differences in Lower Limb Muscular Activity via Ankle Tendon Signals.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tatsuhiko Matsumoto from Japan. I'm currently generating 2 roles, working at a company and being a doctoral student. And this business trip was supposed to be over and no rebate because I have to prepare for my doctoral program final batch when I go back. And turns out I don't need to prepare anymore because I've been granted extra year in my program. So I'm able to enjoy the session and I'm going to channel all that frustration into making this presentation. Okay, let's introduce our research. Quantifying global limb muscle activity plays a crucial role in maintaining the quality of life. This is especially important when optimizing plan and monitoring progress in rehabilitation field. Historically, electromyography, EMG, has been the gold standard for measuring activity in muscle. But EMG methodology has several issues. One such issue is noise, caused by daily difference in skin condition. Then, in addition, it uses precise electrode placement on the skin surface. This quick. So our fundamental solution for this issue remains elusive. Okay, in our research, we turned our attention to the tendons near the ankle. Tendons are connective tissues to muscle. And muscle transmit several biosignals, which are indicative of their activity level. In addition, ankle joint has comparatively less fat and muscle. This can cause noise. A preliminary experiment was conducted in this context. The data indicated a clear trend. As the extended muscles force increase, so too did the bleeding from sensors. Position in proximity to the Achilles tendon. From these observations, we hypothesized that biosignals correlating with muscle activity might be transmitted from the tendons. In this part, I would like to address sex differences in tendon properties. Prior research has indicated that the Achilles tendon typically has greater stiffness and larger cross-section area in males. On the other hand, female tendon has a higher rate of deformation when subjected to growth. In light of these findings, we have formulated a hypothesis. If tendons are indeed sources of biosignals, it stands to reason that the characteristic of these signals may vary between sexes. Building on these two hypotheses, we advanced our research with the objective of analyzing the pattern of biosignals from tendons surrounding the ankle joint. Our aim was to analyze and identify the relationship between external muscle force and the sensor values, as well as their individual variation. Our argument goal through this analysis was to collect supportive evidence for our hypothesis that tendons are sensitive biosignals. To achieve this goal, we embarked on these specific initiatives. These three initiatives. I will detail each of these in my forthcoming slide. First, we focus on developing the data acquisition system. This system incorporates the piezoelectric sensor, PICORE. This sensor is thin and flexible and can detect the speed of bending. This sensor is thin, please understand that this sensor outputs like the magnitude of vibration. The flexibility allows it to adapt seamlessly to the shape of the ankle. Moreover, due to its high sensitivity, the sensor is capable of registering even subtle biosignals. For our research purpose, we configured the data sampling rate at 1000 Hz. Subsequently, we executed data collection experiment involving 63 participants. For this purpose, we utilized the Cylix muscle, which is tailored for measuring isometric muscle construction. First, in the experiment, participants push the pedal with maximum of their force. This pedal is capable of measuring torque value, so we can obtain the sensor value by developed systems during maximum force. Following this measurement, participants conducted subsequent trials at exertion of 3 target levels. These levels were represented on a screen as torque lines, derived from their previously established maximum torque values. Participants pressed the pedal, controlling real-time torque values to approximate the target torque lines. Each level of force was maintained for 5 seconds each and conducted 3 sets. Next, we extracted feature from the correct data. As this figure, to quantify this relationship, we use root mean square transform it into decimal units related to RMS0. It represents Vij. And this conversion allows us to conduct our analysis on a standardized and logarithmic scale. And we approach this body of data as longitudinal data. In traditional longitudinal data, time is usually plotted on the horizontal axis. However, in our analysis, exact mass force represented Bij plot on the horizontal axis. This adaptation allows us to observe how sensor reading channel change with different levels of exact mass force. Next page, we selected typical data patterns. For this task, we implemented the algorithm using clustering method DB-scan. We also recognize that there are differences between experiments where conditional acceptable force at their functional capacity and those where acceptable force is controlled by visual feedback from a display. That distinction was carefully considered in our approach to extract typical data. Next, we advance to the analytical stage. Our analysis utilizes structural equation model, SEM. For our study, we capitalize on SEM's capacity for hypothesis-driven modeling. In our modeling process, we assess the potential nonlinear interrelationship between the dependent variable V and independent variable V. Additionally, we incorporate consideration for type of experimental noise. Furthermore, we opted to construct distinct models for each case. This allows us to compare their respective parameters. To evaluate the adaptation of our model, we employ 6 distinct indices: t-value and R-squared, CFY and ATFY, RMSEA and SRMR. Each of these indices provide variable insights into the model performance. Upon completion of our exploratory modeling, we established that the optimal model for our data was the linear curve model. Alternative non-linear structures were considered. However, they indicated inferiority. All indicators for linear LCM were within acceptable ranges. So, utilizing this model was reasonable for further analysis. Okay, we compared estimated parameter and sexes. Regarding the slope, both male and female showed positive within the 95% confidence interval. This suggests a high likelihood that the sensor reading monotonically increased with exact mass force, include individual variables. Next, we will consider the intercepts. For the intercepts, we use the 2 sample t-tests to examine sex difference. The results were significant. This suggests that there is a sex difference in the baseline sensor value. The trend indicated that males have higher sensor reading. These results suggest that the biosignal are likely correlated with muscle activity. It could apply to various fields. more because the popular cryptocurrencies and tendon property. The biosignals may originate from tendons. However, these findings are based solely on statistical analysis. To draw definitive conclusion, further research will be necessary. This is my research point and visual. Our goal was to identify the nature of biosignals obtained from tendons in the ankle. As per our initial hypothesis, we statistically parsed the likelihood that these biosignals are indeed emanating from tendons in the ankle. Going forward, we believe it is necessary to validate this hypothesis through physiological research as well. Reference is this. If you have any question, please speak English slowly.
Questions? Me.
Question.
Question?
Konnichiwa. Thank you.
We have a question?
Yeah. Yeah. I was just asking in terms of the female-male dynamics.
Female?
Yeah, female, male. Yeah. Say you have a man who is weak like me, and then a female bodybuilder. How are the dynamics going to change given physical activity aspects? And then the last question is more like to do with definition of gender. If a person is non-gendered, how would you look at that in the future?
Your question is...
Somebody who is not strictly male, not strictly female.
Yeah.
And one who's...
my understanding is that very muscular female. This result is a very normal result. Because other research says female tendons are very flexible and male tendons are not flexible. So I already started get individual parameter and predict parameter with this individual parameter. So this is a future research.
You have done measurement with one sensor during the experimental test. We have used for each device one sensor, two sensors, three sensors. We have made an average value of acquired value. This is one question. And you have measured for left and right lower limb.
This experiment, your question is right or left?
Yeah,
all participants said left.
Only one? No.
Yeah, only one.
Okay. And how many sensors for each device? Only 1 point, one piezoelectric field sensor?
Only 1 point. Yes.
Inside it's one. Okay, one.
This one.
Okay. Sorry. I don't understand that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ah.
Yeah, last year, okay, you know it's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
I present myself, I change the rule. I'm Massimiliano Carello, Polytechnic Chulum. I'm going to present an activity made by, in cooperation with my group and a student team for arrays application. In particular, a telemetry driven architecture for the development of data-intensive array strategy. What does it mean? Oh, sorry. Okay. Introduction. Telemetry system is very useful for race competition. In each race competition, we have many applications of telemetry system. Very important to reach the results in the competition. Usually, competition for motorbike, for car, it's the last time, because the winner is the car and the driver that reach and finish the number of run first. That important of telemetry in general for race application, but it's always important for performance optimization. What does it mean? To receive data, to analyze, to improve the vehicle dynamics, for example, performance of a vehicle. In this context, we have and developed an idea to design starting from zero and properly made for a specific application a telemetry system that allows to acquire data, to transmit to the pitwalls, to be put in contact with the driver with a certain communication, to understand and to change the race strategy. But not for car like Formula 1 car and very important car for performance in terms of speed. For a particular application, for a student team competition that is the Sheraton Marathon, that is made in Europe, in Asia, in USA and so on, is a student competition where the winner is the vehicle that obtains the less consumption. That is a new way to use the telemetry system. Performance, but for consumption performance. This is our research goal. Three main parts of our system. After I show you our application needs. We are developing a certain architecture made with a very small electronic board that we have developed properly for this kind of competition. An integration with a mobile phone in a steering wheel, because I need to put and to share information about the behavior of the vehicle with the driver. That board managing information for about for mobile application, but I need to manage a lot of data. In which way? Develop a web application. These three main parts are the three parts that this is our main. First, developing, integration, web application. Web application important, very important during the race, but also after. Because I need to have a point, a space where store data, and then also after the competition, analyze the data. The challenge is one big challenge, is I tell you, Scelleto Marathon, in the European Scelleto Marathon are involved a lot of teams, more or less 120 from a lot of countries, and the vehicles that allow to participate are two. Urban concept and prototype, 4-wheel, 3-wheel. Different propulsion system, combustion engine, like this one, supplied by ethanol. Prototype, in this case, supplied by hydrogen and with a fuel cell. Because are two main classes, different propulsion systems. We developed these two that run last May in France, which is the challenge. Over 10 laps of the circuit, corresponding more or less to 16 kilometers in a maximum time. What does it mean? You develop model, strategy model, vehicle dynamics model, considering all the parameters of the car, and to establish before the car which is the best strategy. What does it mean? Considering the point on the track as a function of the track shape, I define, cooperating with the driver, which is the speed, and how to manage the combustion engine or the fuel cell system, for example, in terms of voltage and so on. This is the goal, but how is possible to do that with a telemetry system that we have developed. These two cars are our application. I tell you that is the bioethanol combustion engine system. To see some data about the shape, this is speed limited, but for example, this car that has been used during the late race with the telemetry system that we have developed is also able to participate in the same competition to another particular competition, for autonomous drive competition. Now we have not already used the telemetry system for this. This is a work for the next year because we develop the system year by year. This is one application. The telemetry system that we have developed is similar for both cars. The other car is this, the name is either Zephyrus, very low weight. Weight very low because it's one of the parameters that have a big influence on the consumption. Aerodynamics, efficiency, tire, and mass of the vehicle. But we reach also good result if you are able to manage the strategy in a good way. For this reason, we have developed this telemetry system. Some characteristics of our idea of the three main parts: electronic dashboard, integration with mobile phone that are the component in the car, lightweight and minimal dimension, because we would like to reduce the weight also of all the components that we have in the car. Also from electronic board point of view. For this reason, we don't use existing, but we develop. Scalable, because it's able to work for both vehicles, and for future application it's possible also to grow up again. It's possible to work in a remote way because we need to work in every track as a function of competition track, for test track, and so on. Independent from race track and in a remote way, but I need to be independent of the track because here could be different, and also during the test in our university we use different track, then we need to be free to use the same system. Only one system with very small system, and it's possible to have access to the data from everywhere. Because I'm in Italy, I'm going to another location for another track. Our solution is made by, I tell you some information about the communication standard that has been developed by the electronic guys that prepared the paper with me. From vehicle end, then telemetry board, smartphone, and a server from remote control unit. We have some interface that we have used for elaboration of data from the laptop. This is like the part that we have from a virtual point of view, and the part that is inside the car, with a very strict contact with the driver. Which kind of data this system are able to collect time by time, starting from the beginning? The coordinate, then it's possible to have an idea. If you make one laptop of the shape of the city, more or less stay on the street, but the city usually is not very large. Then is not influenced by the track because it's possible to add. Also before, in some case, it's possible the position, the altimetry. Why the altimetry? Because it's important to understand for define before how to manage the poverty. Because if you have a state inclination or in different dependencies, you need to, for example, to stop the engine to make a cost down. In this way, you have a low consumption because the strategy is as a function of the track to define the speed, and if the combustion engine or electric motor is on or off. We have two applications: fuel cell system and combustion engine. Then the dashboard. We have two systems, but are able to acquire some information about the power. For fuel cell vehicle, for example, fuel cell and supercap temperature, voltage, current, because, for example, it's very important to finish the race with the supercap at the same voltage that you have at the beginning. Then you need to keep attention to evaluate this, to evaluate also when it is necessary to make purge and short circuit on fuel cell or not. How is the current of the electric motor, because we stop and so on, and because we make strategy model that we with vehicle dynamics before. And also some information about the position of the steering wheel. Combustion engine, we have more information about combustion engine motor, that mean temperature, speed, and, for example, fuel injection number. To allow in a remote way to change the combustion engine map to have a better performance during the competition. How is possible to visualize from computer point of view, not for driver, but for computer, for the visual point of view? For example, some map in also in terms of speed as a function of the left by left. We know not only this information, but also where is the position of the vehicle on track. And you have information about altitude, speed, time, and you are able to make a correction of the strategy, for example. And all the data are acquired, evaluated from strategy to the men or women, but also stored in the cloud. In this way, it's possible to make, like usually, deep analysis after the competition. Data analysis, some example of curve that is possible to obtain. More useful for the post-processing data are for fuel cell degradation, because with this telemetry system we have also implemented some algorithm that allow to evaluate the status of a fuel cell, like this, to evaluate like the polarization curve, to understand which is the working of the component, and if you need to make some purges, some short circuit to increase the efficiency of the fuel cell system. When for the Roman concept we have the clutch, which is, for example, the slip of the clutch, evaluating speed versus time. And also, for example, final, but very important, to use the data in a big model, 2D model for the two vehicles, developed in Amazon for vehicle dynamics performance. What does it mean? All these data allow at the end also make an evaluation before the race about the consumption of the vehicle. Then, conclusion. We developed a properly made telemetry system for more adapted for low consumption competition, and we have tested for two kinds of vehicles with two different also characteristics and data, because we have two different powertrain in the vehicle, but very important that is that thanks to the telemetry system that we have developed, we are able to change in real time the condition of the car during the race. Does it mean in some parameter directly from strategy point of view, and some parameter in communication with the driver? If you have information that something doesn't go very well, it's possible to modify. And this allows to reach, for us, good results in terms of performance. And also, very, very important, this to define new strategy, or lap by lap, because we have not one lap, is possible. For example, why is it important to change the strategy? Because theoretically, we imagine that we make the race without any car, other car. But you start and there are a lot of cars on track. You may not ideal maneuver, but you are changing the shape. Then it's important to have an idea of position on track and eventually to modify the powertrain modification, also during the run, because this is an advantage to be able to change this. We have applied this system very small, very light for shared marathon competition. The idea is how it's possible to change the application of this. Perhaps for a team for shared marathon, for example, this kind of system in last May has been very appreciated from the judge. It was a very high level of telemetry system compared to the other team. But considering that has been developed to have in mind low consumption, could be also possible not the application for Formula One, and so on. But for example, for car sharing, for bike sharing, some application with electric hybrid powertrain, where for the urban mobility could be important considering the consumption for the future, because the pollution growth is our idea. The theme for last shared marathon. Thank you for your attention. If you have questions.
It is hard to integrate that computer inside the vehicle.
I don't understand.
Is it hard to include that computer?
Yeah. We have developed two same dashboard with some difference for to acquire the different data for the powertrain, but the general solution are the same. Because and we have two mobile phones, for example, but this because it's better during the competition we have possibility to run with the two cars. It's not. It's better to have two systems that work. But all the electronics and the telemetry is a complementary part of electronic main board that we have inside both cars are the same. Because we start also to develop not two different electronic architecture. The rest is the same. The basic is the same. Then we have some add-on that is necessary for sending to acquire other data, combustion engine to manage all that. But the basic configuration is exactly the same, and also the car a lot of information that you need to have. Position on track, speed, and so on. Some common and other are I come from this that
Is it for both autonomous and also driven vehicles, or just one of the two? For autonomous vehicles only, or is it also for a vehicle driven by somebody? Can it also learn to assist the driver? Is this just for autonomous vehicles, like, or also driven driver?
We have developed this with this purpose. Not a lot of component, small dashboard, because if you have few component, it's not broke any component during the competition. And this is our goal, because we would like to try to develop the system for a competition, and also not to design, but to apply. This, for example, is the last one. More working in a good way, also with the interaction with the cloud, but we reach this after a couple of modification. Application, I think, is not possible with all the time, but if you would like to reduce weight, space, small space, and so on, and it's possible to use. And also, we need to grow up to improve the reliability of the system. We need to make more and more tests to understand. Thank you. Now, I change the order. One moment. Now, I present Charles Boa, I hope that present two papers. The first one is exploring the impact of advanced manufacturing technologies in South Africa, pharmaceutical industry.
Madam Chair. I'll be fast. I think we behind time. So we're looking at generally the pharmaceutical industry in South Africa, and as it is, we are kind of new to the field, so you forgive us. Just a quick run through. I come from Zimbabwe, and that what I'll just kind of present a bit on the country. This is a remarkable, just an old structure that is one of the world's benefit site. And that's part of that Great Zimbabwe. I think you've heard of the Big Five, common in Southern Africa, in Kenya, in Tanzania. That's to the song which is beautiful, so I tried to also portray a bit of beauty. Victoria Falls, one of the largest catchment of water that has broken down worldwide. Of course, there's the Boaz and others that come into play, but each one has its own kind of beauty and difference. So I come from the University of Johannesburg, and that's our logo that tries to have some beds in the book of getting some wisdom in trying to fly. So that's the university. If you want to visit the University of Johannesburg, you're welcome. Welcome you to a nice warm summer. And that's the headquarters. And show the kind of students and the staff population that we have at that university. So coming to this, we're looking at a situation where 4IR obviously is, I think one that we need to find, but mainly to improve productivity and performance, and focusing on the pharmaceutical industry and how that can use artificial intelligence to improve processes. We just classify this as part of the advanced manufacturing technology, and I think COVID-19 has shown that quite a lot can be done in terms of AI applications and for trying to build systems and models. And we are just writing on top of that, where we look at applications in the pharmaceutical industry. Obviously, we wanted to know what's existing in the industry and what's happening. So basically, it's a survey that we've done to address a number of problem statements that we have here, where most of the companies outdated technology, and obviously the customers are not happy. And we investigate these factors to see how we can leverage technology to improve delivery and strategies to increase industry competitiveness. So generally the second question is the impact of AI on enhancing systems. What's the view of those people in the industry, and they use some of these aspects. So specific objectives, one is to evaluate advantages of technology in the process of production, look at the impact of pharmaceutical industry choices to allocate resources, and what the people view is good and not good. Also analyze the potential risks that associated with that technology. So significant research, I think, is that we're looking at mainly assessing the effectiveness of AI, improving efficiency, and how people perceive that is being useful or not. Obviously, the study focuses on the only pharmaceutical industry in South Africa. We're looking at different areas, manufacturing, packaging, and focuses on professionals with some kind of experience in the industry. Obviously, the limitations that we limit ourselves to companies in South Africa, which are too many big companies, and obviously non-willingness that people take part in such that time. We are not there. So in terms of literature, modernizing the pharmaceutical industry is a necessity, obviously, for health regulation, good health, and other things that are related to that, to ensure that medicines of high quality and standard, to evolve the industry so that it is responding to crises, COVID-19 and others. So key milestones in health, I think those are just in terms of literature, discover phase 2, the ARVs, manage development of new technologies and deployment. So the situation where I think artificial intelligence maybe was applied to speed up the development of vaccine, so that not all the normal tests should be done, but there will be more algorithms and assessments that show that you are doing it over time and never done before. So emerging technologies are also there in new business. Less lead time to improve productivity, better quality assurance, non-certified info and so forth that can use improving efficiency, accuracy, and the number of challenges that we face, defects, technical issues, inspection, and so forth, cross-contamination of medicines that require more look at how things are done and how they can be improved. So this can affect products. Also, traditional inspection processes in place, digital transformation, the way you look at smart production, smart factories, the quality, and many other aspects. So in terms of the methodology, we look at the situation where you have the four-part questionnaire, that with 6 questions, 60 questions, and then targeting in 62 companies. The second approach is quantitative, and if you evaluate, of course, what for professionals to assist evaluate in terms of their knowledge of AI. In the target population was strong in terms of the areas of experience of people that we surveyed, from pharmacists, production managers, quality assurance managers, plant maintenance engineers, and so forth. Also system users. Looking at validate, reliability, and performance direction to take into account. In terms of copyright, which is the private information protection, was also considered. So the set findings, there was to understand a bit more about production operations, the benefits, of course, those are the responses of people, what they think AI should how we find it for them, and their thoughts so that it can improve compliance, and it can improve quality, it can improve cost reduction. That can be more production efficiencies. Critical factors around investment. 61% of the respondents is about 60% think that they will be the future of moving on as technology, and also scan what's happening in terms of IR and artificial intelligence for applications, risk operations, obviously full competence and training and knowing what it is. One of the scientists can agree on what AI is. So ways for business to really come in and define what they can do. So to manage and use we request more training and understanding from academics. So some kind of industry, academia interaction that can assist us to find the future. Because when we say artificial intelligence, they will define it differently. One guy was even saying that in an article is artificial intelligence. So we need to get a common ground understanding. But generally, there's a belief that it can improve efficiency, and that some of the regulatory challenges can be actually addressed through deploying such technologies. This part of the results, I think, is just a repetition in terms of effects, in terms of regulatory compliance, in terms of these continued opportunities around that. The perception is generally green on the high side. Because students are around 20 people, 34 generally positive outcome. So, yeah, we saw somehow how what's happening in the pharmaceutical industry, particularly in South Africa. Obviously, one methodology was used, and within development technology, Department of Human Development, Improvement Quality and so forth. It's just the response in terms of, and summarize in terms of what the perception is. So we can certainly say that AI is a role in the pharmaceutical industry, and we have to look at how we can better serve the industry and better communicate with them so that they benefit and we benefit from what they're doing. So it was that was quite good in terms of looking at South Africa and this industry, that AI is crucial in the transformation, and that the business continuity aspects are also important in learning technology, competence and all that required. So that's working in all that. We think that we are in a position now to say we are confident in terms of what AI can do for pharmaceutical industries. We need more collaboration, not only in South Africa, maybe also globally. Also using mixed methods so that we can actually assess supply chain industries. There is a supply chain developing what is happening in profit further. Track technologies and also see how we can chart the way for the industry. So yeah, that's the presentation, and we can look at assistive technologies. I mean, the main situations where I think there's been more advancement in terms of prescription and dispensing of automated dispensary and so forth, medicines and so forth. So I think there's a lot of scope in terms of what can be done and is happening and can still be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Question? Perhaps with the second part that is modeling a simulation of cross-border operation, a case of phase 2 Lesotho Island water project, if I'm connected. I'm not sure.
Thank you very much. I'll also make a quick on this one. Essentially, we're looking at the water, the future, the water energy, nexus issues, food, nexus issues, and so forth. But I think what is becoming important is the extent that there's a lot of stuff that depends on the soil in terms of, so in terms of the production, water is really, maybe water is the future of the water. And that's South Africa depending on the soil, which is a country within South Africa for water. And big projects, those billions that's happening in terms of the construction unit so that there is more water that can be imported into South Africa. Water supply is just slightly less than half the population of South Africa, depends on the neighboring country, and the 0.6% of the economy because it also supplies the Johannesburg area, Gauteng area, which is the second largest economy, the province of the second largest economy in Africa, or maybe third largest after Nigeria now in South Africa. So it's an important province that relies on water from outside the country. And these are the data that are applicable and also the benefit to the neighboring country in terms of employment and what happens. So it's a big project that is happening, and essentially we're looking at that center and how the Lesotho that project in the city of Nekokom, you can benefit. The pronunciation is new and different, but I also struggle with the Kikyan. So we are looking at where the water development is in Lesotho, most construction material comes from South Africa, so there's a logistics issue there. And then we want to optimize this in terms of getting the project which is away from the border. Next week I'll show what's happening and important to evaluate how this is done in terms of So essentially, it is a quantity of cement, tonnages, and number of trucks, and month analysis of what we require. So the second objective was to simulate the operation in the border control because so that there is the main barrier of bottleneck in the process and evaluate the potential penalty trucks that are required in the specific section objective. Look at those evaluations on a daily basis, the material movements, the border operation. The plan to open in 24 hours a day, but currently 16 hours, and to say what will be the impact of that in terms of the operations. But obviously, we focus on material supply for the big dam construction, but material supply, but essentially it extends to the border, so operations and how they can be optimized. So in terms of decision making, obviously there are a number of challenges that we require, and we are trying to see whether we can use simulation software to develop models and ideas that can actually lead to certain applications that we think can assist to improve border operations and cross-country operations, to stimulate different sectors and the like. Just a bit of literature. There have been some border control studies before, sharing border and so forth, which are not there anymore, which are there, but some maybe inspection controls and other things, and how that all moves, and whether in Southern Africa maybe there can be that kind of openness in terms of cross-border trade and open borders, broad customs, and all this kind of things. So I think software was used to just classify that. That's basically the methodology. Again, when you start, and then you're looking at the research project and its activities, and then the requirements of materials, cement, and so forth, in the border areas. So we were going step by step in terms of reaching to the calculations and the kind of simulation that we developed. So simulation is one of the marine software, and the 5 steps they incorporate that methodology and models to build up. And then the 5 steps are also shown in that where you find equipment and the model of the system. So in terms of arena, that was so it was part of the process where we're doing a manual calculation and computer generated simulation to just see how the results tally and whether the model that we're developing makes sense. So that's again the logic for the software simulation study that was done. In terms of the results, we again for daily and so forth for the years 1 and 2, some simulation was done. It's simplistic in terms of that, it came up with a situation where simulating 2 trucks a day for the period of the year and for fly fish as well. And then the results are just summarized all the way to the total time that is required for the year for fly fish and cement until that project is finished. I think it's basically the same looking at different scenarios in border control operations. When we run a simulation for 16 hours or 24 hours, and then we get a difference in the results. Those are the summaries. And in terms of modeling using arena, then it was passport control, straight to the sort of. So we try to everything that's happening and then try to summarize to say real and transportation movement constraint. Clear process, you will see some kind of reductions and things that happen in terms of improved efficiency. For example, if the product is open 24 hours a day. I think the plans there are 4 borders crossing more between the 2 countries, and one of them is open 24 hours a day. So we just simulating to see what that would have in terms of impact, and it shows some kind of improvements. So some of the results will show efficiency improvements that can then happen. So in conclusion, we just based on simulation results as well as published results. We look at 16-hour operations and so forth, and what can be handled. So it was realized that even though the entire program that's what particularly 12 hours, maybe 16 hours was adequate for the operations and how much migration can happen and all that. How many track movements can happen. So those results are just detailed for in the paper. There are unforeseen delays, offline offices and so forth that can get that into account. In which case, with that 24-hour thing, question comes in that will be needed, or we ensure that even because the days are not a problem, or any mishap is not a problem. In terms of recommendations, further studies obviously using AI algorithms developed, and look at also financial implications, but also looking at general transportation border people movement, not only the border of Lesotho, but regionally in SADC, and I think more about 14 outside the countries. I think Seychelles as well. No Mauritius is. And how those cross-border movements can be modeled, and maybe using that we can convince open enough borders. It's happening in Europe, so that Southern Africa or Africa can have more open borders. So all these controls are going this kind of delay. These are the financial implications, these are transportation implications, these are barriers to the users and so forth. So I think we are looking at then, from this model, developing further into more sophisticated models and apply artificial intelligence, neural networks, or whatever, to come up with suggestions in the impacts of drone movements, with or without scenarios. Thank you very much. I hope I wasn't too fast, but I tried to do the math.
Question? Just you.
How did you decide to use Arena instead of Flexim or some other software?
I think the study, my education is industry, is actually the cement industry. So I think it was convenient because they have chosen that industry, their simulation, that we use that. But I think in the future we can compare and say which is the best. I mean, essentially it was a simplistic model, but I think as we go into more sophisticated modeling, we need to look at different solutions. More better solutions or different solutions. Thank you.
And very short, there are some similarity in the two algorithm models that have been applied in the two papers, or are completely different, or have been possible to develop one model to make some adjustment and to apply also to the second cases from the paper.
Well, I think the first paper was just looking at the South Africa-wide pharmaceutical industry and what's happening in terms of new technology applications. And generally, I think the industry is also a big exporting industry. South Africa is like the industrial hub of Southern Africa. So I would see maybe the synergy in terms of that. But I think, there can be that synergy.
Thank you.
So this is not the right program?
No. And then or for the next session, but during this session, We have been added 2 papers and we have one.
Thank you so much. Full pass on. Take picture. Okay. Which we mean this one. Oh, okay. Take picture with me. Okay. Thank you so much.
Just make the logo go. Seychelles. Okay, one for me, one for me.
Oh, yeah.
Good idea.
The one.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hope some people will stay there.
Break it, coffee break. If there is some coffee to that, locate. Oh,
I don't know.
I was wondering, it was a nice presentation.
Oh, really?
I was just wondering, it relates to the question that they asked you. Is it any reason to believe that it was something else in the gender and the muscles? Because I think the muscles is a key difference in your research between female and male. But perhaps there is some other things. Also, is the other difference in your research. But I guess do you control your muscles?
Yeah. Do you control my experiment? Use Silex machine. This machine and set my push can detect torque light. So this torque light use 35%, 55%, 75%. So this is hold the balance.
And it was, you found a difference between the male and
male is higher and female is lower.
yeah, probably because male have more muscles.
This point is a huge one because so if stiffness is
Okay, I think I understand. It's in it's in relation muscles or yeah. Okay, I get it.
okay.
Yeah. It's interesting.
Thank you. I'm sorry, my English is not good. I don't know.
But it's fine. It was clear.
Really? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you. Our 30 now.
About the same as for Sweden.
Sweden?
Yeah.
Oh, how long?
Yeah, it's. I think it was about 12, 13.
Oh.
I had to stop with the duo.
My time is go to Japanese
Thanks so much.
Yeah,
Okay. I'm happy.
Yeah.
It was good.
Do you do that?
Oh, you?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
very good. Japanese people kendo is very popular sport because we present also very regular present. This guy is before COVID, I went to Croatia, Dubrovnik.
Game of Thrones.
Oh,
you see?
very good place. I like this place.
Yeah, but a lot of people.
Oh, yeah.
Crowded.
Very good place. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
I forgot my business cards, but I will write your name.
My name is Kazuhiko. It's pretty cool now. Thank you so much.
Arigato.
We give you a card also. Oh, really? Thank you.
Okay, see you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Oh, this is session check.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So you have a session, Jeff?
Yes, yes. It's, we are,
What are you expecting?
I don't know, we have somewhere 15 minutes break. So I'm expecting us to start very soon. But I'm not sure how long time we will have.
So for each session, it's each participant is 15 minutes, no?
Yeah, but I think we need to reduce it if we.
Yeah.
Are you are organizing it or?
Yeah, I'm organizing it.
I'm thinking, but yeah.
Because the problem is some of the sessions, they will let the participants speak.
Yeah.
So that's the problem.
I will not do that, but we are already so late. So I think, we will not end before 6, I guess. If we start now, 5:15, then I guess we have 45 minutes. That will be everyone for maximum 20 minutes, including questions.
Yes.
So then at least we are done at 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, are we ready? Yeah.
I'm not sure if the will show up.
So I think you can arrange the journal. So it's the number of and this is nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so the two is for you.
Yeah. I think it's, this one. Yeah. It looks the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
That's really good.
Okay, welcome back. I guess we have to start. Then we will have, I think we will continue on 6 o'clock. Then we have 45 minutes for the session, like it's planned. And we are 6 people that will present, right? I will present. And 1, 2, 3 more. Do we have more speakers in the room? Will you present?
No.
Okay. So we are, you will not present?
No.
So we are only 3 persons that will present. Okay, so that is the only session that is some people missing. Then perhaps we will not be so late if I start. Yeah, okay. I will just start, I guess. Do you think more people will come?
They can join after when they come.
Yeah, I think so.
Because of the time.
Yeah, exactly. And if the other 3 speakers come, then we'll just still have that 6 o'clock. That is good. Okay. I'm happy to be here. I'm John Magnus Rose from Sweden. I'm at 4 different universities in Sweden. So I'm outspread there, but mostly in Sweden, but I live in the Netherlands. I have my family in the Netherlands. I go to Sweden for working, but I have my private life in the Netherlands. This presentation will be a bit different from what I'm usually doing. Usually I'm doing research about consumer behavior in general, and of course digitalization, data mining and things is what I'm working with every day. But this presentation now will relate to car sharing. Do you know what car sharing is? I guess I have to define it very shortly, because you think of different things when I say car sharing. Car sharing is not the same as ride sharing. Car sharing is when you have a car that you share with different people, but you usually don't know other people. It's just the network, and when you have a car instead of owning your own car, you share it with other people. And it's usually organized by some kind of organizations, companies. Because of sustainability reasons, the Swedish government has sponsored the companies a lot. yeah, that's another story, but at least it's something that the Swedish government and other governments in Europe believe that can help us to solve sustainability problems related to cars. The title of this is if digital technology is driving car sharing, use of digital technologies. And it's three hypotheses that I have. The first one, they are of course related, but the first one is that the proportion who use the internet is higher among car sharers. People who use car sharing use the internet more frequently than people who do not use car sharing. And the third one is that it's a positive association between the use of car sharing and the use of internet. So in this presentation, I will limit digital technology to use of internet. We have a lot of different measures in the study, also in the paper, but time is limited and the results are the same for the different measures that we have used. So now to keep it simple, I only give you information about using the internet. And the method, it's a pretty big study. It's during 4 years that we have collected data, and it is in total 7,010 people that have answered to the survey. As you can see, it's not so many people that it's actually not possible to see that here, but the reason that we collect so much data is that not so many people in Sweden are participants in the car sharing services. They're not using it. It's about 4% of the population that are members. And then for measuring internet use, we had a quite straightforward question: how often did you use internet during the past 12 months? With 7 response alternatives. In the same way, we had a straightforward question for car sharing. How often did you use car sharing during the past 12 months? And also 7 response alternatives. And if you're familiar with statistics, I guess you are in the room, then you know that the hypothesis that we set up corresponding to quite simple test to measure. It's a chi-square test that can be used for answering the first, independent t-test for the second, and Pearson's correlation for the third. Of course, they all have limitations, but they can be used for answering or for testing the hypothesis. And the first one, the proportion who use the internet is higher among car sharers. That is a problem. So, and that was done in Copenhagen. So in Sweden, actually 5% have never used the internet the last 12 months. 5%. It's 1 of 20. It's pretty high. Most students are surprised when they hear that number. Perhaps you are a little bit more informed about diversities, digital diversities, and that. Yeah, not all people are using it. But the people that are not using internet, that is something very difficult, of course. They are also not participating in the mobility services that the society provides. But it's just, when we talk about physical mobility, then it's car sharing. People that are not using internet, they are not using car sharing services. People who use car sharing use the internet more frequently. That is also proven. But the last one, that there is a positive association between the use of car sharing and the use of internet, that is rejected. So that means that I will go to the conclusions. That if you use internet drives car sharing,
And as more you use internet, it's more likely that you have used car sharing during the last 12 months. However, car sharing frequencies are not related to frequencies in internet use. That means that digital technology, internet use, can kickstart the use of car sharing. It's necessary to begin to use it. But people that are using internet, which 95% of the Swedish population are doing, and for them, it will not, if they use it even more than just once in the last 12 months, if they use it daily, they will still not use car sharing anymore. So their car sharing services have other challenges than developing the applications. In order to stimulate the people that are not using the services at all, they need to think in other terms than digitalization. The 5%. And actually the 5% that are not using it, they are also the people that are driving the car mostly. And yeah, so it's a challenge to move them from owning a car to starting to use car sharing. But if car sharing services are mostly driven by digital technology, then we need to come around that and offer the people that are not using the services nowadays other alternatives. That is my presentation. I thought it should be even faster than 10 minutes. I don't know. Yeah, yes, please.
This anchor, how do you get it's IT service or service? You page 2. Next. Actually, this one. Yeah. Response rate is about 50%. So this response, how do you get it?
We are sending out a survey.
Yeah.
And they can respond. Web survey for pen and pencil.
Pen or pencil?
Yeah. Most people are still doing that.
Oh.
But we also offer an alternative to log in and use web survey instead.
Okay. If this anchor get by IT, you are result include bias for internet using or not internet using.
Yeah.
But this anchor by writing not include bias, so yes, I'm okay.
But I can tell you, it's funny, in another study, we are not offering pen and pencil, we only web survey. And then still some people answer that they have not used internet the last 12 months. You know what we do with them? We are taking them away from this. They are not reliable enough.
Oh, okay.
He usually see, I think, other answers as well. Yes. If you use a web survey, you can have such a test question. Yes. Okay. I leave the floor for next speaker, and that is Daniel, right? Yes. Daniel Amoshi? Yes. Yeah, the floor is yours. What is the word? Yeah.
it's still somewhat rare if someone would like to have. Oh.
Hi everyone, I'm Daniel Bushi, a recent graduate of Manchester University in Ghana, West Africa. And I'm to present on our project. I work with my co-researchers, Nash Nazinga and Dr. Elena Roska. She's the HOD of our department at Manchester University. And our project is on automated black soldier fly incubator using IoT and computer vision. Now, our first keynote speaker made mention that Mauritius will produce about 540,000 tons of waste. Imagine if this waste could be converted to something useful, especially the organic part of the waste. So in this presentation, I'll be taking you from the introduction all the way to the demonstration of how we can explore this technology. So research shows that about 1/3 of food produced globally goes into waste, and these waste end up in landfills that generate about 10% of greenhouse gases. Meanwhile, poultry farmers spend about 70% of the cost of production in only feed. And so we discovered that there was a way to use the organic waste to produce the feed that could be used by these poultry farmers for them to cut down costs, at the same time solve the issue of greenhouse gas emission. And how we are going to do this is by using the power of the black soldier fly. So the black soldier fly is a type of harmless insect that is able to convert organic waste into lean body mass, and it has about 50% protein. And it's very good for poultry farming, fish farming, and other sources. And the waste that it consumes, the byproduct becomes grass fertilizer also for farming as well. And so the reason for this project was because these black soldier flies are very sensitive to environmental conditions. And so there's the need to control their environmental conditions right from their stages of growth till the time of harvest. And that is why we explored this system. So we wanted to control the environmental condition, the organic substrate that they are going to be feeding on. We also need to check the conditions of this substrate and even the health of the larva throughout the growth cycle. And so upon our research, we discovered that there are some existing research that has been happening trying to solve the same problem. But some of these research still have gaps that give us opportunities to explore what we wanted to research on. And some of them are the smart beam for automated rearing of the black soldier fly, and also automated incubator for rearing black soldier fly. They still have gaps. That is why we have to go ahead to explore our design. And so our design is to build a system that has a unique control of the whole black soldier fly rearing condition. And the system had a mechanical aspect that, and the mechanical sensors that checks the condition and reports it to a microcontroller, which then sends the feed to the user. And then it again checks the conditions against certain parameters. And so if the parameters are not met, the system is able to correct them to ensure that the black soldier fly is in good condition. And so we came up with some system design requirements so that even if it is replicated somewhere else, the researchers can follow the design requirement to come up with the same research outcomes. And so these requirements informed our decision in making choice of some of the components we use in carrying out the research, and that included a microcontroller of ESP32. That was because we wanted to make the system remote, such that the farmer can access whatever is happening in the incubator remotely. At the same time, the system itself can also control itself without the farmer's intervention. And so that was how come we use that. Also, we used the ESP32 camera because we wanted to do computer vision monitoring. And these were some of the other components that we also used to carry out the research. And And so we went ahead to design the schematic of the whole system. And the whole intention was to also make the system such that it could have hybrid power source. So it could use both grid and then it could use solar for powering itself. And so it had an automatic changeover such that when it's connected to grid, it uses the grid, but when the grid goes off, it automatically changes to solar so that power does not cut off from the automation system. And then the other part of the system were also the user connection and then the controls. And so we designed the PCB board and we went ahead to design the entire system. And this is the entire final incubator. So we'll be seeing more of it as we move forward. We went ahead to also do simulation to ensure that it was mechanically fit enough to handle whatever process it was supposed to do. And then the outcome showed that it was good fit to handle the test that we wanted to carry out. And so we went ahead to do the test, and this first section, or this first cubicle is where we lay their eggs. So they have 4 stages of development. They have the egg stage, the larva stage, the pupa stage, and then the fly stage. And each of those stages have special conditions that they need to be controlled. And so the egg stage, they come here to lay their eggs, and this is how their eggs usually looks like. And so it moves on to the next stage, which is the larva stage. So the larva stage is where they feed on the organic waste. After they hatch, the user just needs to deposit organic waste in there and then they feed on it. And then we move on to the fly stage. So the pupa stage is the stage where you can harvest them and give them to the chicken for feeding. Now, after all the tests, we were able to see that our system was able to control some of the environmental conditions we were looking out for, such as the atmospheric temperature, relative humidity, the lighting condition, and the moisture of the organic waste that we needed to feed on. So we used statistics analysis to test all these conditions, and then we got good results. And then we went ahead to also train our model with data from TensorFlow. We trained the model such that it could be able to vision the larva to know whether they are healthy enough or if they are not healthy, we know what to do with them. And so this is the computer vision that was undergoing study. I had to make it black and white because of so if you notice, that's the computer vision trying to capture to know the movement of the larva to see whether if they are healthy enough or if they are not that healthy. And so we also developed a mobile app such that the farmer could have the app to access remotely all the conditions that are happening within the incubator. So some of the reported conditions are the temperature, the lighting, the humidity, and all the other conditions. So the farmer can also remotely control the incubator if, let's say, certain conditions are not well controlled as it should have done. And so there are also logins and other stuff. Like there was also a mobile app, a web app that was also developed as well. So the web app was for the farmer to access it on their computer. Then here is a quick demo of the system. It is designed to switch automatically between solar and wind power sources. It has green and red indicators for solar and wind respectively, as well as LCD and sun switches. Let's open and see some of the internal compartments. As seen, when the egg door button is pressed on the application at the right side, it opens the egg door of the system and drops the newly hatched larva into the feeding compartment. When the aeration motor is turned on, it serves to provide aeration in temperature of the organic waste. Then there is no internal space in the container, however, likewise, when the red lamp is pressed, the lamp comes on. The other characteristic of one way is to move away this other side of it. Here, you can either fall into the incubating or the harvesting container. There's a light bulb here that provides lighting. The user can also drop their organic waste through this other side. When they are ready for harvesting, it reports to the user the weight collected and the user pulls it through this side door to feed their chicken or fish. Here is the electrical system. It has a battery to store the solar energy. power supply to connect to grid and an automatic changeover system through the two sources. It has connection for sensors and actuators, and here is also the two solar panels that are connected to seeds. And this is the complete black soldier fly incubator. So, in conclusion, we were able to design the system to be able to monitor the conditions that are necessary to help in the successful incubation of black soldier fly. We're also able to help reduce the labor intensity involved in controlling this black soldier fly as well. The computer vision helped us to also monitor the health of these ones. But the challenges was that it took time to train the model, and we needed more data to even train it to become more perfect. And so the future work is to design a more precise sensors using PWM, and also to integrate the harvesting system. And that is the project. So these are just some benefits, and then this is me trying to see. So in the future, we are looking at having an automated seeding system, and then this was an adopted picture of how it can be used in real life. So thank you once again. Any questions? A quick one, this is just like university, in case you want to, if you happen to come to West Africa, yeah, you can drop by my university, one of the finest in Africa actually. This is the area of the, it's not a big university, but very nice.
Yeah.
Any question? Do you have a question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a quick look to say, have you looked at cost effectiveness of such a production process and its scalability?
Yeah, thank you. So after we were done exploring the whole design, we looked at how to commercialize it in a more bigger scale. And one of the options was to use these old truck stands that are used to carry cargoes and things like that. Now, in terms of the cost, the problem is that usually when you want to bury it without controlling the conditions, you won't have maximum output. And so if you're able to control the condition with such a system, you're able to get more output. Now, the benefit of using such a system is just maybe the cost of setting up, the initial cost of setup. But after the whole setup, you only just spend less in terms of getting the organic waste into the system for the production to happen, because it's a cycle and then we produce continuously. And so you're able to get more output, but the only challenge comes with the initial investment. And when you compare the output you get as a farmer to feed your poultry, it's much more higher than buying feed, which accounts for about 70% of the cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, then we only have one more, right? Yeah. Will you present them? Yeah, okay, then we have two more. Yeah. And so next speaker is Boomewoo.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's actually working in Taiwan in TSMC sponsored project for the electronics area. And today I'm going to show some of the results that we had on zinc oxide related materials, and we show how to prepare the sample and some of the characteristics that learned from the device, and there are many for auto-electronic application.
You know how?
Why we want to study zinc oxide and use it as semiconductor materials? Traditional or mature industry has been mainly on silicon base, or some newer material. They are mainly so-called light bandgap material, like silicon carbide, gallium nitride. They are used in some EV, electrical vehicle, high power, or inverter, or AC/DC transformers. Zinc oxide has wide direct band gap. The band gap is around 3.37 eV, which is much higher than silicon, which means it can stand higher voltage. They have a large expected mining energy, which is around eV, and the mechanical property, chemical property, and thermal property are quite stable, which means they can be used in different environments. They also have excellent piezoelectric characteristics, which means the formation and the electrical property are quite well related. And there are quite a few different deposition techniques that we can use to produce thin films. And the zinc oxide can be produced by EB evaporation and also by RF radio frequency sputtering. And for the presentation, I will show two types of zinc oxide based material. One is pure zinc oxide, which is produced by EB evaporation and by sputtering, and the other one is zinc oxide doped with gallium and also indium, which is like a doped zinc oxide system. The thin film that we deposited from zinc oxide shows some of the basic properties. One is that it's highly transmitted, which means the transmittance is about like 80, 85, 90% in the reasonable wavelength range. Especially if we tune the processing parameters, including the pressure and the deposition rate. And another point is the annealing temperature and the annealing process, which can help to improve the transmittance. You can tell that there's a positive in a black curve. It shows much higher transmittance in the shorter wavelength range, which is very important for some applications. The other is the crystallinity. We use X-ray diffraction to show crystalline structures. We can still clearly show two crystalline characteristic phase from the films that we deposited, so they are clearly shown as highly crystalline, good quality film. For one application which we studied is to use it as a pH, the acidity sensing application. In the left-hand side, we show zinc oxide device basic structure.
we use clean glass as our substrate, and we put ITO, which is more conductive as the conducting layer. And then we use the ZNO here, which is around 60 nanometer thickness. And the silica is used as the dielectric, which is insulating. And then we have some top metal area that we use it as a contact. And on the right hand side is the testing system that we use for which we call light addressing photosensing property, which means we use light to shoot our sample, the device, and under different pH level, we will see different light transmittance. And that transmittance, which is the photo energy, will be transformed into electrical signals, which shows the voltage or some current, so that we can tell the testing material or the testing liquid, the acidity of that in pH sense. And that's a basic illustration of how it's tested. So that's the basic structure, and we will have electrolyte on top, and also have the PDMS, which is a sensitive member used as that kind of testing. And that's the light for 365 nanometer as the charging system. The film, sorry that the SEM micrograph is not that clear, but we can see after the annealing at 300 degrees C and the 30 minutes, the film is quite smooth with a flat surface. And we check the condition under darkroom condition and also with the light system. And we can see that under the capacitance and voltage scan, which was the sweetness curve, we can see that there's a very stable difference around really over 20 picofarad in the capacitance band along kind of wide range of voltage, which means we can test the sample or using the device with a very stable differentiation in the capacitance values. Therefore, we can have a quite linear relationship with the signals that helps us the pH sensing device. The other area that we use is to use which I call a doped Indian gallium doped xenon system, which sometimes we call IGZO, in the TFT LCD thin film transistor liquid crystal display area. The display can be large or small depending on the application. Large can be used for TV, and small to medium size can be used for mobile phones, which is very widely applicable in today's life, and also medium size for laptop computers. And we are looking for sharper image and also higher brightness as well as faster response time. Response time means when we give the LCD device a signal, it will transform into light intensity. And the delay of that, we call it a rising time. Then we remove the signal, which usually is a voltage, and then the transmittance of light or the intensity level will reduce back to its original level. And that drop, the time for that to get back to its original state, we call it the off time. So the uptime and the downtime together, we add up together, is defined as the response time, which means how the device responds to our voltage signals. So for the new material, IGZO thin film, we are looking for faster response time as well. I will show some data later. And this shows a basic cross-section structure of a TFT LCD. That's a glass panel, a substrate, and that's top glass panel. And the TFT thin film transistor is made right here. Okay, so traditional TFT is made of silicon thin film, but because of the temperature resistance of the glass is limited, only like 400-500 degrees Celsius. So the deposition temperature for silicon cannot be high. Therefore, the silicon is rigid amorphous. That reduces electrical property. So in this particular study, we use IGCO to replace TFT and also check the TFT's capability in aligning the liquid crystal in a cell. This shows more signal TFT. Actually, we have RGB 3 different basic color in an array, which we call pixel, which means the smallest area that we can control in the display area. And we use IGCO TFT, which can be even smaller, and we will look at the electrical property in a couple of more slides. And the application can be varied, and because most of the applications are on the glass substrate, and we also like to reduce the processing temperature so that we have the chance to deposit TFT structure on flexible substrate, such as some high temperature or high quality plastic substrate. Okay, the liquid crystal inside the LCD cell needs to be aligned to address which I call response time issue. So there are a couple of different areas, classification of the alignment technology. One is called contact method, which is used by mechanical rubbing. But the mechanical rubbing, which is the dominant technology in the industry at this time, okay? But they have some drawback in unstable static because of friction. Okay, it will create some static electricity, and it's bad for clean room facility. Okay, so this creates some residual stresses or dust pollution. So we are trying to develop some so-called non-contact methods for alignment, and including applied deposition. When I say applied, means usually the deposition to a film is in a vertical sense, and applied means we have a tilt angle to do that. And later I will show some examples. Other possible non-contact methods, including using for lithography technology to do alignment, some nanoimprint or nanoparticle dispersion, or even using ion beam. Ion beam has been shown in the literature to be quite successful, but ion beam has a problem with high energy. When it bombards the surface, it will create some energy. So we try to use the applied deposition method to avoid the surface damage by high energy ion beam.
2 more minutes.
Oh, okay. So this shows the device preparation steps, and I jump to more of the results conclusion. And this is the application we can use for cell. We have IGCO here between the glass substrate, and we have the glue to control the spacer, and then we use a needle inject liquid crystal syringe to do that. This shows X-ray diffraction because IGCO is a dome system, so it's amorphous. We don't see the clear crystalline beam. And the transmittance of light is pretty much quite well compared to the traditional polyimide system, the locking system. The transmittance is higher, especially in the longer and longer range. And that's the contact angle testing data. They are pretty higher in general, and we do some YI testing, and this shows the VD curve, which means we apply voltage to our device and show the transmittance of light between high and low. That's what we call bright state, and that's a dark state. And the difference between these, which means along the voltage range, will give you different wavelengths. That's how we show our display. Okay, and that's the response time results. This is what we call rise and fall, as I explained earlier. Rise means this. when you give a signal, the transmittance go up, the time it takes T goes rise time, and fall means going down, depending on you are normally white or normally black. The definition can be reversed. Okay, so if we look at the data, we can see that the traditional route system, the rise time is about 2.83 milliseconds and 4 times higher. So it takes 6-point-some milliseconds to have a clear response for the system. While we use the amorphous IGCO, response can be reduced and it takes less time to show the signal change, which means we can get a faster display. All right, I'll give you a brief summary for today's presentation. For ZMO films, it has been successfully mounted on glass substrate using EP evaporator under different various leading action fluid conditions. The film were highly transmitted in visible wavelength range, and XRD study has shown 2 distinct peaks at different angles, corresponding to 100 and 002 crystalline planes. And the CV sweeps, which I showed there is a clear difference in capacitance change of 20 picofarad in a wide voltage range. And this suggests the potential optimization by live addressing photo sensing technique to develop pH sensing technique. And for the doped indium and gallium doped zinc oxide system, it's amorphous. It also has very high transparency, and it can be easily grown in amorphous state at room temperature, which means low temperature deposition. Much easier for some low temperature substrate, for flexible substrate application. And the improvement in critical voltage and also the testing show that they are promising alignment layer can avoid traditional running method and without using very high energy IMB. And the VT curve, which means the voltage and the transmittance curve and the response characteristic, which you know from the last slide, show that the high performance of the crystal cells can be achieved using moderate power during film deposition. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
All right,
I think we need to move on with the last speaker.
Oh, we have 2 more speakers.
Okay. One more speaker.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It was a great job.
Yes.
I was feel that you do something very good related. So please ask questions later if it's possible. Thank you. Okay, so it's the last speaker for today. And yeah, looking forward. I told the organizer that we should be done at 6 o'clock because we were only 3 speakers when we started. So that's why I gave 15 minutes to each one of us. But yeah, if you can make it like fast.
Thank you very much. I think we're just looking at creating expert systems for diagnosis of cancer diseases. I think the same also is like a great job of doing for you. And the animal kingdom that we have in Southern Africa, Victoria Falls in Zimbabwe. And that's all we use for Victoria Falls. In the university I come from, essentially, we also do one speak, a bit of review. When it's nice and green, also we have to try and irrigate that. That's our headquarters, and so the variety of people that are in the university. So this paper I present with Professor Michel, who is the main author and singer, and Professor Kakai, and myself, Charles Boa, being from Zimbabwe and University of South. Basic applications are then business data mining, smart surveillance, and so forth. Just scoping, say, AI in applications. When we look at cancer, there are many different types, and we looking mainly at the colon cancer, and how that can be addressed. As you know, the tumors, they are not benign tumors, and they spread fast all over the body. What they call genetic data, because it grows in the brain and significantly spread dangerous. New cancer cases, I think this shows male-female relationship cancers and which type of cancer, prostate, lung, and so forth. So in terms of problem, there are many causes obviously for different cancers, and diagnosis then becomes very important. One could address the causes, okay, but early diagnosis seems to be the main thing that is important. In terms of colon cancer, screening can be done for all the factors and so forth. But in some cases, even the colon and factors are affected. So it's more formula to say when is it dangerous and not. Same for the different types of cancers. So in this case, we're looking at how we can have better diagnosis tools so that early detection can assist, and then evaluation system assist that, and then develop the system so that it can be assist clinical practice or advice. Because that's far-fetched. This shall be okay when you look at the colon, the various aspects in the different parts of the colon. It's quite big, and here is where most things happen, and symptoms in the lower part. Why focus on colorectal cancer? Because it is quite common in terms of occurrence, both are different types of cancer. Genetic analysis shows that tumors is generally 7 cancer type, and classified as such. And as many as 1 million people are affected globally every year, and that shows the greater prevalence of it. And then developed countries where the time is too late to assist the people, 60% are too late. In most cases, it's too late. So therefore, screening is very important, whatever you can do. That shows the various stages. When you have stage 4, then stage 3, you can see the spread is very common out of the system. Stage 2, maybe stage 1, stage 0, you can do in order to curative purposes. And these are the various kind of histological categories that we have in terms of the cancer issues, or in terms of histological, in other words, microscopy. We have ADI, which is one of the main causes of cancer. We have background degrees, social science, and so on. So I think there are different structures that you see in microscopy, what are cancer developing, and then we can focus on the region of interest. So those are the regions, background, debris, and so forth, and that you can see when you look at the microscope. So for this kind of materials and methods, we look at input processing, segmentation, focus on the region of interest, classification into what the results will show that the kind of histological type of tissue is classified into 9 different Newcastle or Sweden, whatever. The budget recognition is done with some percentage of success for the patients, patient data that we look at. We also selection of some of the images where we're looking at carcinoma and type of cancer and how it's reflected in terms of the imagery results. In terms of the work or recommendation conclusions, when you use large data sets, then you know that will improve learning capability of the system for the learning of machine learning of the images and the number of iterations, high performance computing, where you keep learning, which is using different algorithms, which are the convolutional neural networks to develop the identity. In conclusion, artificial intelligence is currently being discussed in different domains, and analysis of histological samples is of importance in terms of diagnosis. But obviously, you need more computing power, higher computing power than we're using, but generally, there is a publicly available system of software that one can use to come up with some reasonable diagnostics. If the diagnosis is not really correct, it's better to err on the wrong side than to wait until it's too late. So at least that imaging, computer imaging can help you to send someone to the doctor or to further analysis. Image analysis is very challenging and especially in terms of trying to really look at what histology patterns of images and tissues, the different classifications of tissues that we are analyzing. Evaluated in this case application of convolutional neural networks and to look at the slide images and try to see whether there is ways of identifying some success. Say this is this type of tissue, this is that type of tissue. With simple lower power computer technologies or computers that are normally very, very, very good. The use of transfer learning approaches is also used in terms of meeting all the experimental results that we got. So you can keep on doing that and refining the process so that the complementary computer systems and publicly available software you can assist in diagnostics of different types of colon cancers. The following materials were used: MATLAB, VGG16, and that's publicly available on that platform. Image database was also used, and that's the way we invest that. And also collaborator cancer tissues for photography, imaging, leads of the repository, which is very important in all access. And if you want to do just a meta analysis to say, can you identify the type of tissue with some materials? 60%, 30%, whatever, is better than 0% diagnosis. So data actually was anonymized, and was not attempt to identify patients because it's also anonymous when you get into the website. Image analysis, reference to this way, which is happening, which is again very online. Just of course the disclaimer to say yes, there's certain results that say you can do that and identify with classify the tissues, but if you say that no cancer will come to us, we say this method can identify this type of tissue. So obviously the project is not clinical settings in practice. The intention is research, and the idea to replace the doctor in areas where they don't do that. This is computer available, and one can assist people to say, I see from the photograph of this, or from the scanning of this, that this is the situation, or even from the wound, the way it looks, typically can be considered cancerous or not. Those are some of the references we used for this study in the paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Since we are over time, I suggest if some have questions, perhaps we can discuss that after. That was the last presentation for today. Right? Yeah, the conference. And the other person is missing. That should have 2 presentations. Martin, so I put his certificate there. Okay, that's the end of the conference, I guess. Thank you for the committee also. Thank you very much. Yeah, thanks. Long day. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, that's it. Thank you. Have a good day. Nice evening. Okay, thank you.
Take care. Are you from Seychelles? Yeah. Oh, Seychelles. Thank you. See ya.
That was already late. Yeah, exactly. If you come after 5:30, then right to the second. It's too late now. Yeah.
Did you have a presentation?
Huh?
I have a presentation. Can I present?
Sure. But I'm leaving. I need to get home.
We finish, yeah?
Here and log in.
But this is going live.
Is it now?
Yeah. Yeah, it's live. I don't understand what does it say.
But maybe we should have left it there. Now we're gonna put it.
But in any case, we have to close it. No?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, I think they are inside. I think, yeah.
Where's these guys?
They are inside, I think.
Where?
Inside of the one that's still going on.
See ya. See. It's done.
It's finished? Ah, okay. Okay, thank you.
Manager.
Yeah,